It's another day at Arcane Games and Events, and it is the beginning of the end times. That's right. It's the last open here for AGE LA, which means that it's the final time that players have an opportunity to pick up some AGE points and qualify themselves for the Players' Championship, which will be coming up next month. Some folks that are playing today are 100% out of contention, which means that even if they take this one down and get 30 AGE points, they are not going to get into the top 16. Nevertheless, there is still cash on the line and a lot of amazing games of flesh and blood to be played. My name is Bryce Platts. I'm so happy to be back in the booth after a little hiatus last month. And with me, as always, is Michael, Swinger of Hammers Murphy. How you doing, brother?
Good. You got my last name wrong, but that's all right. It happens.
Did I say Murphy?
You did.
It's Murray. Murray. It's down at the bottom of the screen, folks. Please excuse my accent. Anyway, how are you?
Dude, I'm excited. Last open. Oh, man. So much on the line.
So much on the line. So many sparks will fly, and many stories will be spun and told by you and me here in the booth. It's a scorching day here in Southern California. It's nice and cool for now in Top Deck Keep, our home on the West Coast in Riverside, California, where Tyler Horspool, our consigliere and event representative here, has laid down some really amazing deals, and I went ahead and picked up myself a couple boxes, as you did, of Mastery Pack Guardian, because every single box, which is being charged at $50 USD, is going to come with a batter to a pulp promo. So, folks, if you deigned not to come to the AGE Open here in LA today, maybe hightail yourself out to Riverside, because there's plenty of good deals. There's also an Anthony Pham special, who unfortunately is not in attendance, but all chain sleeves are only $10 a box. Where are you going to get a deal like that other than here?
Yeah, I mean, this is becoming the hub for Flesh and Blood product, live and in person. Really awesome to see the store develop like this.
Without a doubt, Michael, and we are so happy to play the small part that we have in establishing this as the center of Flesh and Blood here in Los Angeles. Let's go ahead and get to weekend stories. We've touched on it a little bit, Michael. Mastery Pack Guardian is live and will be legal for today's event, which should cause a little bit of a spicy shakeup. We have at least one player confirmed as bringing Valda Seismic Impact to her first ever real event.
Yeah, looking very forward, hoping that we can see her on camera. Of course, we got to see how the games unfold and see what's available and who's winning and who's losing. But I, for one, would love to cover a Valda game.
Yeah, because you really liked playing her in Blitz back in the day, right?
Oh, yeah, she was my go-to. She was the one that I would actually win events on. Any other hero I tried to play, I didn't get so lucky.
So let's pontificate a little bit, Michael.
Yeah.
Do you think that the CC iteration of Valda is going to be more of a tectonic plating kind of vibe or an Earthlore Bounty girl?
You know, I like Earthlore Bounty.
Okay.
And my old Blitz deck was running that along with Potion of Luck. That's my Discord picture is still Potion of Luck because I love that card and I love that interaction. However, everyone I see brewing is tectonic plating pilled. So I do have to assume that that's probably the more consistent, maybe even the better way to play her, but the high roll potential of getting all those seismic surges and the cards that it unlocks, some of the cards that are like not that good just from drawing, but when you staple on that extra seismic surge effect, there's a lot of other ways to build Valda. And so I'm not going to count out Earthlore Bounty just yet. I do want to play test it, and I want to kind of play around and see how it feels. Probably less consistent, but also probably higher ceiling.
And sometimes there is something to be said about having a little bit of fun, isn't there, Michael?
Oh, yeah. Give me those Potion of Luck, 5 seismic surges, and a fresh 5-card hand to block with or send.
So Valda is not the only thing that's new out of Mastery Pack Guardian. There are also some spicy Majestics on offer there. Some commons and rares that are mainstays of the game, just available for players that haven't been able to pick them up. I'm looking at you, Cartilage Crush, Thunderquake,
yeah, some nice
Crush the Week,
reprints,
etc. But the real talk of the town is, for instance, Test of Iron Grip, a clash card that forces the loser to discard a card. I imagine that Victor's going to be very happy about that one.
Absolutely.
Batter to a Pulp, of course, is not in the set, but it is a promo that you can get by buying boxes of the set, and that is one of those cards that affords the fabled compass-killing gravy hate to all Guardians, not just Mr. Vitradi himself.
Yeah, a
what
really
else you
nice
got your
tool.
eyes on?
Well, Peck Perfect, and it's not just for the art, is one that
Yeah,
I'm
right.
really
I
excited
got you
about.
pegged. I knew you would love this card.
You know, it's great art. Like, who can deny that? Ripping that shirt off with those muscles. Anyway, I'm going to stop talking about that.
Honestly, hold on. One more touch on that. That guy looks a lot like Paul Selinske.
Yeah, I think it
Don't
is.
you think?
I think it is him.
I think that's why you're drawn
He was
to it.
the artist inspiration for sure.
That man is oiled up. I tell you what.
At the bachelor party, we had the pool. We were shirts off, and he looked just like that guy. It was great. My friend Paul here just got married last weekend, so congratulations to him and, of course, to his wife, Sammy. But that card I'm excited about because of the fatigue kind of like twist to Guardian, this new game plan that is just now created because of this Mastery Guardian pack. It was always an option. Guardian was always the fatigue kind of hero, but to see this kind of support, this mill support, where now, you know, it's asking your opponent, every card you block with, I'm going to take one out of your deck. So it doubles up on the amount of cards that you lose if you do block it. Otherwise, it's kind of like 9 free damage. It really pushes the pace. So I'm excited to see what types of lists it fits into. Of course, you can't just jam it into anything if you're not already trying to fatigue. It doesn't really have text. But when it does, I think that's a doozy to deal with.
But you're right. It seems somewhat innocuous, especially based on the pace that we're used to seeing in the metagame at the current moment. But, I mean, if I think back on the days where I was going up against a Fatigue Oldham or something like that, if they only had to go one turn fewer, like one less hammer swing in order to get the job done, I could see a world where I don't win a single game against a premier Oldham player. So I don't know. I definitely think that this whole grind Guardian strategy where you're milling cards off the top of the deck, making value propositions based on deck damage, not just life totals, could be really interesting.
Yeah. Another card that sort of fits the bill, I'm not as excited about it, Make a Dent. Blue, 0 cost, go again. The problem, of course, is
Yeah.
that you have to spend a card to not get any return in the moment. It really doesn't do anything until you've achieved your game plan. Either you did mill them out or you didn't. And if you didn't, this card literally did nothing. So it's a tough one to justify. And I've seen streamers testing it out with more or less kind of mid feelings about it. But I am excited to see maybe some lists incorporate that and see how far the mill archetype can go. And of course, what types of matchups it shores up. One that I'm especially excited to look at is the Guardian into Gravy Bones. Of course, putting allies in the graveyard is what Gravy is trying to do. So milling those cards, putting them into the graveyard and filling it up with allies feels like it could be a detriment on the surface. But we also know that one of the best ways to beat a Gravy Bones as Guardian is to fatigue them out and sort of overflowing and creating a bottleneck of allies in the graveyard that they can't even get out fast enough. It's like at that point, great, just keep throwing their cards into the graveyard. Hopefully you're hitting non-ally cards, but even the allies, you got to get them there eventually.
And they've got sort of a boosting mechanologist kind of vibe to the deck. Gravy Bones just goes through his 60 cards so much faster than any other deck in the game because drawing and discarding every time you miss on Chart the High Seas, for example. So I could totally see it being a viable strategy against Mr. Bones. That being said, I also want to mention one card that has potentially unlocked an entirely new, maybe not archetype, but equipment piece for Guardian, and that is Visit Anvilheim. Season Savior is all of a sudden a card that could potentially be used in the CC meta. I really want to see somebody unlock this card and Season Savior because that thing has just been sitting and rotting in the annals of the Imperial Library for way too long. This is a card that could be extremely powerful, and I've been just waiting for the moment when it gets unlocked.
Yeah, I have had my eye on this card since it dropped, and I was just like, well, how do you get the -1 counters off? You're doing it one at a time for the cost of 2, 3? Like, that doesn't work. But now we have a card that can do it. Of course, it doesn't have Go Again, and that's the one piece that sort of makes this like not, oh my god, this is auto-include, use this. In the right setup, if you're trying to fatigue, you're getting a lot of value out of that one card. You know, you're removing all of the counters off of it. You block for 1, and then you remove all 3 counters. That's a 1-card 6 on block when you play it, and it can go across multiple cards. So the Fatigue Guardian that wants to have that bulk up front to deal with, because it's a shield.
Yeah.
You can add it on to the hand that you're blocking. Your 12 block now goes up to 15 if you've got the shield. So it does help you survive. And I am very curious to see the really fatigue-pilled Guardians go that route and try to use that.
We do have a couple of them in the room. Brian Gutierrez does come to mind.
Sir.
But Mastery Pack Guardian is probably not going to be the thing that takes Guardian to S tier, but it definitely provides some much-needed support. And I really hope that we get to see some of these brand new cards that we've been talking about on display in the arena today. Let's move on to the metagame post-Singapore, Michael. The talk of the town is, holy crap, there were a lot of Gravy Bones in that top 8.
Yes.
Despite the fact that they were the second highest deck represented in the field, second only to Slippy, if memory serves. And how did they ascend, unless they're OP? We need bans. We need them now. Your take.
Well, I think that Gravy is still the most fair, permanent-based hero that we've gotten, aside from current Prism, but she doesn't lean that heavily into the permanence archetype. But I still think that Enigma was stronger. I think OG Prism was stronger. I think Dromai was stronger. So it's nice to see that we're kind of stepping down in that direction, but what I want to see, I don't want to see bans. I know that's a very controversial take. I want to see tools. I want to see tools in the form of our upcoming 31 expansion slots. I want to see LSS continue to quickly give other heroes answers. You know, this rock, paper, scissors idea of like this deck beats this deck, if it's too extreme, it doesn't feel good. If you sit down in front of a Gravy Bones and you know you're toast before the game even starts and you don't even have the tools to deal with it. I've chosen Guardian, therefore I lose to Gravy. I don't like that, and I really, really, really want to see more options. I'm very excited, like we said, about what fatigue could possibly mean into that matchup, but that wasn't an option for Singapore, so I don't know how that plays out yet.
Yeah, in a lot of the community, the more fervent ones, looking at you, Runaways podcast, have been calling for the ban hammer and saying that this is out of control. It's not fun to play against, but it is fun to play. That being said, I'm with you. I'm not 100% convinced that Gravy is unanswerable, especially just because you look at the players that made the top 8 on Gravy Bones. They were heavy hitters, man. It was Michael Hamilton, Arthur Trehay, Anki Dupaquier was an absolute monster in that top 8. Of course, our Singaporean that took it down was also I cannot pronounce the name. Shurhei. Anyway, incredible player in his own right and did very well to take down that entire event. I think there is something else going on here, and that is that these board state heroes, the ones that have a lot of agency behind them, and nobody has more agency than Gravy Bones because of the number of decision points you have throughout the game.
Drawing cards, looking at the graveyard, so many cards you get to look at. Yeah.
And I think inherently good players are just drawn to those kind of decks.
Yeah.
I think it's much more of a chicken versus the egg kind of conversation than is Gravy Bones on an absolute tear. Because it's also much more inconsistent than a lot of the other illusionists that we've seen.
Yes. And it has those action point gates that sort of, Droma, you get a board, you're swinging with everything.
Exactly.
Gravy, you can get 3, 4, 5 allies. There's 2 is the amount that you can really efficiently use. You can't really get more value. Sure, like 1 point here or there. You've got your Cuddy Sharks and things like that that can sort of add your limpets. But the thing, actually, that as we talk this out, that I would maybe like to see is you talked about bans, we talked about tools, but the idea of maybe like a planned suspension until the tools comes out feels like a cool compromise.
Temporary fix.
Right, like, hey, we're going to suspend these cards until we've printed some more answers, and then we're going to bring them back in. And then you can deal with Gravy with your tools. That to me seems interesting at the very least. I don't know if LSS has considered that or if that's something that they would consider, but the idea that, oh, wow, we've printed this hero. They're really strong. We like strong heroes, but like we haven't gotten to the point where the tools to deal with that strength, because the tools come later, right? That's the way it works. They look at the meta, they print cards to deal with the meta, and then, we've even seen it in the past where like Guardian Mastery is all about dealing with Enigma. Yeah. It's all of these aura things, and of course it helps in the mirror too, but all this aura hate, I was reading it, and I'm like, these are Enigma help. These are tools for Enigma. She's gone. It was too late. So, right, it's like, what maybe we should have seen is some bans or some suspensions that are implied to go away once the tools do come out.
So to sum up the Michael Murray 3-point plan for how to deal with Gravy Bones. Number 1, leave that ban hammer at home, LSS. Number 2, maybe think about some Band-Aids in the meantime. But number 3, learn from AGE and parade out a couple tools like Michael Murray and myself sooner rather than later so these other classes can contend. Am I right?
That's what I hope for.
Okay, amazing. Moving on from post-Singapore, let's talk about Super Slam. It's not just Mastery Pack Guardian that we've got on the horizon. Not really on the horizon, more like in our world today.
Yeah, sun has risen. It's 10 a.m. on the Mastery Pack.
But still over the horizon.
We just finished
Super
our
Slam.
coffee, played our first round right before this cast.
Yeah, Michael and I did a little bit of crack shuffle play.
Yeah, it was great.
It was indetermined who was going to win.
I was going to win.
Really? Nah, we don't really know.
We didn't finish the game.
It didn't come to fruition. Justin asked for a sound check. I was all in my head because I'm worried about sound checks, right? Anyway, Super Slam is coming your way, and Michael, this is one that has not made nearly as big of a splash, pardon the pun, as High Seas.
I mean, High Seas was like, the theme was so good.
There were tidal waves, and there was a hype up to the level to match it, right? In this case, we're centered around wrestling, which, while was not part of my childhood, I have recently learned was a huge part of a lot of other people's upbringing, and even the way they engage with entertainment nowadays. I mean, it's kind of weird. Like, people are coming out of the woodworks. Like, I've been a WWE fan since I was 5 years old. Anyway, all that being said, It is a set of heroes and heals, and I think that mentality also applies to the hype around the set itself. Some folks are are buying into it. Other folks would rather leave it at home. What's your take?
I am not a wrestling fan.
Okay.
I am a Guardian fan. So I'm really excited for this set because of being a Guardian player. And I think that, like a lot of sets, it does depend on what class you're maining. If you love Brute, if you love Guardian, this set's for you. Thematically, if you love wrestling, this set's for you. And I think my favorite thing about it is the sort of hot and cold takes we've seen really mirror that, like, you either love wrestling or you hate it kind of vibe. So I think it's a meta win in terms of like what types of people are attracted to it. And I think that the people who love it really, really love it.
Listen, maybe I'm a hipster and my hair and my affect have nothing to do with it, but I definitely seem to be gravitating more towards the sets that LSS thinks are going to be misses. They've talked about this hype schedule, right? They can't have every set up here because everybody would get fatigued out, and then ultimately nothing is special, right? But the Hunted, for example, I thought I was going to hate that set. Turns out I'm a Fang main.
Yeah.
And Super Slam, the trailer threw me for a loop, man. I was like, there's no way that this is where we're going in Wraith. And the more I thought about it, the more I saw what Lyath is going to be doing, what Tough Nut is going to be doing, I was like, nah, I'm all in on this,
It's
man.
a little comedic break, right? It's like we were super serious and locked in with high seas. Like, there's real stakes. We're on, like, sailing the high seas.
Yeah.
There's a necromancer out there raising the dead. You got to fight for your life. And then, now we're smashing chairs over each other's heads and kind of returning back to the arena. But this time, like the first time we went heavy hitters, that one felt, pretty like raw, pretty serious. We're in there, we're raising armies, we're getting gold and sort of like trying to win this. All there's stakes. And this one, I haven't really seen the stakes.
Just entertain the crowd, man.
Let's have
Court
fun.
of public
Let's
opinion.
Slam cards down. Yeah.
So the follow-up question, sure, you're a Guardian enjoyer, but are you excited to be revered or reviled?
That's a tough one.
Do you like playing the heel?
The thing, I got to go revered.
Okay.
And it's not because of the thematics. It's because there's something about Lyath. I don't like him.
Yeah,
I don't want my cards to be half. I don't want to deal with that. And maybe I'm wrong, and maybe I see the cards come out and I see the game plan and it looks really fun. But there's something about that hero power.
I thought you meant you just didn't like his look, the cut of his jib.
I mean, it's a little bit of that.
He's a greasy dude, man. I do not want to meet him.
I'm just thinking
in a
about
dark alleyway, even for dinner.
Every one of my cards blocks for 2. Yeah, sure, I get 5. He's a smart cookie. But I like the mechanic. I don't see it. But we haven't seen anything yet, so of course I don't see it.
I honestly already see it in CC. I mean, imagine a world where you have Rampart of the Ram's Head, right? You pitch the 2 to make it so all of your stuff blocks for a normal amount. You also have the 1 floating for your Rampart. You're also getting a Might token. So it's like that 1 extra card that you have in your hand basically like resets you to a normal hero and also gives you +1 at the beginning of your turn.
I think when I really kind of dig in, the problem I have is I don't get to play any of my Guardian cards. I'm going to have to use all the cards they print for him. It's going to be all the 0+5s, which maybe they turn out to be awesome, and I get really excited for playing them. But like none of the Guardian cards you're really allowed to play. None of the attack actions.
So I would argue, however, I mean, you still have to. I think there is going to be a lot of new cards that you are forced to play in Pleiades as well, because she's all about those suspense auras, and we have none of those as of yet.
It's pretty typical. I think most sets that come out, they shoehorn you into playing the new cards, and then you get a little bit of help from past sets. So it's not atypical at all for a hero to come out in a set and be like 90% you're using the new cards from the new set. And I think that's fine. I think that's great. But there's just something about, sending a 0-cost attack as a Guardian. I'm just like, that doesn't feel right.
That's not my bag, baby.
Nah, but Pleiades, I'm super hyped on. The idea of leaning into an aura package. I remember when Betsy first came out, and I was like, oh, we're going to slam auras and do huge attacks. Didn't quite work out. The lack of go again, I think, really hurt when those auras were printed. But I think they're learning from that, and I think the auras we're about to see are going to be pretty killer.
It's also the first time where we really get a chance for Guardian to be managing resources other than, the cards in their hand and in their pitch zone throughout the course of a game. Like these suspense counters, I just picture a world where she is just playing the crowd as best she can to build up to the biggest possible encore that she could possibly send her opponent's way. And that is so thematic and freaking awesome.
I mean, that encore that you're talking about, going and taking another turn, is so sick. And of all classes, I was not expecting it to be Guardian, the slow, bulky Guardian that gets to play twice in a row. But it makes a ton of sense. I mean, she's not fast. She's getting the encore. They want more.
Yeah.
So it's cool.
Honestly, this set is going to be so much fun. Even if I don't play any of these heroes in CC, even if they are not viable in that regard, I can imagine a world where this limited environment is one I want to return to time and time again.
Yeah.
Where you've got a crowd of people watching the final game that's going around. The reviled hero wins and goes, "Are you not entertained?"
Seems cool.
Right?
Yeah.
All right. Well, moving on, the AGE Players Championships is just about to happen, folks. Here in LA, it's going to be just next month in September. AGE New England is a little bit behind us. They didn't get started until February this year, so they've got 2 more opens, one of which will be happening on August 30th at Grave Troll Games, which we will be streaming. The next one will be on September 6th at Great Stories Comics and Gamings in Whitensville, Massachusetts. Pardon my tongue. And that will be the final open for them before we organize their Players Championship for October. Now, none of these dates for the Players Championships are yet set in stone, and the reason for that is because we'll put out a Google Doc with all players that qualify and try to find a date that works best for the majority of the top 16. These players worked so hard throughout the year in order to get to this point, so we want to offer this event to as many as can possibly make it. So stay tuned for those dates as they become available. But also, Michael, we've got to take a look at the standings here. You talked about a lot of stakes, and you're getting me very hungry. I could go for a T-bone right now. But the stakes here are the highest for the players on this top 16 leaderboard who have the chance to move around and potentially even fall out of the running for the Players' Championship. No, I'm not talking about Colin Eriksen with 84 AGE points. There is something interesting about him, though, Michael. He has the opportunity today to make the record for the most AGE points taken into the Players' Championship, which is currently held by Zachary Wallach at either 102 or 104. I can't quite remember.
So if he gets 20 points, at least, he's either tied or gets the record. If he wins it all, he goes flying ahead by 10 to 12.
Which, there's no significance about that except for bragging rights, but...
Yeah, no significance about bragging rights in the game of Flesh and Blood, right?
If there's one thing I know about Zachary Wallach, is that he is aware of this. And I have yet to talk to him about it. So I can't wait to get in his mug today and mad dog him about the possibility of Colin taking down his title.
No, I was just watching the Pro Tour Singapore, kind of rewatching it on the way out here, and watching the interview with Michael Hamilton, trying to get the Infinity Stones for his gauntlet. If there's bragging rights on the table, I know these players want to go for them.
And we love to brag here at AGE. Speaking of, our resident heel, Peter Buddensiek, is sitting comfortably in the 6th spot. Chris Aioli, just ahead of him, is not here today. He's instead at Auckland, participating in one of the most amazing Flesh and Blood events around, if this year, if not, if ever. We've also got Paul Selinske, who we talked about, Mr. Peck Perfect himself in the 8th seat. I think he's going to be pretty darn safe at 67 points. What we need to talk about more is the folks in like the 13th to 16th range here, Michael.
Yeah.
Those are the ones, especially Aidan Kwasneski, who have the chance to fall out of contention today. And that is where dreams are made, but also dashed at the AGE Open.
There are a lot of players sitting from 17 and below that are right hot on the heels of these top 16, especially, as you said, looking at maybe that 58 mark and below. Very, very possible to fall out, especially if they don't do well. And then some of the people who are close up do well today. I mean, there's a potential 30-point injection to anyone below them. People that are in the 20s could skyrocket above them.
Yes, 100%. And I believe I identified about 8 to 10 players below Aidan Kwasneski that are ripe to completely disrupt this Players' Championship, because they're the players that don't need to win the event to skyrocket themselves into contention. So that's where my mind will certainly be. I'm thinking of Brian Gutierrez.
Yeah.
He could really mess this top 16 up. Anthony Del Taco Zichella,
Yeah.
who has he played his first AG Open of the season 2 events ago, and he is in contention for the top 8. He is only in the 18th slot, so you better believe that he's going to be bringing his searing daggers.
He got first and then top 8, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he just flew into this.
And that's all it takes, folks.
Yeah.
Heroes are made in a matter of moments here at AGE, and Season 3 is no different.
There is one little thing I want to mention
Please.
that I'm super excited about for today. I think we were talking about maybe putting the player rankings next to their names. So while you're watching the games today, pay attention to that number. That'll tell you where this person is placed and whether they've got a shot at the Players' Championship.
Oh, and it just adds an extra degree of tension, doesn't it, Michael? And I can't wait to see how it's going to play out. That's not the only thing that's on the line here, though, folks. AGE points are incredibly important, but there's also cash. So even if you are out of contention for the Players' Championship today, you still have the opportunity to go home with 400 big ones. And based on the deals that are being offered here at TDK, our sponsor in Riverside, California, that can turn into a lot of scratch.
Oh, yeah. They've got the promos. They've got extra promos that they're thrown in because they really want people to be excited about buying this stuff. I saw a packet of rainbow foil promos that they're giving away when you hit the $200 mark. It's just, the more you buy, the more you get out here.
And the bang for your buck is off the charts if you are tuning at home, giving us your eyeballs and ear holes on the stream, because we've got a lot of amazing Flesh and Blood action coming your way, and we will be back with it in just a moment. We're going to go for a short break as the players' meeting gets underway, and then it's nonstop action. Are you ready, Michael?
Oh, yeah.
What do you say we crack, shuffle, and play during this break and see if we can get another game in?
Let's get it.
All right, brother. We'll be back with more Flesh and Blood after this. It's early in the morning here, but the tension is already heating up. Ratcheting up, I should say. Aidan Kwasneski, our 16th seed, is going to be taking on a newcomer. First ever AG Open from Jesse. Let's take a look at Aidan's player profile. What do you notice, Michael?
What would winning the Players' Championship mean to you? Everything. The highest achievement in my flesh and blood career. Man, that's awesome. So that actually would be really important. And this is really important, this very first game, because he's sitting there at 16th right now.
And that means a lot, being his greatest achievement in flesh and blood, especially when he is one of the three brothers floating, one of the, I think, the most popular flesh and blood YouTube channel in existence.
I think so, yeah. And I know he's faced off against Chris Ioli a few times on that channel. I don't know if he's ever won, but maybe that could trump the winning of the Players' Championship. Beating Chris Ioli is something that I have not done yet. And I've met him in 2 finals in my career in Flesh and Blood, and I got
hard to do.
Swept both times.
Aidan is on the pancake side of the waffles and pancakes debate, and that seems to be because his grandma makes them oh so well. Shout out to the grandmas out there that give us sensory memories and give us so much to cherish it long into our adulthood. So shout out to Aidan's Oma. If she is watching here today, he loves your pancakes, Oma. Keep doing what you're doing.
And yeah, we've got Flesh and Blood coming up real soon. I think we're just waiting for the players to set up. Nope, we're getting the thumbs up.
They are absolutely ready, but real quick, we'll cut to the player standings here. I want to point out in the 16th seed, that is where our competitor, Aidan Kwasneski, is currently sitting at 49 points. His competitor, Jesse, has a lot less on the line because he has no AG points to speak of. But
the reputation of being the one to knock him out would be pretty sweet.
Yeah, there is no love lost here, but Jesse's still going to try to kill Aidan as best as he can.
Good luck.
So let's go ahead and proceed on down to the match floor, folks. It is Jesse Padilla on the left side of your screen, piloting our Ira Scarlet Revenger versus Aidan Kwasneski on Puffin Hightail. How about that for a last open pick?
He brought that to our armory last week, and I was just geeking out over his deck list. I'm assuming he's bringing Switchboard. That's the one that he was really excited about. Half boost, half crank, cogs. And, there's so many different ways to go about building Puffin, and him kind of splitting it down the middle. I'm really excited to see how this deck runs, what version he brings into Ira, and see how it all plays out.
Ever since she's come on the scene, Puffin players have really been debating whether boost or crank is the way. I was about to say boost or puff. You're puffing every single time you play the hero. But no, the debate is between boost and crank. And I've always been fascinated by this idea of, is there a switchboard kind of like, pistol or boost dash that can be afforded to Puffin? I have no idea what the value proposition for each would be, but Aidan seems to have found it. So I'm really excited to see what he decides to bring into this matchup against Ira Scarlet Revenger.
And looking at his hand, that cranial processor? Was that
cerebellum processor?
Cerebellum, thank you.
Both are in the head.
Yeah. Cerebellum processor, a really good card to start with. The ability to draw just straight up on an item on the field, as we see Aidan playing that blue copper cog, getting one established, cranking it, and playing the cerebellum processor, following up a nice start to set up 2 items established.
Jesse giving a laugh because Aidan's cerebellum processor is in Japanese, so Aidan's taking a minute to explain exactly how this card works. Taking a look at the equipment suite of Jesse Padilla, he seems to be loaded out to the nines. These are pretty typical Ira. This is the typical Ira costume, I should say, that we are known to see. I guess the only difference would be the arm slot here and there, but I think Iras have pretty much settled into this loadout.
Yeah, foregoing the new headpiece, of course, I think that one might be more utilized into an aggressive matchup. Puffin known to be a little bit more mid-rangey, but certainly has the potential to be aggressive, especially if Aidan brought the boost version.
Man, and the card drawn off of that second crank was yet another copper cog. Aidan has another one in hand, so he is definitely cogging more than he is boosting thus far, and I think that's a pretty heads-up choice, especially because a lot of the time Ira can just play the value game from the first moment, from the first action, and grind out into a fatigue state pretty readily. So I think that's a good play from Aidan here. Harmonized Kodachi comes through. with the first point of damage, first blood drawn in this, the first round of the AG Open Series. 40 plays 39 as the second Kodachi comes in for 2.
Yeah, that 1-2 punch, Ira just getting so much value out of the hero power throughout the game.
Aidan grabs the damage dice. Harmonized Kodachi coming in for 2 go again, thanks to the fact that aspect of Tiger Mind in the pitch zone has a cost of 0. Aidan looking at a perk up Lone Shark, Cogworks Zeppelin, and I believe that second copy of Copper Cog in the hand. Going to be a monster of a turn when it comes back to Aidan, but here comes Bittering Thorns, one of those on-hits that you don't love to respect, but it just keeps the value train going for Ira if you allow it to connect. It's 4 go again at the moment. If it draws blood, it will confer +1 to Jesse's next attack.
Not to mention, currently Mask of Momentum is online, so Aidan especially incentivized to block this out, prevent that card draw. This is the third chain link.
Do we have any tricks in the hand of Jesse? No ancestral empowerments here. It's just a looking for a scrap and another red card that I couldn't quite make out. That is a sensor. So either way, there's a 1 cost coming at the end of this chain. Jesse will have to pitch a red to make it happen, but yeah, this is a bread and butter Ira turn.
Yeah, and if he is able to draw a card here, that would just clean things up even more, allow for the arsenal.
Aidan really in the tank here. He does have himself 2 3 blocks in the hand. He's also got Unicycle at the ready to kick 1 damage to the curb. But then Sensor is just going to be the follow-up. And will Aidan respect that on hit? Does he think that his opponent knows his deck well enough to call out the right card?
And blocking with the Lone Shark, I like this here because Aidan already has so many cogs established, but that card is such an important engine for Puffin. I think in a different scenario, he would like to keep that in play. Having the gold available to just always have the hero ability, make that golden cog as needed is so crucial for Puffin's consistency.
No block, says Aidan Kwasneski. He is not afraid of whatever Jesse could name. Let's listen in and see if we can hear.
Like, I know what the card is. Can I get a judge to tell me?
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to call a judge real quick. Jesse just wants to kind of talk through. This is probably a hero he has never seen before. You
want to make sure you get the name of the card right. Maybe he can describe it to our judge
yes.
and make sure the name that he's saying is really the name of the card.
I tend to think he's trying to come up with the name Palantir Aeronaut. What do you think, Michael?
It could be. With that many cogs on the field, that's a great one. Of course, Dovetail is another option that can be really, really hard to deal with that many cogs.
Yeah.
1 for 7 go again is a lot for a little.
And sometimes, and sometimes you don't even need 3 cogs to make that work with Cogworks Dovetail.
Yep.
There are a lot of scary things in that Puffin deck, but you only get 1 shot at naming them.
You got to get it right.
Yeah, 100% looks like choice has been made here. We're not 100% sure what it was, but Aidan's play is definitely going to tell us. What do you think about naming Copper Cog sometimes?
It's a consistent choice. I think that would be one of the best options in terms of likelihood of hitting.
Aidan is ticking down the Steam counters on those cogs and the Cerebellum processor, also ticking up that Fiendal Spring Tunic. Looks like Palantir Aeronaut was the chosen card for Sensor. Aidan thanking his lucky stars because there is no Palantir Aeronaut in the hand. It could be drawn here, though, because Aidan is probably going to crank. Cranking both of these golden cogs, which means that he'll draw a card off of Puffin.
Well, not only will he draw a card off of Puffin, but with that extra action point, he has the option to draw a card off of the Cerebellum processor as well. So this is a huge pairing. It's a lot harder to get those action points as Puffin as it was compared to, say, Dash.io. But pairing these together is massive.
Also, that second action point, going to pair right into that Cerebellum processor. So it's 2 cards here. Lots of reds, though, for Aidan. He's got so much power in the hand, but does he have enough resources to actually deploy it? He would love for his Fiendal Spring Tunic to be on 3 on this particular turn.
Luckily for him, he does have 2 floating, which might still be enough. He has the Dovetail in hand, which is not the Palantir Aeronaut, but the other powerhouse. So Aidan kind of dodging a bullet on that one. And he even got another cog in the machine. I don't know if this is the turn to establish it. Probably not. But having that again for next turn is a He's got gas.
I tend to think this is going to be Cogworks Dovetail into Cogworks Zeppelin into Spitfire, and probably arsenaling that cog in the machine, pitching the perk up in order to get this done.
All right, the prediction is in. Let's see if Bryce got it right as that Dovetail comes out. 4 cogs at the ready.
Currently 5, but as a thrice per turn instant, you can tap a cog you control to give Cogworks Dovetail +1 or go again. Also on hit, it's going to untap every single cog that Aidan controls. So you better believe that 3 cogs are going to be tapped in response. And yes, here we go. 7 is the ask now after 2 cogs have been tapped. And Jesse has passed on blocks. Takes 7. And then in response to the on hit, Aidan is astutely going to tap this cog and give it go again, which you are allowed to do, which then means that Cogworks Dovetail is going to be able to untap all 3 of those cogs and use them on a later attack. And a later attack is definitely going to be that Cogworks Zeppelin.
Yeah, that is such a powerful card in this set. The ability to continue to generate cards while staying offensive it's one of the few that can do both.
There is a line where Aidan, taps to create a cog and then perk ups and untaps, but it's unhelpful here because he's already drawn his card for the turn after cranking twice. I really think the only option, yes, is the Cogworks Zeppelin here, which is going to be coming in for 6 in the red. On hit, Aidan can tap a cog to create a new cog. And so even though this attack doesn't have go again, when that new cog comes into play, Aidan can then crank it, get his action point back.
That is when the Spitfire comes in. It looks like you predicted this turn perfectly. You a Puffin main by chance?
Definitely not a main. I really enjoyed her limited play, and yeah, I kind of want to build her in Constructed Man.
Cool,
the
man.
cog management is just so fun.
Look at that board state. You think Gravy has permanence? Well, these do go away, but...
Yeah, Puffin Hightail, the real board state hero.
I'll tap 2 cogs.
Yep, 2 cogs getting tapped here. This airboat has a twice per turn instant, but the only options there are +1, which brings this up to 8. Jesse loves this hand. He has just taken an absolute beating this turn. And yeah, that 3rd cog getting tapped to create yet another golden cog. You'd better believe that Aidan is going to be cranking it so that he can swing that Spitfire for 3. He is thinking about it, though.
It is possible, because Puffin is so reliant on cogs, for him to forego the 3 damage here. But he, of course, chooses not to. He wants that 3 damage a little bit more valuable than the potential, especially with 1 copper cog still available. I like this choice.
Now it's from the Spitfire. Puffin taking a crack at Ira from the Golden Goose. And into the arsenal goes Cog in the Machine. Aidan just put up, what was that? That was 7 + 8 + 3, 18 damage and still arsenal the card.
That's a lot of damage coming out
Puffin
here.
can dish it out, man.
Yep. And Jesse Padilla just taking it all. Loves his hand, as you said. And let's see what he's got to crack back with.
22 plays 32, a 10 life deficit after that monster of a turn from Aidan Kwasneski, who is just a master at drawing Cogworks Dovetail off the top of his deck. I gotta say, he did that exact thing against me at Armory the other day. It was a game that I was running away with, and don't get me wrong, I still took it down, but it was a nail biter after Aidan pulled that off.
Ooh, even bigger than that. That is a card I have not seen in a long time. Pairs very well with the Kodachis to create an additional Quicken token as well as draw a card if the card revealed has power greater than the damage dealt, which we see a Command and Conquer coming
That's a
off
little
the
more
top.
than 1.
And pair that with the Quicken token, this is looking like a scary setup of a turn.
And for that matter, the +1 on Ira's ability, because that will be Jesse's 2nd attack for the turn. That Cog in the Machine might not be long for this world in Aidan's arsenal. For now, Aidan has taken the 1. 22 plays 31. The life deficit is getting closer. And yeah, Command and Conquer for 7. What a follow-up. This is exactly what brings players to the Ira deck.
You love to see it. Clap back is in order. 7, that break point. Fortunately, Aidan still has 1 piece of Battle Worn that he can... Oh, I'm sorry. No, he has the gloves, not Battle Worn. So if he did decide to commit here, that would be pretty much all of his effective equipment block until he's ready to sacrifice the tunic. So this is a tough question to answer that Jesse is asking. 7, destroy Arsenal on hit.
Yeah, and it looks like Aidan might be holding onto a blue. I can't quite make it out. There are 2 yellows. No, it's a
No
red.
blues.
So honestly, this might be a turn where Aidan wants to block out anyway, but he still can't do so efficiently, like you mentioned, Michael.
Giving up the Conqueror here, although it's one of the most powerful cards in the Puffin arsenal, doesn't work if you don't have the 2 blues in hand. So I do like that he's thumbing this as a potential blocking card.
Conqueror of the High Seas getting ready to jump in front of the original bad boy Arsenal hate. Command and Conquer, of course, says on hit, destroy all cards in the opposing player's arsenal. Also, no D-reacts can be played to its chain link. Not a relevant part of that card here, but it just shows how good that card has been since its inception.
He didn't get there, but he would have loved to see one of those Cogworks Sentinels with the number of golden cogs he has out.
Aidan really valuing that cog in the machine in his arsenal. He's used his last real blocking equipment and a powerful card to boot in order to shore up that on-hit effect, and it's E-Strike as the finish. Oh, and Jesse doesn't even value the drawn card here. He just wants to get max damage potential out of every single one of his cards. It's buff power on this Enlightened Strike, despite the fact that he will end without an arsenal.
I think in a blue-heavy list, it makes a lot of sense not to take the gamble. Putting a blue in the arsenal is not necessarily worth 2, so it has the chance to be worth less than that 7 damage. So I do respect the choice. I think that high rolling is an option, and certainly worth considering getting a better card in arsenal there, but
yeah, and I love it because there are a lot of dead draws in this Ira deck, and Jesse just drew one up as the first card. It was Warmonger's Diplomacy. Probably not one that you want in your arsenal against Puffin. It can be disruptive against her here and there, but you don't want to hang your entire turn on it.
I agree with that, although, like you said, there are a lot of non-attack actions that Puffin likes to play, and here we see one of them, Loan Shark, being thumbed.
Oh, Cog in the Machine is going to come out here thanks to that Tunic counter. Aidan's going to go back into the deck and see if he can find something juicy. One of those Cogs is cranked. The second one is cranked. So 2 action points here, but will he have enough resources in order to make use of both of those action points? That's the real power of Spitfire, isn't it?
Having the extra action point to start the chain with Spitfire, if you so choose.
Loan Shark comes out of the hand, I think, because Aidan has got himself Jolly Bludger and Soup Up. Is it just going to be... I tend to think maybe it's going to be Soup Up into Shoot Spitfire here.
With the number of cogs I could see, and the fact that he has the extra action point, I can see an argument for the Jolly Bludger. That's a blue Soup Up, right?
Oh my gosh, I thought it was red. Maybe it is blue.
I think it's blue.
You are absolutely right, Michael.
But this is Jolly Bludger.
Tell him, Aidan.
You're not going to care about. One action point. I can tap a cog to give it overpower.
Aidan says you're not going to care about the on-hit, and he's right about that because, of course, it will steal as many items as damage as it does. Excuse me. Jesse, however, has absolutely no items to speak of in this arena. So really, it's just going to be the thrice per turn instant of +1 that's going to have to worry Jesse.
And Aidan, interestingly, choosing to give it overpower, anticipating maybe Jesse wanting to block out here and trying to circumvent his ability to do so. Not sure how I feel about that. In the end, he will sacrifice 1 damage to do so.
+1.
Maybe he figures that when he shoots Spitfire on the next chain link, chances are that the Ira deck will only have 3 blocks anyway.
And
you know what
here
I'm saying?
we see Jesse committing that D-react. So actually, Aidan sort of gaining some value there anyway in the form of blocking cards from Jesse. So had he pumped it up, it wouldn't have made a difference.
But you know, Aidan pulled out a Flick Flack from his opponent at a time where he couldn't get maximum value on the next chain link. So
yeah.
A little bit of a win for Aidan here. Jesse going into his turn with 2 cards in hand. Honestly, that's not the worst situation for Ira, especially when one of those is a 0-cost blue and the other is Bittering Thorns.
Yeah, really efficient curve here. Looking at what, a 2-card 9, maybe
Could
10?
be. Could be,
if it
yeah.
hits.
Jesse in the tank here. Really wanting to put the hurt on the dreams of Aidan Kwasneski. when he first came over to the feature match, I was like, you know this guy? And he was like, no. I was like, that's kind of a surprise, honestly, because Aidan is kind of a mainstay of the content creator community. But nevertheless, he sees the opportunity for blood here.
Just cranking on the cogs and
Yeah,
stuff like that.
I'm sure. I can't see chat right now, but I just recalculated and my math was way off. So if you guys aren't chewing me out for that,
I know. I went along with
you're
it.
failing as a Twitch chat.
I was like, I think it's more of
that
a
sounds
two-card
right.
7.
Yeah,
but
no.
okay, yeah, no, sure. Jesse is confirming with our judge here that his opponent, the Puffin deck, does have non-attack actions. He's deciding whether or not to just play out a Warmonger's Diplomacy and arsenal the Bittering Thorns, or actually push a little bit of
Are
damage.
you
here.
allowed to ask that? Hey, does my opponent have non-attack actions?
Not quite that way. I think it was more like, hey,
What do
are
you
the-
think? Hey, does this play look good? Like, what do you think?
One damage makes it.
Coming in for 1, followed up with 2.
Connor is, of course, a good person to ask, but only after he's had his nap.
Sure. I mean, all questions are allowed. It's just whether or not he will answer them the way that you would like them to be answered.
Gosh, I would love to hear Connor answer a question like that. Like, yeah, I can't talk to you about that, man. For now, it is Harmonized Kodachi for 1, which did connect. Harmonized Kodachi for 2, however, yes, has also been accepted. And then the Bittering Thorns on Chainlink 3. I don't love that.
Well, he's going for the Mask of Momentum trigger, I think, which is fair. It is 1 less damage, but it does confer a little bit more of a meaningful on-hit. Aidan, of course, he's got 2 block cards in hand. It's not the most efficient way to use them because it's 6 blocking 4, but I do think that this is a nice opportunity for him to refresh a cog and get another gold for his troubles. We're kind of entering this like mid-range area of the game where both players do have defensive tools and they're now drawing into them consecutively. So getting efficient blocking here instead of those really powerful gas attack turns like we saw earlier in the game.
No, you're right, Michael. You've completely changed my mind on this sequencing.
Yeah.
This is definitely the better way to go, especially when Aidan just doesn't have any more real blocking armor. He's got the Fiendal Spring Tunic, but this early in the game, even though we're at half life and only 20 minutes in, you still don't want to give up the Tunic yet. Ira games are going to go long, no matter how hard you're smashing one another, and there's a lot more value to be gained on that chess piece.
I agree with you there.
He's lining up those 2 block cards, as you said. Going to be able to continue that gold generation and also that golden cog generation.
I can't see the last card in Aidan's hand. I wonder if
copper
he's
cog.
in the tank. Okay, so I was wondering if he was blue short, but it doesn't seem like that. I wonder why he's thinking so hard. Maybe still considering the tunic, but I don't see... I guess he could arsenal the copper cog, play it, and then draw a card with Puffin's hero ability.
On defense, tap a cog.
Only blocking for 3 is
Interesting.
Aidan Kwasneski. He wants to be able to keep that copper cog in hand to get his first crank of the turn, potentially activate Puffin for the second, or even just hang his hat on the Cogworks Zeppelin in hand to try to get that second crank and draw a card off the top of the deck.
So valuing his ability to have a meaningful turn, and of course we know the draws aren't necessarily that great, and here we see Jesse hitting that blue off the top.
This is exactly what I was talking about. There are dead draws in the Ira deck, so Mask of Momentum is not nearly as threatening as in a deck, a ninja deck like Cindra or Phi. And just drawing out a 1-2 punch. Nevertheless, because Bittering Thorns had go again, Jesse didn't have to put that card in his arsenal. Instead, was just able to sneak a little bit of extra damage in there.
Yeah, ended up
and
being
reach life parity.
effectively the same thing as if he had sequenced it the other way. Just the extra 1 damage, which, Aidan sort of gambling and being rewarded for that, deciding to keep his offensive power instead.
Activation of Puffin Hightail here creates a golden cog, which is cranked, of course. Copper cog comes out, gets cranked, and off the top of the deck, it's a Jolly Bludger. How does Aidan feel about that? It's middling here because he just doesn't have enough resources to deploy both of these attacks. Nevertheless, his arsenal is empty, so one could find its way there at the end of this turn. It's still going to be a really efficient play here. Cogworks Zeppelin comes out, and there are so many cogs at Aidan's disposal. 6 damage now. It's almost assuredly going to be 8, and then turn itself into a Spitfire for 2. Does Jesse want to respect this here? Does he have a good blocking hand is the real question.
Well, don't forget if this connects, it will. Oh, never mind. It makes the cog, but it doesn't. You got to tap one, so you're not netting a cog.
Correct.
This creates on hit, I could crank.
Gaining a cog, but not one that you can use on
For
this
the
turn, essentially,
Spitfire,
right?
exactly right.
So just a measly 6 right now.
But as you said, efficiency in spades, this going up to 8 and then +2, that's a 2-card 10. That's really, really high value here.
Both of these players just throwing the book of numbers at one another. I wonder if either of them's a CPA.
Oh, you can crank 2. Okay. Twice.
Jesse learning on the fly about the power of these golden gears. Looks like the block is going to be maybe 4. We're thumbing the pouncing paws in the foot zone.
There's definitely an argument to block this out. The value you gain from preventing that go again and preventing the Spitfire is, I mean, it's at least +2, right? That's what he's staring down the barrel of. So
Yeah, that's fine.
opting for, looks like just 4.
Just blocking 4, daring Aidan to go up to 8, because if Jesse has the flick flack in hand, he can stuff this turn. Aidan doesn't really have an option, though. He's got to use these cogs as efficiently as possible. Otherwise, they're just going to go by the wayside next turn. And 4 damage does come across. 19 plays 15 now in the favor of Aidan Kwasneski as he puts another golden cog onto the battlefield and cranks it.
On the crank here.
Course? He's thinking on the crank. Not sure if he wants to crack off that Spitfire for 2 or hold on to a cog for next turn. He's gonna put his foot on the brake here, Michael.
So I actually really like this for 2 reasons. 1, we're seeing how many cogs are leaving the battlefield next turn. And 2, we know that his arsenal is that Jolly Bludger, which is a very cog-hungry card. If he draws any more cards that want cogs, he's going to have trouble deploying all of it. So valuing the consistency here and the upside of having a more powerful turn next turn, foregoing the 2 damage. And that's one of the things that Puffin players really need to think about, just managing the cog system.
I spy a pummel, Michael.
Ooh.
And 2 blues in the hand could
Does
be
he
a very
have-
disruptive
no.
turn. There's also a Palantir Aeronaut, Michael.
Oh.
Could this be massive? Aidan does have 16 life with which to work after descending down from 18. Loan Shark did rob him of 2 of his life because he wasn't able to pay that gold toll. Kadachi for 1, Kadachi for 2. Will he accept this? Yeah, Aidan is posturing no blocks here. But this cut through is threatening Mask of Momentum, and Aidan got lucky on one of those Mask of Momentum draws. It was just an innocuous blue, but will he get lucky a second time? That's what he's got to figure out here.
Yeah, and it's probably between giving up the Tunic or just not blocking and letting Ira go super wide once again.
Oh, you know he is itching to deploy Palantir Aeronaut plus Pummel, though.
And he just says no blocks. Get your card, Jesse.
Down to 10 goes Aidan Kwasneski, showing no fear in the face of the Mask of Momentum. It's another head jab out of the hand of Jesse Padilla. Pain in the backside. The last card in hand is behind his shoulder, but he's about to reveal it for us now. And
he has the
is
Tunic.
online.
This is huge for Jesse.
Aidan is not going to like this one bit.
I
The top
think
of the deck
he
is
cares-
really cooperating for Jesse.
I think he cares a little bit more about the damage than the arsenal disruption. I feel like he's kind of okay letting go of that Jolly Bludger if I was in his shoes, but when he's sitting at 10, about to take 4 and then 6 coming in, that's his entire life. So he does need to block here at least a little bit.
Okay, Aidan seems to be letting go of the Pummel Dream, but Command and Conquer comes down.
Aidan keeping his cool, not visibly upset about this card. There it is. A little bit of a shake of the head now as he's processing it, and he just takes it.
Down goes the Jolly Bludger, and down goes Aidan to 4 life. 15 plays 4, massively in the favor now of Ira Scarlet Revenger, but Aidan's got something to say about it.
Oh yeah, he's got the clap back of the Sentry queued up, the Pummel with the Palantir. He's short 1 resource to play that off of just 1 card.
He
I
can.
don't know if he has to crack a gold to try to get there.
No, he's still got Polycranka.
Oh.
So he's going to crank a golden
Okay.
cog.
Oh, this
Crank
is a great use of
Polycranka.
Polycranka.
The drawn card is cog into
He
the
gets
machine,
okay. He
Michael.
gets the red, which is enough. It's enough. Oh, and he still has. Yeah. Okay. So
Still enough.
He's got the 3 cogs as well.
And he's also got Unicycle at the ready. He's probably not going to come out to play here because 3 cogs is all you need for Palantir Aeronaut. Is this enough disruption, though, Michael? It all depends on the way Jesse blocks.
Yeah.
If he just kind of feigns death and says, all right, I'll give you one of my equipment pieces, probably just Pouncing Paws and nothing else, Aidan is not going to get a whole lot of value on this Palantir Aeronaut, a card that just can go sky high in terms of the numbers it generates.
Yeah, and with Aidan at 4 life, you got to think Jesse is perfectly willing to use his life total as a resource so that he can save as many cards as he can to try to put that final nail in the coffin in this game.
Because really, Aidan is at 4 life, but Jesse only has to do 3 more damage in order to get Aidan in an uncomfortable situation, to say the very least. Because Kodachi Lock, when you're at 1 life, you're not actually at 1 life.
Yeah.
I mean, you are just hucking your cards in front of low-cost attacks
You have to defend
until the
against
end of the
equipment.
game. That is really when the game is over in the favor of an Ira player.
Make it 9 and then destroy a defending
And
card.
we are seeing Jesse now learn for the first time what this really means. Forced to block with an equipment.
And then
Doesn't stipulate which equipment. That equipment doesn't have to have block value. So Jesse, nevertheless, throwing a Tiger Stripe Shuko in front of that Palantir Aeronaut. He has a Flick Flack in the hand.
5.
Will Aidan wait on it for that Flick Flack? I don't think he can. I think he's got to just send it right here and now with those cogs.
I will tap 3 cogs, pushing
He
it
can
to
potentially bait out that Flick Flack
9.
before
I'll
deploying the pummel,
destroy,
however.
the recoil.
He's destroying the recoil here because he knows that Tiger Stripe Shuko is already going to be destroyed at the end of the combat chain. Hucking that pummel out as well. So this is a whopping 13, Michael, threatening a discard of a card on hit.
Jesse has the cards to block 6 total here if he deploys the Flick Flack.
On
So
hit, discard a card.
14, 9, 10, 11, 12,
Any amount of
13.
damage, just
That
Should be 13.
Yeah.
13.
13.
Yes.
Yep. Okay, cool. My math is mathing, I swear. So 13 it is, on 2 currently, so 11 leaking through. Jesse does have himself a Flick Flack in the hand, so he's able to block 6 on 13 here. Still going to take 7 damage and lose a card for his troubles, which would mean that he would go into his turn with a single card if he blocks with that Flick Flack. That might be enough to at least turn the tide for the moment for Aidan Kwasneski, but he's got to keep his foot on the gas until death do us part.
One other thing that I really like about the deployment of Polycranko last turn is that it does give Aidan just a little bit more life buffer if Jesse chooses to attack. At this point, it represents 25% of his life, so even just a single Kodachi going into that bird means that Aidan would end the turn with 2 life instead of 1, and that's a big deal.
And then gives him 4 consecutive turns where he can take a Kodachi for 1. No! Jesse says, I would rather just put this Flick Flack into the bin and go down to 4 with you.
Wow.
I got to keep these 2 cards because I have to keep the pressure on. I really like this play from Jesse. What's he got, though? And that's why. It's another Command and Conquer in the hand, Michael.
That's huge. The 1 into 7 is a lot of breakpoints to deal with, and it might even just be clear the Polycranka. No? I don't know if Jesse's thinking about it
He
in
might not
terms
be.
of, because it's really important to get rid of that card. Giving Aidan the ability to draw a card every single turn is backbreaking, especially when these are the life totals.
And Aidan can't block with a single card here, even if he were to
but
block
no,
with that
he
soup
has-
up. He does. You're right. He does have Golden Skywarden in the hand. This is exactly what he needs right now. That Skywarden is going to make massive use of those 3 cogs that remain on the board. Aidan could block for 5 here if he galvanizes every single one of those cogs.
I really like giving 2 cards here, including the Skyward, and resetting that gold at this point, especially when you've got a Polycranka cranking out cards to draw with, just protecting that life total.
The offensive output of this hand, though, is really going to depend on whatever is on top of the deck. He's got that Goldwing Turbine, which is a very resource-hungry card. Also going to generate a cog for its trouble. So Aidan will be cog-rich once again, but he's got to find an attack that means something
Yeah,
off the top of the deck.
I think you have a really good point here. He's in the tank right now. Just honestly, I think he's thinking about going to 1. It's a very hard choice, but he's now in the same position as Jesse. Jesse decided to take the damage in favor of pushing more because of the low life. And here Aidan's faced with the same choice. Do you take that extra damage, go to 1, just so that you can keep the extra cards to push through? Do you think you can get there with 4 life on Jesse's side?
This is the hardest moment for decks like this, like Puffin, who rely so heavily on the unknown.
And don't forget, folks, Aidan is sitting here at 16th place currently in the rankings. This game and every game he plays today means so much for his ability to make it to the Players' Championship.
Jesse, so happy to watch his opponent squirm at his first ever game at an AGE Open. What a magnificent start for an AGE career from Jesse.
This guy's a stone cold killer. I love the look on his face.
Absolutely diabolical. Hailing from Redondo Beach, his home store is Collector Legion, our previous home on the Western Seaboard. Unhappy to be driving all the way out to Riverside when we used to be a stone's throw away from his home, but nevertheless, he is here and he's representing. It's the last Open of the season, but he said that is the one that I want to be my first.
Love it.
And man, he is just making Aidan sweat here. 4 plays 3. The tension is so palpable already. Both these players at 0-0, and it's already this fierce, Michael.
He's just so in the tank. There's no right choice here. It's like it feels so bad to give 2 cards in this spot when your opponent's sitting at 4, giving up the tempo against the Kodachis.
I think it's what he's got to do. I think you're absolutely right, Michael. You got to keep your life total high.
3 and
He blocks with the Goldwing Turbine, though. That's interesting.
He already has the ability to make 2 or to crank twice with the Polycranka and the Hero Power, and it's really kind of an inefficient card. It doesn't go wide. It's a 2 for 3, really. Like the blue in his hand is a 0 for 2. It's actually higher value than that. So I kind of like this block here.
So both those golden cogs converted back into gold thanks to the Golden Sky Warden. Card that is magnificent on defense, less so on offense. Copper Cog left around on Aidan's side of the board, even though it is going to go the way of Polycranka at the beginning of the turn. Tunic is now on 3, and Polycranka remains alive.
Huge.
Especially against a deck that has Kodachis.
Cog and crank, polycrank.
Maybe Aidan is just thinking, oh, it's a blue off the top. I bet he wishes he had kept that Goldwing Turbine.
It's still okay. It's not great, but he has that soup up, which I imagine he's... Oh, and another one is massive. That's a red this time. That's a break point.
Oh, and Aidan is absolutely genius for leaving that Copper Cog around because now an item did get destroyed on this turn, so this soup up just gets go again.
He did
4 go
actually
again right
destroy
here.
that gold as part
That's
of his
true,
hero
too.
power, so that's another way that you can get the soup ups online. They're very easy to get, but you either need the gold or you need to have your cogs destroyed. I think either way it didn't matter because the extra block wasn't important, so it just kind of panned out like this. 2 go again on this soup up.
And nevertheless, Aidan's still a genius.
Yeah. And this threatens lethal.
It
Jesse
threatens
has to
lethal.
block.
Jesse has to block this, and the follow-up here is going to be a Cogwork Zeppelin. It's only going to be in the blue. That is still a fearsome on-hit because if it connects, you better believe Aidan is going to tap that Cog, create another one, and come in with Spitfire.
Yeah,
Lot in the gas for a 2-card hand.
the power of that card to demand cards, especially in the late game, to prevent that go again and prevent the even wider Spitfire attack is extremely valuable. And Aidan still has the unicycle if he needs to untap a cog to get another one.
I would imagine that if Jesse blocks out this Zeppelin perfectly, the play is going to be tap that cog, give the Zeppelin +1, and then tap the unicycle so that he can create a cog on connection of the Cogwork Zeppelin.
Ooh, and deciding not to use the tunic counter to pay for this, I don't. Instead
First going
for the
in for more gold. It's a pummel, but it can't be deployed here.
Yeah.
It's destined for the arsenal and possibly never to be played again.
I don't love that. I think the 2 damage is so meaningful, especially if Aidan can cheat a connection with that Zeppelin. Maybe it was not the right time. Only being able to go up to 5 with his current cog configuration and still gain the go again. So
Aidan was
popping
probably
the
thinking
cog
like,
was a nice gamble. It doesn't pay off here.
you know, he has only seen 1 Cogworks Dovetail. He's only seen 1 Palantir Aeronaut. I'm sure Aidan was like, I've got to play to win here.
Yeah, and this still demands 2 cards from Jesse. If he skimps on this block and only puts 3 in front of it, Aidan has the unicycle. He can pump this by 2. So Jesse really needs to think, and he reaches for the equipment, shoring that possibility up.
Yeah, and astutely blocking 5 here because Aidan only has the 1 cog. Not going to be able to get over top of that, which means all he's able to do, arsenal that pummel and pass on back over to Jesse.
The other downside of cracking that gold is now he doesn't have any to pair with Poly. And that could bite him if Jesse now decides to ignore Poly again. It could just be fine. It might not come into play.
Harmonized Kodachi.
Oh, it's the blunder.
Was the target Aidan or?
It looks like it.
Okay, 1 at Aidan Kwasneski. Jesse says all gas, no brakes. I can't stop for a freaking bird. Down to 2 goes Aidan Kwasneski, and this second Harmonized Kodachi comes in for 2.
I'm just, for Aidan's sake, wishing that he had kept that soup up for 2 and sent it before sending the
I tend to
Cogworks
agree with you
Zeppelin.
here, Michael, yeah. Lethal is presented in the form of a 1-handed dagger.
Now, Aidan does have gold generation here, so the ignoring the poly once again matters, as he has both that sunken treasure and the riches of Trobaldani in his hand.
Yeah, Riches is kind of an awkward card here because he doesn't have any gold to hit. Like, he doesn't have a pitch outlet except for Cogworks Dovetail, and he would much rather be generating a cog with Puffin if he had a gold token and then swinging the Cogworks Dovetail.
We're really seeing the cog management start to hit the end of its rope. The steam has left the building as the resources that Aidan needs to have these efficient turns are dwindling.
And he must respect this Kodachi because it does threaten the game. Not to mention whatever Jesse has left in his hand. 2 plays 3 here. It's just round 1 here, folks, at the August Open of the AG Open Series in Los Angeles. And I'm already sweating. I am gripping the side of the table. I'm white-knuckling already, and the day has just begun.
I really think that the Conqueror is the right block here. You can't afford to keep 3 cards to play that. So I think that's the obvious block. Plus, with the Tunic counter up, I really like the 1-card Dovetail play. If he's able to get a gold, that can even be better.
He is forced to use Riches, right, because he can't block with it. So
Yeah.
no matter what, I think he's going to go for, if he keeps the Dovetail, he goes for Pitch Riches, Swing Dovetail.
Really comes down to what this final card is in Jesse's hand. I'm
Yeah.
guessing it's going to demand 2 cards. So we're sitting here looking at you have to give 3 up, and that's all 3 of your offensive options.
You punk, Jesse. Every time I cut to you, you put that card back down. I'm just kidding. Jesse's not a punk. He's been a great sport. When I walked up and asked it, I said, hey, I know it's your first round at AG. Are you willing to be on feature match round 1? Without even thinking for a beat, he said, hell yeah, get me over there. And he is showing exactly what he's worth.
So Aidan blocking with the Dovetail, I actually really like this because if for
I thought
some
you didn't
reason
like it.
I just reconsidered it, if Jesse ends the turn, which he does, Aidan just bought himself a Conqueror pummel play. So that was actually extremely heads up by him.
Okay.
He hedged.
Okay.
He hedged in a way that I didn't see, and it just paid off massively.
Aidan playing to win here at AG. And look at the smile on his face.
Oh,
He knows
he's
he's got this
happy.
game locked down. Conqueror of the high seas. Polly Kranka has cranked just for fun. Creating a gold, of course. And there's one resource in the pitch.
Jesse, you'd better have a defense reaction or smell this pummel. You need to overblock this or you are dead, my friend.
I don't think he's going to be able to. There's no defense reaction in the arsenal. That is a dual threat.
So now we're testing his sense of smell. Can he smell the pummel? I don't think he's seen one yet this game. I don't know how many are in Aidan's list.
No, he got pummeled by
pummeled.
Palantir
Right.
or not.
Thank you, thank you. So Jesse is aware of that possibility. He just needs to think, does Aidan have it? How much do you overblock? I think if he gives 9 here, he at least lives.
Yeah. It's a tough situation to be in because if you block out completely and Aidan decides to just hold on to the pummel, you have an innocuous turn your next turn, and then you're facing it down again. So he has to find a safe way to bait the pummel out in a way that he doesn't lose the game.
I think that putting 9 in front is the best way to do that, but you lose everything. You lose your arsenal, you lose the last card in hand, and you just pass back with 1 life.
Sleepy Connor already with heavy eyelids in the player cam of Jesse Padilla. Takes a step out so we can focus on what's really important here. Thank you, Connor.
This is such a hard spot.
Jesse thinking hard about the cards in his hand, probably trying to figure out a way to make their offensive capability work, but I don't know, my friend. It might not be the time. You know what? That dual threat in his arsenal, he didn't deploy it on the last turn. I wonder if that was the opportunity to pop the pouncing pause and at least get 3 value out of that second Kodachi swing.
I think you're right. I think he missed that crucial window which allowed Aidan to keep the cards he needed to set up this massive pummel play.
7. On the combat chain, we know it is far more than that. But Aidan's opponent, Jesse, in his first ever AG Open, is none the wiser.
And it's looking like he really just wants to put 6 in front of it. He wants to keep the pressure going and doesn't want to... You can see he's thinking about it. He knows it's possible, but he's playing to his outs here.
At a certain point, you have got to play the game of flesh and blood to win, not just to not lose. Jesse might be going for that exact play here. 2 cards being thumbed at the ready to be thrown in front of this Conqueror of the High Seas.
Oh.
It's those plus the Fiendal Spring Tunic, blocking it out exactly. Aidan going to reactions, using his Tunic counter, getting up to 2. Jesse smelling the blood in his own skull. It's pummel coming over the top. Conqueror of the High Seas gonna get it done right here. Jesse just doesn't have a response in the hand. He's dotting his I's, he's crossing his T's, but it's all over here, folks. We're just waiting for the fist bump. It's all formalities at this point.
Jesse doesn't want to let go. He's still faking like he's got the reaction, but you can see the smile starting to cross his face. He can't see an out, and there's the fist bump. Nope.
Wait.
There's the finger point. There's the fist bump.
Fist bump gets extended.
Wow.
Aidan reminds his opponent that he is dead on board. Oh, Aidan Kwasneski, what a performance right there.
I loved that last blocking choice. The way that he figured out that if he blocks with the Conqueror and then stops blocking, that isn't enough to get there with the dovetail. Wow, that was so well played by him.
Aidan showing the fact that he has absolutely got balls of steel. Several points in that game. Took 2 Mask of Momentum hits without batting an eye and came out the other side feeling much better. Also, 1 card block when an Ira was swinging 2 Kodachis and held back another card. Absolute maniac at this game.
Yeah. I mean, he also played to his outs, and he did so masterfully. He found that window, and then he executed on it.
Pummel. What a thing to end the first game of our Flesh and Blood journey at the August Open for AG. And it wasn't even a Guardian after Mastery Pack Guardian came out.
Yeah.
How does that feel? Do you feel like your identity is crumbling before our eyes?
Every deck should play Pummel. Love the card.
Ugh.
Put it in Ninja.
Oh, my gosh.
Ira's got 2 costs.
Yeah,
CNC
sure.
Pummel and Ira. I feel like there are people out there doing that.
Quite possibly.
Maybe in blue.
I don't know if they're winning very many matches, but there are people doing that, without a doubt.
Yeah.
0 costs. Your deck needs 0 costs and it needs 2 costs. That's an interesting way to play the game. We're going to have more interesting takes coming up. Also, an interview with Aidan Kwasneski, one of the 3 brothers floating, and our first winner on stream here at the August Open for AGE in LA. We'll be back with that and more Flesh and Blood after this. Don't go anywhere. We're back, folks, with Aidan Kwasneski, one of the 3 boys floating, and holy cow, have you started this day off with a bang, man. That was so much fun to watch.
Well, so what's crazy about it being a pummel kill is I literally swapped in the pummels this morning. I had 2 Shelter from the Storms in those slots where the pummels were, and then was talking to Brian last night. I was like, I think I want just to be a little more proactive and be able to actually disrupt and have some more combat tricks, some more kill potential in those types of mid-range matchups. And yeah.
You were talking to Brian Gottlieb about your game plan into AGE?
No, Brian Gutierrez.
Yeah, Brian Gottlieb.
Yeah,
no,
Brian
I hear
Gottlieb.
you. I hear you.
Yeah. Brian G. Yeah.
Yeah, go figure. Brian Gutierrez, the Guardian guy, wants you to put
Wants you to
pummels
play
in your
pummels,
deck.
yeah. He's like, I'm loving pummel, man. Like, you should give it a shot.
Oh my gosh.
yeah.
But dude, I mean, after that first match, it seems like sage advice.
Yeah.
I mean, 2 times those pummels came in at massive moments.
Massive moments were big tempo swings. When your opponent is, I think, trying to hold on to cards or play a mid-range game with you, I think being able to disrupt that while also getting some damage through, make their turn a little bit worse, helps pull the the tempo back in my favor. Yeah, lots of interesting things. I thought that Trapaldani was going to screw me, and I was like puzzling through that last turn in a lot of different ways, thinking about whether I should just give up the Conqueror and then try to make a gold on defense and then chance the top card of deck using the Trapaldani to pitch to the gold from the Sunken Treasure and then maybe draw into something that gets me out of there. But then I was like, okay, if it's a 1 for 5 after that, this Kodachi for 2, I'm just going to be in a very terrible position.
Either way, right?
Either way. So it was like, okay, let's just give up. And then there was also a line where I block with as much as I can, keep the Tunic and send the Dovetail. But I just came to the resolution. I was like, this Pummel's in my arsenal. Like, there's a way to be sneaky. So I went for the sneaky line, and it paid off.
Yeah, that game had so many twists and turns, Aidan. Honestly, there were several points where, in my mind, I was kind of counting you out. I thought
was counting
you were
myself out.
absolutely screwed seral times during that game.
That's kind of how it feels to play Puffin.
Yeah, 100%. Tell me about that sine wave. Tell me about the emotional wave that you were riding during that game.
Just like seeing perk ups coming in before I'm getting my gold, wondering if I should be blocking with those loan sharks. You build up this board state of cogs and you're feeling really good. You have a big turn, and then all of a sudden it gets back to your turn and all the cogs start dying and you're left with an empty board, and you're wondering, should I keep this cog around for next turn, or should I be like, no, this is my push turn, they're taking damage. Should I actually use them? And it's a lot of like this and Irish just consistently smacking you in the face. I just think like with cogs, with all the no blocks, with how much drawing you do, a lot of the times you're looking at your 4 cards and you're like, what does this look like with pretty much any other card in my deck? And I think where I've started to get better with that, because I haven't really played a deck that draws this many cards ever before, it's just like thinking about, is it going to be a 1 cost? Is it going to be a 2 cost? What are the odds of that? And knowing depending on which package I'm in. If I'm in the boost, then nothing's really over 2. And then if I'm on Pirate, then what happens if I'm needing a blue and I draw a Conqueror 4 cost and my hand just does nothing? So a lot of just like risk assessment, and that, I guess the skies are a dangerous place to be. You're flying around. Who knows what you might encounter? Maybe a Gravy Bones. Hopefully a Gravy Bones. I'm ready for gravies.
Heck yeah, man.
Yeah, so.
And I can't wait to see you topple them. Don't think I didn't notice that Cogworks Dovetail off the top in the mid game, by the way.
Was that off the top?
Oh, yeah, it definitely was.
Sick,
Just
sick,
like
sick.
you did to me in Armory the
Awesome,
other day.
awesome. Yeah,
I
yeah.
definitely mentioned that on stream. I'm going to start calling that
red
Nate.
soup up off the top was pretty sweet.
That
too.
was pretty sweet,
Yeah,
too.
I was like, oh, we're pushing damage now.
Now
Let's
we are
go.
gaming.
Yeah.
Aidan, you are on the chopping block more so than any other player in the top 16 currently.
Yeah.
Nevertheless, you decided to bring
Sorry,
a fistful
I
of
went to a
cogs.
wedding. I went to a wedding and I had family stuff. I'm sorry.
So how are you feeling today, especially after that first match? You think you're going to stay in the running?
I hope so. So Sam last year set a New Year's resolution for me, which is I can't play anymore, so you have to play. I'm busy all the time. I'm not allowed to play, and so he's like, you have to play. You have to play in AG, and you have to get into the Players Championship.
Wow.
So if the biggest thing on the line is disappointing my dear old cousin.
Sounding more like your dad day in, day out.
Yeah. Oh, no. Sam, I'm trying.
Don't disappoint your dad, all right?
Yeah.
We're all rooting for you. I know you have a lot of love in the chat for all that you do for 3 floating. Speaking of which, before I let you go to your next round, can you shout out anything new that's coming out of 3 floating or anything else you would like? If people want more Aidan Kwasneski, where can they find it?
You can check us out on 3 Floating. We just put out a video actually over on the Flesh and Blood YouTube channel. We got to do the Bravo demo deck video, which was super fun. Classic back and forth. If you're new to the game and you're checking this out, I would definitely check out that video over on Flesh and Blood. And then, we do gameplay videos, CC. We have a Oscilio Katsu game coming up, I think is going to be the next thing on the channel. So
I
look
heard
forward to that.
rumblings of a Smash Palace thing.
Yeah.
Can we talk about
there's
that
some
or
palace, There's some Palace to be smashed.
I'm excited to see
soon.
that.
Yeah.
Well, awesome, Aidan. We got to get you out of here and on to your next match. Don't go anywhere, folks. Round 2 of AGE August LA is coming up. Just after this, there will be more upsets, more dreams crushed, and more heroes to be made. More flesh and blood, of course, after this.
After this.
The Pummel Party, I mean, AGE in August continues with round 2. We're pivoting away a little bit from heroes that can be pummeling. Instead, moving over to Kassai of the Golden Sands versus Oscilio, Constella Intelligence. And who are the players but the regulars of AGE? It's Colin Eriksen piloting, of course, Kassai of the Golden Sand. Folks, Colin has the opportunity to go into this Players' Championship with the most AGE points ever earned. This is an old player profile, so don't take a look at that. The AGE points are different than what is on the screen. He's 84? Actually at 84, exactly. So if he takes this one down, he is going to beat Zachary Wallach's record for the most AGE points accumulated during a season. Yes, 84 right there in the top seed. So it's a number 1 seed versus not even on the board. It's Ryan Brown from a Hidden Fortress. I saw Gary Grind in chat rooting for his friends at a Hidden Fortress. Yeah, Ryan Brown is bringing another wizard. It's this time Oscilio, and he is fighting his way into the top 16. He's really close, and one of the ways to do it, take down Colin the Boy Wonder Eriksen.
Yeah, you got to do well today if you want to make it in. And sitting, I believe, at 17th, he has a shot.
Got to believe that Ryan can get it done if anybody can. Folks, we should proceed on down to the match floor and take a look at what these players have to offer. On the left side of your screen, it's Colin Eriksen, first seed currently for the Players' Championship versus the 17th. Ryan Brown on Oscilio, Constella Intelligence. He's going to be sending lightning bolts this way and that, trying to get it done. I think in general, Oscilios feel like this should be a favorable matchup, but Colin's just one of those people that defies expectations time and time again.
He knows his matchups so darn well. It's scary. I faced him before as Oscilio, and it just feels like he's working with 10 extra health every game. The way that he ekes value out and the way that he knows how to pilot Kassai. Sure, Oscilio has more time against this hero to set up those massive combos than typical against a more aggressive hero, but Kassai can be aggressive, and Colin knows how to make it work.
Oh, and he's got himself some bling from Singapore. He was not in attendance, but almost assuredly he got himself some friends from the AGE Pro team to bring back that beautiful Beach Party Kassai. He's also got some really dark sleeves, positioning himself as quite the evil villain here at AGE.
Yeah, the evil swimsuit villain. It's my first time seeing this art. It's actually really great.
Not all sinister people wear capes, Michael. Some of them are in bikinis. And nothing to be super surprised at in the equipment suite from either of these players. Balance of Justice on the side of Colin Eriksen. I think the only other option here would be Crown of Dominion for Kassai, starting off with a little bit of extra gold generation. But you'd have to believe that the power card he's really trying to resolve here is going to be Blood on Her Hands, not Raise an Army, because I have to believe that Ryan is not going to give Colin the space to do so.
I have to agree with you there. Getting that Blood on Her Hands live is a very important win condition for the Kassai player, being able to kill the Oscilio before they get killed themselves.
2 cards thrown out straight away to block out this Flittering Charge. Electrostatic Discharge giving go again to that Flittering Charge, and a Yellow Blast to Oblivion coming in for 6. Colin, all too happy to throw 2 more cards in front of that as Ryan plunks the last one on this turn 0 into his arsenal. Back over to Colin, who is now separating the cards in his graveyard based on their color, which is an interesting tactic that I have never seen the Boy Wonder ever need to do. Nevertheless, I have seen him go to activate Kassai and be unable to.
Wow.
Which is crazy considering the number of reps he has on this deck. Coming out, swinging with Unsheathed. And then the swing will be with Centauri Saber. Pitching a Precision Press. 2 floating, 5 go again here.
Not the most impressive hand here. Drawing up the Sink Below is really nice for the following turn, but typically when you're going second, you'd really like to push the tempo and get a lot of damage in here. 2 blues were drawn in addition to that Sink Below, so this is really the only power card we can expect this turn.
5 go again here, and Ryan probably without a whole lot for the defense.
No, he's got 3/3 blocks there. 2 current funnels and an Eclectic Magnetism, as well as that 1 instant in the form of, I believe it was a Sigil of Lightning.
So that current funnel effectively only blocking 2 because Centauri Saber gets buffed by 1 if it is blocked by an attack action card. 3 damage conferred there. 40 plays 33. Colin has drawn first blood here, also paying into Grains of Blood Spill and creating a Vigor token. Something that Colin is probably not super excited to do because he has been a Fiendal Spring Tunic believer for a very long time on Kassai. Nevertheless, he's bringing the other chess piece here. Hot Streak now coming in for 3, holding back 1 card. Probably destined for the Arsenal, though.
Ryan Brown may be regretting his choice slightly to block on that. Oh, nope. Goes ahead and commits the second current funnel here, just trying to preserve the life total for a better turn.
Colin,
didn't see his Arsenal.
Colin, always the poker player. He made sure to note to Brian that he gave that hot streak go again, takes a look at the last card in his hand, and then says, I'll proceed to Arsenal anyway.
And here we see Colin actually drawing up pure gas as Ryan Brown pitches that Sigil of Lightning to play his Eclectic Magnetism.
Only blocking 1 is Colin Eriksen, which means, yes, of course, it's a sink below in the Arsenal. A card he never could have played, even if he had the action points.
Looking for the blue. A yellow might be enough to fuel the turn here with the Vigor token. No copper on board means this is an easy pitch target, not much to think about.
On that turn 0, Colin was able to block out enough, perfectly, honestly, in order to put a Kassai activation into his graveyard. He elected not to go for it on the last turn, which is a curious choice, starting off here with a Gorganian Tome and thus making his swords cost 0 for the remainder of the turn. And now we get the Kassai activation. 2 yellows and 2 reds go from the bin into the banish. And now each of his weapons has on hit create a gold token, but only the first time they connect with Ryan Brown's face.
Gold on hit. I'm gonna.
2 is Hot Streak on the combat chain. Ryan Brown discarding a blink to draw a card off of Oscilio's ability. Did find himself a blocking card, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
It's
that's
2
a
blasts,
Mind Warp.
2 blasts in the hand, the Mind Warp.
The Mind Warp might be tempting here in case Colin doesn't have the Go Again in hand. I do like him starting with the Hot Streak, basically baiting out any non-attack actions. He does have the Blade Runner in hand, so not at risk of getting stuffed here, but Ryan doesn't know that yet.
And I think the card drawn for Colin was a blue. Probably not what he wants to be seeing here on that Gorganian Tome draw. Usually those blues are pitched in the Kassai deck to fuel those swords. But after he's already drawn a card, not really going to be helping out too much there. Blade Runner conferring Go Again to Hot Streak. Ryan Brown takes 2 damage and gets Colin should be getting a gold token here. Yep, minding his triggers. Also refreshing the Vigor token?
He, I think, said paying into Grains. I thought he would have needed to pitch a blue to do that.
Yeah, he does need to pitch because Blade Runner costed 1, and so that Vigor token he had at the beginning of the turn should have just paid for the Blade Runner, not a Grains of Blood Spill activation. Centauri Saber now comes in for 5 thanks to the buff on Blade Runner, and Colin still has gas in the hand. Yep, Colin realizing that he has not paid properly for this turn.
We got it. Appreciate it.
There we go. Now we have a pitch card in the zone. That was to pay for the refresh of that Vigor token.
Seeing that now, it looks like he may have missed the opportunity to activate his bracers.
In the swing, going to buff this Centauri Saber up to 8 after Ryan no blocks on it, and down Ryan goes to 23. Colin still with his starting life total of 40. Paying another resource for another Vigor token. So that turn has not only done some serious damage, but it's also essentially paid for the next turn. Colin is going to be able to block with all the cards he doesn't want and play all of the cards he does on the next turn.
And Ryan Brown not blocking with his equipment is a bit of a tell that he's not ready to combo off just yet.
Electrostatic Discharge is the first game action.
Blast to Oblivion for
And here comes Blast to Oblivion for 7. Currently, there are no auras to target. If Ryan is able to play an instant during this chain link, might have something to say about it, though.
Currently, no Go Again on the Blast to Oblivion, which is... there's another blank.
and bounce a Vigor.
There's the blink. He's going to bounce one of Colin's Vigors. A really nice interaction with Blast to Oblivion. Commonly used to bounce Oscilio's own sigils back to his hand and gain powerful effects. But in this case, can be used offensively to disrupt his opponent.
Really like that play. And now we get a nice use of the tunic. I'm always a little hesitant to use it like this. I do think it's correct. Being able to keep that blast in the arsenal is very, very important. But now Ryan Brown set himself up to at least need 3 more turns to get that really big combo turn, as the boots cost 1, and often that tunic resource is used to pay for them.
Colin, because he has no sources of Arcane Barrier, is forced to take that 5 damage thanks to the amp from Volzar, paid for by that Fiendal Spring Tunic, because Ryan doesn't have any sigils on board. So Colin shuffling all of the cards in his hand into his deck and drawing up that many cards, -1. So Ryan potentially disrupting this next turn quite a bit. Colin only draws 1 there, had to shuffle 2 of those cards back into the deck. 1 Vigor token pops, and Colin decides to go back into the deck with that gold token. Finds himself I believe, a blue hit and run. Probably not what he wants to be seeing. Nevertheless, he's going to be able to swing both of those swords if he resolves that card. Now, there is a stat that didn't make it onto Colin's player profile that I want to talk about. He is one of the few players I know to have lost to the card called Regicide. Not once, but twice,
Wow.
Michael.
I don't know anyone that has lost to that card.
Let alone twice, right?
Absolutely.
One of them was in the hands of Tao Tao Chu.
Ooh, really nice use of Provoke here.
Yeah, the 1 floating here from the Vigor token and the run through, pitched earlier in the turn, is going to pay for this Provoke.
You choose. Oh, I'm sorry.
This happens a lot. So Provoke reads, if this is used on a chain link with a weapon attack, your opponent chooses a card and reveals it from their hand. If it's an action card, it is added to the chain link as a blocking card. If it is a non-action card, they discard it. So this is the exact situation you want to use it in, where essentially your opponent wants to keep cards and you don't want them to. That is Provoke's use case. But oftentimes, when you play it out against somebody who has not had it resolved against them, they just reveal their whole hand. They think it's like a Pulse Wave Harpoon or a Bonds of Agony kind of effect. No. You get to choose the card, folks. That's just how it is. So don't give your opponents any extra information that you don't have to.
So disruption follows disruption as Ryan Brown gets stripped down to 2 cards in hand, wishing he didn't block with that first one.
This is not a bad clapback, though, when your opponent has no AB. Comet Storm pitching a yellow from Ryan Brown. The life totals are getting more and more even. 21 plays 30, and that's saying something, especially when Oscilio starts at a deficit.
Yeah, just he needs to get to that combo as soon as he can. 2 more turns, that tunic will refresh. That would be the ideal time for him to line it up.
I am seeing double here, Michael. 2 precision presses in the pitch zone, 2 draw swords out on the combat chain. This is a card that Colin has been pretty slow to embrace. And it was only after Andrew Rothamel's success on Kassai at, I forget which battle hardened it was, that aggro slanted draw swords Kassai, that Colin has now really embraced this card as a mainstay in the deck.
Ryan Brown getting a huge amount of value out of his electromagnetic somersault. It's very rare when I play this card that I can line it up with 2-3 blocking attacks, but when it happens, that's a 0 for 6 on defense. Really, really nice value coming out there, and at the perfect time. One of the few times you get those swords pumped up that high, up to 8. So Ryan Brown really lining it up defensively there and taking the brunt of that without really too much trouble.
And despite the fact that he has had a huge swing in defense on this turn, he's still sitting at 19, and Colin still has 5 damage on the combat chain. 30 plays 19. Colin is still in the driver's seat here, but Oscilio is known for explosive finishes, and that's, I think, exactly what we can expect, especially when Colin has left his AB at home.
And one of those cards that Ryan Brown blocked with and then returned to his hand was that Gone in a Flash, the key component to comboing off with Oscilio. So knowing that he now has that, he'll likely put it in the arsenal and pray that the next couple turns line up with a huge Gone in a Flash combo turn. But he needs to be able to do that before Colin starts threatening lethal. If he starts to get to that point where he's forcing cards out of Ryan Brown's hand before he gets to use the boots and go off with a nice Gone in a Flash combo, that's the win condition for Colin. Beat him to the punch.
Ryan blocks with an Eclectic Magnetism, which will buff the Centauri Saber up to 6. Which means 3 damage leaks through, and Ryan descends further down to 16, almost at half of Colin's life total. Far lower than Colin's effective life total because all of his equipment is still live, ripe for defensive value. Ryan now just has Gone in a Flash and Sigil of Lightning in hand. And of course, Blast to Oblivion in the arsenal. What do you think? Is he just going to set up that Gone in a Flash in the arsenal?
Yeah. I think it's nice to pair that too with the Sigil of Lightning. Giving it Go Again gives you the opportunity to combo off without using the boots. So while this is a pretty low value 2-card 3, it does set things up for next turn. Ryan Brown just needs to hope that Colin doesn't have another extremely potent offensive turn here.
Colin perhaps sniffing the air and noticing that it smells a little bit like lightning. He goes ahead and blocks with that Balance of Justice and his Valiant Dynamos on the previous turn, probably readying them for a massive amount of card draw on the Fated combo turn from Ryan Brown. But right now, it's all gas, no brakes. Outland Skirmish, Hot Streak, coming in hot. So 8 again. Must pitch for this because he hasn't drawn a card this turn, but it's a yellow there, ready to pay for the Centauri Saber to follow up. How will this get Go Again? That's the real question.
Block 3.
Blocking 3 is Ryan Brown.
Ooh.
It's a
And
Blade
Colin's got
Runner.
it all. No resources to swing with that last Saber unless he pitches, which is nice. And ooh, a very well-timed sink below.
Nevertheless, 1 will still leak through as Ryan is blocking 7 on 8. So Colin is going to get 2 copper tokens and move ever closer to a nasty combo turn of his own from Blood on Her Hands. But that's the second one in the deck that has gone into the pitch zone. Ryan might not give him enough time to find the 3rd copy.
And then I will swing for 5, paying my last resource.
And here
a lot of
comes a
damage.
5 as a follow-up thanks to that Blade Runner. No activation of Kassai here, though, so no real on-hit. Nevertheless, it's a 3rd of Ryan Brown's life total.
Yeah, Ryan hasn't quite seen the key cards that he needs to get ahead, a few of them being Sigil of Brilliance. We haven't seen him play that one out. Being able to really utilize his Blast to Oblivions. We haven't seen a ton of value come from those. So definitely on the back foot here, dropping down to 10.
Ryan takes it. He did put his Sigil of Lightning into the graveyard with his blocking cards. I hope he... Yeah, okay. He's getting out his Embodiment of Lightning now. Showing the Sigil of Lightning, confirming that that was there. He did block with a fair number of cards, so I don't think we are going to see the massive combo turn. I think instead what we're going to do is see a bread and butter setup turn for Oscilio, which is just play that Gone in a Flash, play out an instant from hand, get it back into the arsenal, wait for the opportune time.
And Colin's sitting on a 4-card hand this time means that he's got a little bit of breathing room. That is, Ryan has some breathing room. If Colin decides to keep all 4, that's a little bit scary because what Ryan would really like to do is get the perfect 5-card hand, declare no blocks, and go off on his next turn.
It is a little awkward for Colin. I don't think he has all of the offensive capability he would like. Nevertheless, he's certainly posturing like he does with just blocks of equipment on this Gone in a Flash. Back to the hand goes Gone in a Flash thanks to the play of that Sigil of Lightning. And there's an Etchings of Arcana in the hand for Ryan Brown. You better believe it's going to be a Volzar activation and Etchings.
And Ryan would really have liked this to be a Mind Warp. Etchings is a great card, but when you're sitting at 10 life, getting that disruption is so, so crucial.
Or heck, even have a Sigil of Brilliance in the graveyard. Instead goes for that Sigil of Conductivity, which I really like. Going to essentially make it so that Volzar is free for the remainder of this game, even though it's not going to go that much longer.
Ooh, and we see, is that 4
I'm so sorry, that
in
is
his
Sigil
hand?
of Aether.
Wait, I don't know how well Ryan can block here. That's scary.
That's a lot of instants.
That's really scary. If Colin has 10 damage, he would need 13, maybe 14 to get over the armor of Ryan Brown. So probably doesn't have lethal here if you count the armor. But the other scary thing is if Ryan survives here, that's 4
Drawing a card.
bounces of the Gone in a Flash.
That'll trigger Riches.
Colin
of Donnie.
pitching Riches of Tropaldani and Provoke to pop a copper, draw a card, thereby creating a gold. Not the most efficient way to get free sword swings, but when your opponent's at 10, you've got to put your foot on the gas. And the draw is just a take it on the chin, so no more offensive capability found off the top. He might not actually have enough damage in his hand.
That's what Ryan Brown is hoping for.
2 on Hot Streak. There is a Blade Runner in the hand for Colin Eriksen. It's only a yellow, though. Also an Unsheathed. So let's see. That's 2 plus 3, 5 plus 2 on Centauri Saber is 7. He's currently just 9 points of damage.
Wow.
Perhaps holding back that Unsheathed to try to either establish an arsenal or bluff that he has more damage than he actually has. Ryan Brown looking to the drop ceiling in Top Deck Keep for inspiration. I don't believe that he believes in any deities.
Block 2 here.
So it's just the asbestos that he looks to
Give it go again.
to deliver him from this onslaught of swords.
Close chain.
And the asbestos might be coming through as we know that Colin doesn't have lethal available.
But unsheathed.
And the fact that he is blocked with Aether Bindings of the Third Age and Lightning Greaves could indicate that he's going to go for the combo on the next turn. He's certainly set up well for it. Colin, however, asking a horrible question. Here's the Centauri Saber for 7. I have a card left in hand. We know it's not in the swing, but if it is, Ryan Brown can't say no blocks here.
It could just be give up the headpiece.
Could be.
I also wonder if Ryan wants to start to cycle a little bit and look for that spell. Ending the Gone in a Flash combo with a spell is crucial. What is his Tunic counter at right now?
It's at 3.
Okay.
So it's ready to pay for those Lightning Greaves. He's also got Channel Lightning Valley, which actually is pretty darn awkward with Gone in a Flash.
It is. Yeah, if Colin Eriksen doesn't block all the damage out of the first one, it basically doesn't do anything. As you can't bounce the Gone in a Flash before damage is dealt. And, I mean, you could, but you lose the damage, basically.
Tricky situation for Ryan Brown here. I think the decision point for him at this juncture is, do I activate Oscilio and try to cycle one of these cards out? Honestly, despite the fact, if he just has a spell, this is a huge combo turn.
Right. The danger would be cycling one of these out and hitting something like a Sink Below or, there's not a ton of things. And there it is.
I like this right here.
Yep.
Because I think he's going to play out that Sigil of Brilliance.
It doesn't look like it. He's maybe just going to, if he cycles at all, going to do it through the Oscilio hero power.
Okay. Flash of Brilliance, a very powerful common headpiece. Just going to the bin for 1 block.
Ryan Brown holding steady at 4 life.
4 plays 24 here. Colin's got
No
effectively
Oscilio
more than that.
activation is interesting. It seems like Ryan Brown wants to maybe just, he's okay with just the Gone in a Flash repeated over and over, but that's what Colin can block. And I feel like he needs just a little bit more if he's going to get there.
Play a Channel Lightning Valley.
He's just going to play Channel Lightning Valley out first.
Pop my Aether Bindings. Yep.
Aether Bindings getting popped as well in response to both the Sigil of Aether and Sigil of Lightning. Embodiment of Lightning given here.
Okay.
Sigil of Aether is going to connect with Colin Eriksen because there's no arcane barrier to speak of.
So it's going to be
Down goes Colin to 23 life here and 1 amp. Oh, excuse me. It's going to be 3 arcane damage because of Aether Bindings of the Third Age.
And so this amp is spent, but you've amped 1 off Sigil.
correct. So I have 1 floating, I guess.
Ryan telling it like it is. Colin making sure he understands exactly how much damage is going to be coming his way at the end of this chain.
Drawing that card with the Channel Lightning Valley as well. And it's a spell.
He found the Mind Orb.
It's huge.
Michael, this is going to be a big, big turn. This is exactly what Ryan Brown needed. Gone in a Flash. Give and go again from that embodiment of lightning. A block of Glint the Quicksilver from Colin Eriksen.
Yeah, committing.
Yeah, you got a block now, Colin.
Yeah, I'll give you 4.
Giving him 4 is Colin Eriksen. Volzar should be at 2 amp now.
Yeah.
Because Channel Lightning Valley and Gone in a Flash are both lightning cards.
Yep.
We'll hope Ryan finds that later. But for now, Tunic Counter doing exactly what is there to do, pay for Lightning Greaves.
So I'm at
So you're 3, right? Because you
3 total, yes.
played this. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, awesome.
Yep, okay, we've cleared that up.
Yep.
3 amp on the Volzar so far. Electromagnetic Somersault is going to get Gone in a Flash back to the hand.
Gone in a Flash.
Gone in a
again.
Flash once again. This is something we're going to see
I will
2
block
more times.
Yeah.
I have 2 action
I mean,
points.
3 more times because he does have 2 action points, so he's probably just going to throw it at the end of the turn.
Okay.
Yeah, we're good.
Well, you didn't get it off this, but the Gone in a Flash, the first Gone in a Flash had go again, right?
Oh, that's true.
And you let it resolve, so you do have 2.
Just making sure we cross
Nice.
our T's and dot our I's about the action points. Oscilio combo turns are complicated, to say the very
we
least.
will Sigil
Colin,
Brilliance,
now at
bounces.
19 life, and he's got 3 more Gone in a Flashes to face down, and also a Mind Warp that is gonna be for, oh gosh,
It's probably going to be like 8 or 9.
I think 8 or 9, yeah.
Again.
Gone in a Flash.
Or plus
again.
8 or 9, I should say.
Yeah, so 10 total. Colin identifying
3.
that his AG career is on the line here.
Okay.
He is going to the Players' Championship no matter what, folks, but he would love to take down Zachary Wallach's record. Ryan Brown, however, with much more at stake here, trying to fight his way into the top 16 and make 2 consecutive Players' Championships in a row. He did participate in the 2024 Players' Championship.
Here.
Gone in a Flash coming out once more.
There's that 8 amp on the Volzar. 4 more threatened on the board.
The last oh, excuse me. No more instance here for Ryan Brown. Blocking 4 is Colin Eriksen. 18 life to speak of. Closing the chain is Ryan Brown. The
Oh, he
amp
has the
is
additional amp
massive.
from the Sigil of Aether
Oh,
as well.
yeah.
This is coming in for plus 9.
A lot of -1s here. This will go to graveyard.
It's going to be an 11 damage Mind Warp here, Michael.
It'll be +8, so it'll be for 11 total.
Wow.
11 total.
And it strips the last card from Colin Eriksen's hand as well.
11 is not bad.
Colin giving a
I'll take
nod of
11.
approval at 11 arcane damage when he has AB0.
Mind Warp.
Says, yeah,
This will get
Ryan,
shuffled
you're
into
doing
my
all
deck.
right.
I'll draw
Good job,
1
man.
-1,
Proud of
which
you.
is 0. And,
Some quick math there.
Colin is an intense competitor, but he is also he's also pretty gracious in
Yeah.
defeat. He appreciates
And you
massive
did not draw
turns
2
from his
cards
opponents.
this turn, did you?
He had nothing but smiles when he lost twice to Regicide. Got to respect him as a player and as a human being.
So now we've got to ask, what is in the arsenal for Colin? Does it matter at all? He does have a Vigor still. And then what can Ryan Brown draw up? He's got all the tempo in the world, but sometimes Oscilio just bricks. These next 4 cards are going to make or break this game.
I will activate
Vigor token pops here. Activation of Kassai. Colin threatening Ryan to block even a little bit.
and 2 reds. And I will swing in for 2. spending
Colin
the
just
Vigor.
wants to take cards here. He does not want Ryan to have all of the tempo.
He has a sink below, so he's very safe. If Colin decides to have some sneaky reaction, I don't think there's anything he runs that can play on the first swing for 0. But,
Blade Flurry is the only thing, but Sink Below would cover that.
right.
And with none left floating, and because Colin has not drawn a card, Blade Runner is kind of ruled out here. Nevertheless, Ryan
On it, make a bigger.
blocking with the Viendal Spring Tunic.
I'll block 1.
Blocking 1, he says.
Take 1.
Just wants a little more space. Doesn't care about that gold token generation for Colin, perhaps because he already had one in his coffers. 3 plays 7 here. Ryan Brown has 4 cards in hand. It's going to be 5 because Sigil of Brilliance is popping at the beginning of this turn.
We know one is that sink below, which is really bad timing for that when you want to go offensive. But if he can string together enough arcane damage, I mean, 7's a little too much, but he still has the shock opportunity on the following turn. No arcane barrier for Colin is, I mean, that's a scary spot to be. The lower he gets, the scarier it gets.
Yeah, and it does give Oscilio the green light to set up, a 2-turn game state where he can close the game out, not necessarily on the offensive. He can wait until Colin presents lethal damage, but it's not like Kano. You can't be sending 30-some-odd damage on your opponent's turn. It's going to be tiny numbers, but sometimes tiny numbers is all you need to get it done.
Ryan Brown needs to think long and hard about this. He does have a blink in hand, which confers the extra action point, allowing that blast to have a little bit of play, but everything after that is a little bit weak. Just playing another Sigil of Brilliance, not the time you want to see that late in the game when you may not even start your next turn to draw the card.
I hear you, but that sink below in a pinch
can
pay for that shock.
That's true.
That's really all he might need to be able to close this game out. Can he amp enough and then pitch to that shock? Blast to Oblivion here. 3. Colin answers with a block 3 of his own. Ryan Brown going to be able to draw a card here because Blink is going to activate Blast to Oblivion, almost assuredly bouncing that Sigil of Brilliance.
That's a huge draw.
Another Blast to Oblivion.
Does he have the action points?
I don't think he does.
No, because he has a null shock, so he can actually play the Sigil, play the Blast, and then still, he can at least draw the extra card for Arsenal.
True, because his Arcane source of damage is instant rather than action speed.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like he kind of wants to keep the sync if he can, but he really needs to find the shock next turn. If he can string together lethal during Colin Eriksen's turn, no AB, that's huge, and we know he's coming in for at least 6 here.
Blast to Oblivion. Amps that Volzar up to 5, which means that Null Shock is coming in for 6. Could this be it?
No. It's coming in for 7 because it can amp itself. This is lethal.
Here we go. 50,000 watts of power in the hands of Ryan Brown. This could be it. Can he take down the Boy Wonder on his own turf?
He's thinking, is he just
You're absolutely
making
right,
sure?
Michael. This is it. He's just going through formalities here. Resolving the shock by pitching the sink below. Bounce the Sigil of Brilliance. Heck, why not? Also, play the Sigil of Brilliance before you... Oh, my gosh. Channel Lightning Value plus Sigil of Brilliance.
That's
also
a lot more
an
amp.
additional 2.
That's a lot of damage.
Volzar for 8.
Does he...
It's 9.
Take it on the chin. Could have covered it, but he found the extra 2.
Ryan Brown with so much unmitigated power in the hands of Oscilio, Zichella, Intelligence. That's lightning bolts for days, Michael.
When he flipped that, I was so afraid it was going to be Arcane Compliance. Oh my gosh, my heart is beating.
Oh, we saw that take it on the chin be placed in the arsenal earlier, but I totally forgot about it.
Well played, Ryan Brown, finding that lethal off of a 1 damage shock, pumping it all the way up to 9, getting over the take it on a chin, and finding exact lethal.
There were a lot of twists and turns in that game, and they were mainly in the hands of Colin Eriksen, twisting that Centauri Saber into Ryan Brown's chest over and over again. But the draws off of Sigil of Brilliance and off of, mainly Sigil of Brilliance.
He got some off of the
what was the other
Channel
one?
Lightning Valley, too. He set that up and paired it up with the Sigil of Ether. Wow.
There are highs and lows with the Oscilio deck, and that was definitely one of the highs.
And Colin played such a scary, aggressive game early. He got such a life lead, and just Ryan was able to find what he needed when he needed it and got, what a game.
What's it like to see a fellow Wizard
I love
player
to see it.
really
I
rocking
love to
their
see
socks?
it. And I wonder if Colin's sitting there wondering, should I have brought AB1?
Yeah. It's a really tough choice, and I do not fault Colin for the choice that he made, because typically against Oscilio, it's like, yeah, sure, I will devote 1 slot of AB, but then each time they come in for 8, 9, heck, 11 on that Mind Warp, what does that really buy me?
There weren't really any turns in the entire game other than that final turn where the AB1 could have gotten him there. But then the question is, well, how much value did he lose in other places? If he brings it in place of the gloves, there were multiple times. The 3 block on the gloves already was +3 life. So
exactly.
So it's
and Oscilio just tends to send a lot of physical damage too, and you've got to have a life buffer in order to make it through those combo turns any way you slice it, no matter how much AB you bring.
Well played by both of these, and congratulations to Ryan Brown taking down the Titan, Colin Eriksen.
These have been barn burners, Michael. I don't know
Holy.
if I'm going to make it through this day without a heart attack if this is what we can expect from every single round here at the August Open. You know what we can't expect, though, folks, is a metagame breakdown. Let's go ahead and take a look at that now. Top contenders, believe it or not, it's not the man that supposedly deserves the banhammer, Gravy Bones. It is Ira, Cindra, and Slippy with 5, 4, and 3 copies, respectively. And then a whole host of other one participant representations throughout the rest of the field.
Yeah, 2 Dash.io is awesome to see.
Without a doubt, our one Oscilio we just saw piloted to perfection in the last feature match. Also, our one of Puffin taking down one of those 5 Iras in the room. What do you think? This is honestly a pretty big difference than what I think like the broader, like if we went to a Pro Tour tomorrow, what we would see.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there. I think a lot of players at AGE sort of fit the one-trick type of archetype. I know that like the Valda here, we've got Brian Gutierrez, always on Guardian. Doesn't matter what the meta says, he plays Guardian. Ryan Brown, another sort of wizard truther out there. He's not going to play another deck. So I do love to see all the variety and diversity in the field, because these players, they know that if they want to win, they have to bring their A game. And for a lot of people, their A game looks like the hero that they know the best, not necessarily just switching to the meta pick.
And speaking of non-meta picks, we've got an interview with Ryan Brown coming up next. The man with the wattage. And you're going to lead that interview, my friend, because
I'll take it.
I don't think there's anyone better.
Looking forward.
Well, we will be back with that and more Flesh and Blood after this. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, folks. We are joined here with our winner of round number 2, Ryan Brown. A nail-biter of a match. How are you feeling after that one?
Got the heart going. That was a good one, Michael.
Oh, my gosh. So, I mean, walk us through the game. We were talking just before we sat down about some mistakes you felt like you made early on. What was going on early that you felt like you had set yourself up wrong for?
I wasn't getting hands that were, converting to much damage. I think early I should have just taken that on the chin, no pun intended, and played the sigil of conductivity instead of trying to pitch it to swing 5. Would have set me up great for the next couple hands. But so I was kind of dooming on that for a little bit, but was able to make some good blocks, kept my life total up enough to have a combo turn, not die, and then, man, the shock at the end just really saved me. So
that was insane. Yeah, so talking about that first, it was in your turn, you went first, right?
Yep.
And so you had this hand and you had the sigil of conductivity, but you decided to try to send some damage to hopefully chip a little bit to even the odds there. But Colin was willing to fold his whole hand. So what you ended up with was, instead of having a sigil of conductivity on the board, you had nothing.
Yeah, it would have been, I didn't want to give him the chance to, cycle cards, so I probably should have just not done anything, and that would have been the move. But it turned out okay, thank God.
Yeah. No, I mean, in the mid game, I was starting to get really worried. I think the largest life gap was something like 10 to 24.
It was, he was sitting at 30 for a while. Yeah, it was.
And literally during that hand, we were talking about if Colin has 10 or more damage. Actually, it was with your equipment. It was if he has 14 damage, you have to give a card. And we saw that you had the combo. We didn't see that you had a spell yet. So we were kind of thinking like, okay, this might not be enough. But then you did this thing. You played the Channel Lightning Valley, pinged with the Sigil of Aether, and you top decked a Mind Warp.
There was 2 left in the deck. I had played all my other spells. I think there was a Common Storm Shock in there as well, but it was not likely that I was going to hit that. But I was hoping for that or a shock, so it was one of the two. And
it kind of felt like it had to be that, because if I think back on the game state, you got his last card out of his hand, which was huge. And if it was anything else, even like a what's it called, the Aether one, the red one. Find the sigil version.
Yes.
The sigil
one that goes to the graveyard.
Like,
yes.
It's one more damage, but like you don't strip that card, and then he has a little bit of space to strip cards from you. You're sitting down at 4 life at that point.
I know, it was close, and I was able to get all the cards out of his hand. He had the vigor, so he swung back, and it was. I was happy with how the Sigil of Aether played. I kind of made some sideboard changes. Shout out to, of course, Yuto. I've just been net decking and changing some sideboard spots, but very minimally. So when I don't have time, that guy's the
No, I'm
the goat,
always
so,
on the Yuto channel, trying to hit that like, trying to hit that subscribe,
That's
trying
right.
to leave those comments.
If you're trying to get better, that's how you do it.
Because he is the grandfather of Oscilio. That guy puts in so much awesome work into not just like bringing the content, but really putting in the work to testing the deck, testing the cards, figuring out which ones work and which ones don't. And honestly, I think if you're playing Oscilio and you're not watching Yuto, you're missing out, because that guy really understands how to build the deck. I believe one of his teammates or one of his friends used his list recently to secure, was it a top 8 at... Did he win
I
it
know.
all?
I know there was someone he was practicing with, I think on Team Blue Pitch or something like
yeah.
that. So maybe that was him. I'm not positive.
Yeah,
but
I'll have to look through the records and see exactly where that person
we're all
placed and what their
Yuto
name
stands,
is.
so
But
it's-
exactly, man. So huge shout out to Yuto, and I'm sure he's going to grab this absolute banger
see.
of a game and review it, because this one was great. I wonder if he'll catch that sigil play on turn 0 before.
I was thinking about that the
things
whole
kick
time.
off.
So it's
WWYD, dude.
yeah.
Oh man, but you ended up clinching it out even over the take it on the chin, which was that on your mind when you played those last 2 instants? You were thinking about the possibility, or
No. I mean, I knew I had a bunch of shocks in my deck, so I was like, I thought I was going to get him. I knew I had 7, but I was looking to draw some more in the next couple turns. But
literally the choice to play both instants instead of arsenaling one, like, won you the game, and I don't know that I ever make that decision. I know that's kind of weird, but it's like, okay, in my head the game was over. But Bryce and I wrote it off. You got to 7, you win, GG. We didn't think about the the take it on a chin. And so when you went and played the extra 2 instants, we were kind of joking like, oh, haha, just like getting the extra damage in, and then it really mattered. And I even think that, like, let's say the life totals were higher and it wasn't lethal. I think the play there is to keep a card and arsenal it. So you didn't do that
no,
either.
I just wanted to win the game
which
right there.
was, I mean, nice. Good thing. It was like that wizard instinct. The instinct is like, go for the throat, push it.
Don't give him the out. So.
And
Colin's a great player. I always am nervous sitting down across from him.
You have to respect it. And I've lost games where I disrespected during the last turn. Oh, I've got exact lethal. I know you can't block it, and then they have it.
Yep.
And so well played.
Thank you. Yeah. And I'm glad to hear that you're playing some Oscilio as well. So
Yes. He is my current armory choice. I took him. I won an armory recently, and then I got him to the finals last Tuesday. So he's been treating me really well. Love the deck.
To play, yeah.
And he's been cooking my brain. I literally mean I can feel my head get hot when I sit down and I'm thinking through these lines, especially the Blast to Oblivion, bouncing the conductivity, trying to make sure I have the action point economy to get the full combo out. And I'm sitting there, I've got my 6-card hand because I just drew up, and I'm just like, oh my gosh, what do I do with this? And usually I find it, but sometimes I have to kind of like go one step at a time. It's really hard to think through 6 cards in that way.
And that's why it's such a fun deck to play.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like, if it's just plug and play and you're doing the same thing every turn, then why do it?
Well, it's funny because that's exactly the reason I play Guardian. I've got my Wizard for when I want to think and be challenged, and I've got my Guardian for when I'm like, it's a hot day.
I didn't sleep very well.
I can't do this right now. Bring out the Guardian, swing some hammers, and just try to fatigue my opponent out and just chill. It's nice. I do like that gameplay too.
Absolutely.
But man, so we just watched you. You're 2-0 now.
2-0.
You're sitting on the bubble for the Players'
17th
Championship.
place. So, I had to show up today. I'm hoping to get some points, but we started out okay. I'm not going to get too excited yet, but
I think one of my favorite interviews about how are you feeling, you just won Game 6, Kobe Bryant. It's not Game 7. I'm feeling like we need to focus on Game 7. They're like, you're not happy? Like, you just brought it back? No.
I'm not a superstitious guy, but I think that can do it. So
I don't think it's superstition. I think it's about focus. Yeah. And I think that you don't want to celebrate until it's time to celebrate. So keep steady. I think you want to just Stay focused. It really matters. You just had a game where your focus actually brought you the W in a spot where it could have. If you let your focus slip for just a moment anywhere in that game, you would have lost. You were on the ropes. Yeah. And so you did it, and keep doing it, man. I'm definitely an Oscilio biased player, especially you being the one of Oscilio in the room.
Sweet. We've had a few, but you know.
Yeah. And I think he's in a great spot for the meta right now. So
I do too.
Qualifying for Players Championship?
You know, I'm excited. Last year was great. I had, you know, played Kano all year and, you know, got some points early and was able to make it to that top 16. So we had a great time. Got the Chipotle. That was huge.
Yeah.
T-shirt, you know.
The Chipotle is the reason to do it. That was the biggest cheer when we were talking about prizing. We mentioned the Chipotle. The crowd went wild, folks.
Big, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, they should, yeah. Someone brings you food halfway through a tournament, I think you owe your tournament to them. So yeah.
So looking forward to it, but not counting our chickens before they hatch.
Nope, not at all. So
any other thoughts, insights? What's going on in the life of Ryan Brown?
You know, every day I, you know, do a seance hoping for more Oscilio cards in the next set. And
put some batteries out instead of candles to get that energy flowing.
Just a big lightning bolt instead of a star. Exactly. So, but no, I'm excited about the ProQuest season coming up. I'm hoping to make it to Philly. But yeah, everything's great. So
awesome. You have anyone that you want to shout out or any other anything
well,
you want to say?
I mean, we got some Julio, Graham, and Daniel that have been texting me. So thanks for watching out, boys. And then
love the support.
Yep. And thanks to Armando for trekking down here with me today. So
awesome. How long is the trek for you?
It's like 2:15. Yeah.
Wow.
So.
Well, thank you for being here. I mean, you've been here like all of them, right?
I missed one, but yes, we're doing our best. So.
Shouldn't have missed that one. Now you're 17 on.
Well,
now we've got the story.
Yeah, that's right.
Awesome, man. Well, good luck to you for the rest of your day. Thank you for joining me here, and we'll be back shortly with some more Flesh and Blood when the next round starts up.
Appreciate it, Michael.
Sit tight.
It was nothing but lightning bolts and wattage in our last round, and this time it's going to be another contentious match, but mainly because of the seeding of the two players involved. We got two mainstay locals. It's Anthony Del Taco Del Scorcho Zichella, who's going to be piloting Cindra Drakai of Retribution, versus Clark Moore on Victor Goldmane. Anthony has only had a chance at 3 now, including today, AGE Opens this year. Nevertheless, he has stacked up 45 points. He took a whole one down and then top-8'd the other that he was able to attend and was thereby priced into coming today and seeing if he can really disrupt this top 16.
Yeah, what a story that would be, coming in for only the last 3 and eking his way in. But he still needs to do well today in order to do that. And boy, does he have his work cut out for him in this matchup. He is known as being that Cindra stan, always playing the ninja. He likes to go fast. He likes to be aggressive. And who likes to stop that aggression more than a Guardian?
And that Guardian is going to be piloted by Pitch It To Me podcast's own Clark Moore, sporting an AGE win percentage of 53% and only one top 8 to date, accumulating 55 AGE points thus far. Clark is really carrying the torch for a lot of other people. He's the only member of the Pitch It To Me podcast that is in contention for the Players' Championship this year, which is not normal by any means. We are very used to seeing Fuzzy Delp and Talon Stradley in that top 16 leaderboard. We still can't get Joel Racinos to show up to an event, but if he was here, he would be doing well as well. So really, if you are rooting for the Pitch It To Me podcast crew, you're rooting for Clark Moore.
Yeah, he's their champion.
And he's also got the correct take on waffles, which is kind of nice to see. There was a lot of pancake love and waffle hate going around this last week when I was posting these profiles, and I do not understand it. Is this a food take that we agree on, Michael?
No,
or
I like pancakes.
leave it to you to be the contrarian?
Actually, I really don't like either. If I eat either of those for breakfast, I get a stomachache for the rest of the day. I'm not a dessert for breakfast kind of guy.
Well, stomach aches aside, we're going to have to go down to the match floor and get some real belly aching from Clark Moore and Anthony Zichella. But first, let's go ahead and take a look at our standings and see exactly where these players are in the running. So Clark is the only one that is actually on the leaderboard. Excuse me. I think we misspoke earlier. We said he was seat 14. He's actually seat 15.
Well, he's tied. You can count him as 14.
You're right. He's tied with Luke Gilmore.
Alphabetically 15th, counting the last name.
And alphabet is the way we do our tiebreakers here at Age. I'm just kidding. There are a couple other ways we do the tiebreakers. But nevertheless, Anthony Zichella is not even on this list in front of you. He is going to be the usurper, if he can, of one of these illustrious top 16. But he's going to have to make his way through a very disruptive Guardian. Clark has told me that he built his deck 100% to take care of aggro in the room. He's probably sacked the Gravy Bones matchup, forget Verdance, all of that. He just wants to kill whoever wants to go wide.
He's gatekeeping Anthony's dreams right now, and I'm looking forward to see if he built the deck that's strong enough to do that. One of the things I like about playing Victor and playing against him is, despite his ability to cheat using that gold on the clashes, sometimes you just stack 2 non-attack actions and you still lose the clash. It happens to me all the time, and I think we're going to need to see that happen this game if Anthony's going to stand a chance.
And clashing is definitely going to be part of the winning strategy of Clark Moore if he is able to clench it. Let's go ahead and proceed on down to the match floor. These two players know each other so well from the scene. Clark told me that Anthony was one of the first people to give him cards, one of the first people he played at locals down at Finch and Sparrow when they used to run Flesh and Blood Armories on the weekly. So there is a lot of love between these two gentlemen, but right now there's also a lot on the line.
Yeah, bringing it all to the battlefield and sitting at 1-1 apiece. This is a very meaningful game. A loss here really could mean bubbling out of the top 8.
Speaking of bringing it all to the battlefield and leaving nothing behind, Anthony has a very cute Polaroid picture of his young daughter, Astoria. So happy to see her there representing the Zichella clan. Alongside that, Beach Party Cindra also got some bling brought back for him from Singapore. Clark,
beach
however,
parties.
Yeah, no beach party for Clark. He's just rocking the regular old Victor, riding atop his high horse.
Well, certainly that means that the luck should fall in favor of Anthony. You got to go for the bling if you want your deck to cooperate.
A hearty fist bump extended between both of these players. 18th seed versus 14th/15th seed. And, man, this is going to be a nail-biter, Michael.
Yeah, and I expect a long game here if Clark Moore is trying to play defensively. As he starts things out, just going ahead and pitching to that tectonic plating, making a seismic surge.
Move to Arsenal.
It's definitely a tense moment here for Clark. He's drawn up both Spinal Crush and a Pummel here. Unfortunately, Spinal Crush costs 5, so with those, even if he did have 2 blues in hand, he wouldn't have been able to resolve both of those cards here.
I do like holding on to them because that Spinal Crush is so backbreaking, literally and figuratively, and actually pitching the Pummel. I don't know how I feel about that.
It's an interesting play. He's going to sneak in 1 damage there against Anthony, who blocks with the last card from hand. Anthony just didn't have any good starters as far as he was concerned. There was an Oath of Loyalty that he blocked with there, but not happy with the hand, so he's just going to pitch the Cindra ability and cycle out as many cards. That is enough for Clark to go ahead and send that Titan's Fist rather than hold on to the Pummel. He's happy with the Spinal Crush. He's also got himself a Test of Strength in the hand. Perhaps he just thought there were too many red cards in this hand. I need to make sure that I find blues, and a Spinal Crush is going to be enough on its own.
Yeah, I think it speaks to his game plan. He's not out here trying to disrupt. I think he's out here trying to grind. He wants to protect the life total. And in order to send a Pummel Spinal Crush, you do need to keep a lot of cards in your hand. So that would mean that Anthony likely gets the Mask of Momentum trigger, or Clark has to commit equipment. And doing all of that this early in the game, I think he's just like, I'll save it for later.
Anthony leading off with a Fire Tenet. Strike first. Not a Draconic card, so not exactly a starter, depending on what is left in Anthony's hand. I see a Blood Runs Deep.
Reaction. Yep.
And a Snatch and a Throw Dagger. Throw Dagger comes out at reaction speed, making it so that this chain link has effectively hit, also drawing Anthony a card, thanks to the fact that the dagger got through. Yeah, it was Blood Runs Deep, Snatch. What is that last card he drew? It is a Rising Resentment. There's a starter if he needed it in the first place. Clark waiting a moment to deploy that Test of Strength, going to try to see if he can get maximum value on the block of that card, which of course defends for 4. But it's not going to come until the end of this chain link, this chain. So yes, Clark just go ahead and gets it while he can, and of course Test of Strength reveals a Trounce. Unfortunately, no gold generated for either hero. Clark did not bring his Crown of Dominion, so no gold to go ahead and filter out unless he wanted to lose his RM Aegis this early.
And that's the first clash lost. I think we'll need to see more of that, but so far so good for the side of Anthony Zichella.
Blood Runs Deep. In response, activate Cindra, get both the daggers back, and flick them right onto the combat chain. Down to 36 goes Clark Moore after receiving nothing but flick damage thus far. Then blocking 2 with RM Aegis. One thing to note here, Michael, Mask of Momentum is still live. Every single one of these chain links has technically hit thanks to the slinging daggers of Mr. Zichella. And now, Snatch on the combat chain. Clark is just hefting all of his Guardian Fridge in front of all of these attacks.
And I have to say, I think Anthony's pretty happy to see that. He would have drawn 2 cards off that Snatch, one of which would have gone to waste. So chewing through this amount of armor, getting all of that block, and Clark's not drawing a card off of that Test of Strength is like about as good as it can go for the first turn of the game.
He's happy about that, but he's not happy to see this. It's a Spinal Crush. No Dominate here because we're not playing Bravo, but it is still coming in for 9 and forcing the Ninja player to do what they hate to do, which is block.
Yeah, you're going to have to block these out at some point, so you might as well get it out of the way early. It is like pulling teeth for a Ninja to give these cards up, but otherwise you're really not doing a whole lot.
Yeah, Anthony is probably just going to be establishing an arsenal here, and Clark is really happy about the timing of this Spinal Crush based on the way the last turn played out, because Anthony is daggerless, and that is not a great thing for a Cindra who can't have access to go again. Buying back those daggers is going to be a very difficult feat if Anthony doesn't keep more than 2 cards.
Still in the tank.
Probably just thinking about which of these cards he actually wants to plunk into the arsenal. Ignite is one of the best starters you can have.
If you have daggers.
If you have daggers, right you are.
Snatch is one of the best chain enders you can have, but against Guardian, it loses a lot of value.
Clark, even though he has professed his love for the man across the table, he is staring daggers into him now. A lot on the line here. Clark carries the torch for his entire podcast team. And Anthony playing so much more measured than I'm used to seeing him. Don't get me wrong, he is a master of sequencing. He has been playing ninjas for a long time now. That's all I've ever known him as. But he typically just hucks cards across the table and plays at a pace that is unnerving to say the very least.
Yeah, he's a fast player, and here we see blocking 5 foregoing his ability to go again next turn.
Holding on to the ancestral empowerment in the snatch.
Oh, sure.
Curious choice here. That must mean that he's going to throw the snatch here. Maybe try to force out more armor blocks while he can. Clark has drawn up that trounce that we saw on the Clash earlier. Almost assuredly going to deploy it here because it's not like you can save it for Arsenal.
Yeah, definitely incentivized to block with that trounce. Hoping for his sake that he can succeed on these clashes this time around. This time has blocked with the shield, so has the capacity to break it if needed.
Wins the first one. Second clash. Reveals a test of Iron Grip. Yet another clash card. Clark cashes in the Aurum Aegis to go again. Put his card to the bottom, and yes, finds that blue disable on the top. So he is 2 for 3 on clashes thus far this game.
Blocking 3 to your 4.
But one of those costed him a block point of armor. But drawing that blue disable has got to have its upside.
Yeah, seeing if he can utilize his 4-card hand here. One of the tricks of playing an efficient Victor is knowing when you are going to draw, overblocking a little bit before that. Of course, Clark did not have the option there. Given that it was a snatch, it would have been wildly inefficient to put 2 cards in front of it, even if it meant drawing another one. And I'm sure he's not very happy to see that it was a blue. His only real play here is to send that Golden Sun, which leaves him in a really tough spot, having no gold, having just cracked that shield.
We've seen how difficult it is for Victor if he has no gold at his disposal.
I'm going to re-up the seismic with the floating.
Not to mention the fact that one of the most powerful cards in the deck is Visit the Goldmane Estate, and with not even 0 gold, 1 gold, you don't get the maximum value off of that card. So yes, I think Clark is making a very heads-up play here, sending Disable instead of that Golden Sun, pocketing Golden Sun later, for later. Maybe for when the game is on the line and he can sneak in enough damage, or so he thinks. In this case, threatening that Arsenal.
I think at the very least you hold it until you have 1 more gold.
Anthony's not afraid here. 8 damage, down to 26 he goes. 35 plays 26 in the favor of Clark Moore as that card in Arsenal goes to the bottom.
It's a big hit.
Anthony has an Ancestral Power empowerment in hand, likely meaning that it was a holdover from the turn where he sent the Snatch. So we don't really know what went to the bottom there. We don't know how devastating that disable was for Anthony. Rising Resentment here. First action for our Draconic Ninja, blocked out by a Wallach. Ancestral Empowerment going to get over by 1 unless Clark has something to say about it. Lava Burst is lying in wait in hand for DT.
If he's able to get 2 more Draconic Chain Links out and refresh those daggers, that'll be a big deal for him. But currently not able to flick on the second Chain Link, one of the most important things that Cindra can do to keep that Mask of Momentum alive, not online for this turn.
So he can send Ignite on this second Chain Link, which would discount the ability of Cindra.
That's a big deal.
That's a big deal. So he would be able to get those daggers back 1 Chain Link earlier and also flick on the Ignite Chain Link if he so chose. Indeed, he is not, though. It's Display Loyalty here, generating a fealty token, getting blocked out by a Choke Slam.
I think I liked your play, but maybe he just knows that the Mask of Momentum isn't the goal this turn.
Test of Strength in the hand of Clark Moore. Is he going to go back in for more clashing? Judge call here for Anthony Zichella.
Maybe he's going to ask if Ignite discounts his hero power.
This is what was revealed
So
to
he
Flash,
doesn't
right?
need it anymore.
Yeah, but just to
think-
see if he messed up.
I think what he wants to do here, Michael, is respond with the Cindra ability and save the discount for when he can swing a dagger. That's what I think.
Because I know you can do with fealty.
What does the text say for Cindra's hero ability?
Cindra's hero ability is pay 3, equip up to 2 Draconic daggers from your graveyard. This costs 1 less for each Draconic chain link.
So are you controlling a Draconic chain link before it resolves?
Yeah, it's a good question.
It's a great question. Connor's going to have his work cut out for him to figuring that one out.
I do think that Anthony has played that way already this game, though. What was the turn? I thought he did. Anyway,
No hit on that.
we'll see what the ruling is here.
I just want to see if I can sneak out a resource.
Yeah. So there you go. Anthony is trying to sneak in a resource by swinging, I think by swinging one of those daggers, or he's talking about the blood splattered vest here.
That'd be 2 resources.
Sneaky boy. Either way, this Ignite is going to be the 3rd attack on this chain link. Clark is holding on to another 3 block and a Test of Strength, which he really wants to be holding for that Lava Burst that remains in Anthony's hand.
Check the chat. What does chat say? Any judges in chat?
Keyword and then you find the interaction.
It's always a tough situation when you're Victor and you're holding on to one of those clash cards that can draw you a card. You kind of want to get the clash over with super early in the combat chain.
Yeah, so that you know what you have to work with.
You know what you have to work with, and also with the Cindra, one of the hardest things to deal with is they're holding on to one more card, and it feels like the turn is about over. And if they go to Arsenal, you are ultra punished, and you're holding on to a block card when you shouldn't be. Or they come in with that Chain Ender that ruins your day.
Yeah, putting a block card in front of an Ignite and losing 2 value potentially is that's a lot to leave on the table.
It's definitely not the way to beat aggro.
Yeah. Unable to see chat are we, so we have no idea if they've solved the puzzle without us. Connor's still figuring it out.
We'll have to go interrupt Zachary Wallach's game and see if he can give us a ruling
There
real
you
quick.
go.
No, I'm just kidding. Sleepy Connor is going to do a fantastic job with this judge call, as he does with every single one that comes his way. A lot of hard ones here at AGE.
Yeah, we are always finding new ways to try to break the game.
That's right.
Try to eke out those extra resources, eke out that extra value.
That's the game plan of every single Flesh and Blood player.
Yeah.
Well, let's go ahead and take a quick moment to remind everybody what is at stake in terms of prizing. Not only are players fighting for the Players' Championship that we have been talking about all day long and will continue to talk about all day long, but there's also cash on the line, Michael. $400 to the winner, $200 to second place. Third through fourth will go home with $100, and fifth through eighth, of course, $50. Nothing else for anybody else that came today, except for, of course, the opportunity to win a Marlynn tricorn hat, which I didn't show on stream. We raffled at the beginning of this round. Our lucky winner, Mr. Anthony Camacho. So happy to have him here as part of our local scene, and he is going home with a little bit of extra booty.
Yeah, that thing was really cool. It's this like box plastic kind of the tricorn pirate hat that you can just put up on your mantle and enjoy the beauty.
Yeah. And thanks to Top Deck Keep, our illustrious home on the West Coast, we also have some promos on offer for the top 8 competitors.
Oh, yeah, check these out.
They had somebody go out to Gen Con and they
on focus. There
got
we go.
themselves some of those Fault Line promo packs, and those are going to go to every single one of our top 8 competitors. I don't know what that last one is. What are we working with here? We got the Gesture of Goodwill, a Brevant card, no doubt.
You just opened that?
I did. We got a lot of Brevants here, folks. Are you hot?
I am actually.
Okay, good.
Thank you. Yeah.
It's steaming.
Whew.
Jeez.
It's the jacket and the Oscilio play lines that have just got me cooking.
Well, now you can use this to protect your opponent. How does that feel?
I don't want to do that.
Actually, I got to ask Joshua Scott, can you Can you swing an attack at somebody and then block for them with this? I would love that. Anyway, back to the action here, folks. A ruling has been made. Ignite resolves.
And it looks like he got the resource from it.
He was able to swing that kunai of retribution. And in comes the lava burst, which Clark was able to cover up with a test of strength and tectonic plating, holding it back like a smarty pants that he is.
Yep, 32-26 still. We've got a close game on our hands, and Clark only keeping 2 cards, one of which he just drew thanks to winning that clash. And now he has 2 gold, so he's a little bit more comfortable with future clashes.
Visit the Gold Main Estate will generate might tokens now. But it's 2 blues in the hand once again. Does he send the Golden Sun and get rid of one of those precious gold that he's worked so hard to maintain?
I think in this matchup, you don't really need to pop off with Gold Main Estate, so it's okay to float. As long as you have that 1 gold to clash with, you're feeling okay. So 2 card 11, that's a lot of damage. And now Anthony's on a clock. He's all the way down to 15 life here to 32, I guess 30 rather, on Clarkmore's side.
Without even thinking about it, Anthony takes that 11 damage and is now at halvesies of his compatriots' life total. 15 plays 30. We're back over to Anthony's side of the table, who's only got 4 cards in hand here.
Arsenal, the block card.
Clark wondering if he wants to arsenal this last card, and that's because it's a blue debilitate.
Yeah. I think with the Crown of Providence, it's fine.
It's safe, yeah.
He decided not to. So
What's the one with the moon? It's like his specialization.
Going a little consistent.
A curious choice there. A dapper Englishman who sometimes happens his way into our casting booth once told me that when you're playing Guardian, the arsenal choices you make before and after Crown blocks are massive. So I think if Marcus Brown were in Clark's seat, he probably wouldn't have thought twice about throwing that blue debilitate in the arsenal, just because he knows he's going to have to block with that valuable piece of equipment at some point, and you might as well get maximum value from it.
You played at least 1 thrown dagger.
Clark just taking a look through the graveyard, seeing what he has to contend with here. Probably looking for ancestral empowerments and throw daggers.
Blocking 3. Yep.
Those are the scariest cards in the reaction step for Anthony's particular brand of Cindra. Brand with Cinderclaw, followed up by Art of the Dragon Blood, made Draconic by that brand of Cinderclaw, so no need to consume that fealty token that Anthony generated 2 turns ago.
This time a break point, Clark a little bit
You can go ahead.
harder to stop this from connecting. The Mask of Momentum still being that crucial piece of equipment for the value on the side of Cindra.
Yeah, without Mask of Momentum, Cindra is a very different deck than what we're used to. But no flick on that first chain link, so Clark takes that as a go-ahead to take the damage here and deal with something that is perhaps a little bit less of a break point, but he's not going to get it here because Demonstrate Devotion is the follow-up. Discounted by Art of the Dragon Blood being Draconic, going to create a fealty token and come in for 4, go again. Clark says, A-OK, send it, my friend. Down to 22 he goes. Must like this hand quite a bit. Ravenous Rabble.
Wow.
Here comes Blaze Headlong, revealed off the top of the deck, and threatened to be drawn here off of that Mask of Momentum if Clark continues to disrespect the damage from Anthony Zichella.
Clark does have the equipment to stop up to 2 breakpoints still. Using one of them as Anthony flicks and has 1 more attack potentially coming in.
21.
Down to 21 goes Clark
Oh,
Moore.
sorry, he does not have another card in hand.
Yeah, he blocked with gauntlets. And,
thank you.
Yeah. So no card drawn there, but Anthony does have himself a Blaze Headlong for the next turn. Looks like he might not have drawn a Draconic starter. He's got Pain in the backside. Oh, which will work with Blaze Headlong. Still not the most amazing Cindra hand I've ever seen.
He does have the fealties to support as well if needed.
Nevertheless, Anthony takes 4 off of that Titan's Fist. Goes down to 11, and it's 11 plays 21. Back over to Zichella. Pain in the backside. The first attack resolved on this combat chain. 3 go again. If it connects, he'll be able to flick one of those Kunai of Retribution without consuming it. Clark wants nothing of that, and yet there's an Ancestral Empowerment out of the hand. Anthony draws a card. and also pushes that pain in the backside over the top by 1.
I don't remember. Maybe
If Anthony wants to win this game, I think he needs to find a way to connect with Mask of Momentum at least one time before the game ends. And he really, I mean, this is a great way to do it, having those reactions to get over the top. But of course, he's going to need to connect 2 more times. And that's a hard ask. So far, no connections have been made. No cards have been drawn off of the Mask of Momentum.
Clark making it known that he still remembers that Blaze Headlong in the hand of Anthony Zichella. Quick dodge flexors coming out to play thanks to a blue Thunderquake in the pitch zone. Clark has blocked this attack out, which means that Anthony is going to have to flick one of these knives in order to keep Mask of Momentum alive.
I'm gonna throw daggers.
And he found a throw dagger. I think that was a card drawn off of Ancestral Empowerment, which does mean that this chain link will still be live. Once it connects, Anthony generates a resource from Blood Splattered Vest and draws a card thanks to Throw Dagger.
So
Demonstrate Devotion consumes that resource created by Blood Splattered Vest.
And now Clark's got a really efficient blocking turn. Those quick dodge flexors coming in clutch.
Blocks 4 on 4 here. Flick knives still have not been used. Yes, a knife has been flicked, but that was from Throw Dagger, not from the legendary arm piece. So here goes Anthony. Mask of Momentum still live on this third chain link, demanding blocks from Clark, lest he give his opponent a lot of value. He does have a card, an extra card in hand, essentially, to pair with that quick dodge flexors. Cut through. 4 go again.
Yeah.
And no more tricks on the side of Anthony Zichella.
Oh, you're right.
Oh, Demonstrate Devotion does not get go again because there is no Draconic attack before it. Anthony did not pop one of those fealty tokens in order to make put in the backside Draconic.
It looks like
I think we have to end it from here.
So where do we?
Might be a judge call here.
No go again.
Okay.
Yeah, Clark saying you would have needed to pop that fealty earlier.
You flick,
And he's right about that.
which you can still flick if you. I guess we can roll back to there.
Okay. I'm not gonna flick there. So let's gain your life.
Okay, so looks like players are rolling back to the decision point of flick knives.
I fucked up and played the wrong card.
Anthony saying that he miffed this turn,
Yeah.
unfortunately.
Go again.
Happens to the best of us. Anthony does it from time to time.
Which is currently I'm now reversing it to the state in which
I did think it was a curious choice not to make put in the backside Draconic.
Yeah. I mean, you talked about the lack of Draconic starters, and it looks like Anthony just missed it.
Unfortunate. Even a player as finely honed as Anthony Zichella does make mistakes from time to time. I think of our last season when I think twice in one day he resolved a Warmonger's Diplomacy and failed to remain under its effect.
Oh, whoops. Well, that'd be a good card if
Possibly
you could
twice
just
in one
dodge it.
game, actually.
Oh.
Not even one day.
Well,
Connor was beside himself. He was like, I am way too tired to deal with this right now.
yeah, that makes sense.
So tell me about pancakes, Michael.
Oh, yeah, just, anything sweet in the morning. I can't, it's like dessert for
But
breakfast.
you would prefer it over waffles. Because waffles
Yeah.
can be savory, is my
That's
take
true.
on
I
it.
mean, give me some savory waffles and I'm down, but you can make savory pancakes too.
No, you're right about that. Like potato pancakes
Yeah, yeah,
and scallion pancakes
Oh, yeah.
and Thai cuisine.
Give me some
Okay, so our player profile question
Yeah.
did not specify sweet.
That's true.
What are you choosing if it's savory? Pancakes,
I
waffles?
don't think I've had savory waffles.
Oh, bro.
So I would have to try them. I'm
I'm gonna
about
cosplay
it.
Sam O'Byrne. Bro!
Well,
You got to get yourself some savory waffles, my
now I
friend.
am ashamed. Where do you get them?
Cook
them yourself, I guess.
Yeah, sure. I don't know. I mean, the waffle batter itself is not that sweet, so you could always just put savory toppings
Just
on
like dump some sausage in there.
Just butter and, dumped sausage, maybe a little bit of mayonnaise.
Oh yeah, I'll dip it in mayonnaise.
That's
that
my boy.
actually sounds delicious. I think
That's
I
my
would
boy.
do that.
Anthony about to cryptically write us Scrub
live. Oh no!
Anthony's not a scrub. He is a very talented flesh and blood player. Just sometimes he plays a little bit too fast for his synapses to catch up.
Yeah, it's funny because we were talking about how he was so measured at the beginning, and he definitely sped things up by the end of the game there. Still an uncharacteristic mistake.
Okay, looks like we're proceeding into Clark's turn, and it's just going to be Command and Conquer, which I think was what he wanted to do all along. My guess is that Clark was planning to block with that last blue in hand with the quick dodge flexors if that turn continued, which honestly is a little bit awkward for Clark in this situation. He probably is not of the mind to arsenal a blue chokeslam against a Cindra, especially after Crown of Providence is gone.
So kind of giving Anthony some breathing room.
Maybe.
Not a lot. Like a ninja with 3 cards is nothing impressive.
No.
No arsenal. Pass you.
But Flight Path
Draw 3.
plus 2 cards from hand will shore up the damage from that Command and Conquer and protect the arsenal. Clark foregoing his own arsenal because, yes, it is a blue chokeslam, something that could mung up that arsenal for the remainder of this game. 11 plays 19, and Anthony has resolved a Ronin Renegade here. Finally, blue chokeslam can do its blocking duty, and Blaze Headlong is the follow-up for Anthony. Yeah, in that turn could have been fixed as well by Pain in the Backside, Ancestral Empowerment, send Blaze Headlong.
Yep.
There were a lot of ways to clean that turn up.
And it seems like maybe that was what Anthony was originally intending.
Which is why he wouldn't have popped the fealty on the Pain in the Backside.
And just missequenced it. Got ahead of himself.
Such is life. Seismic Surge pops, and 2 blues into the pitch for Spinal Crush, which begs the question, why hasn't Clark refreshed his Tectonic or his Seismic Surge? Bad dog.
Yeah, well, misplays on both sides of the table, some more meaningful than others.
Yeah, definitely. Clark's is definitely less meaningful than Anthony's. Especially when Clark still has a Spinal Crush at the end of it.
Yeah, that card's really tough to deal with as a ninja, especially when a lot of your cards only block for 2. You really need to put 2 3-blocks in front of this to stop the on-hit effect. And Anthony giving up 3 cards. Actually, preserving his life. Both of those cards block 3, so blocking 8 of 9.
I don't hate that play. That's what you have to do for due diligence. Especially because he has a perfect 1-card play in Blaze Headlong. Above rate damage on 1 card.
Just chip in a little bit.
And chip he has.
It's always scary for your opponent to block with that CNC because you know what they're sending is worse than a CNC.
And it looks like it's going to be a Visit the Goldmane Estate, pitching a Headbutt, one of those new cards from Mastery Pack Guardian. And trying another one, mind you.
Re-up Seismic. Crush the week.
Yeah, and Visit the Goldmane Estate is just going to draw a card here. No might tokens generated because that critical number of 3 gold was not reached. Crush the Week, however, is a formidable card in its own right. Comes in for 7. Threatens to essentially turn off the ninja hero ability of playing head jab, head jab, head jab.
Yeah, turn off the ninja deck.
Yeah, the ninja card pool.
Yeah, can't play cards that say ninja anymore.
Crush the Week, the way it's actually worded is on Crush, the opponent cannot play attack action cards with base 3 or less.
Yeah, which is a lot of them.
The majority, yeah.
Anthony once again being forced to block, taking a little bit of chip damage on the back end. 7 plays 15. Tough spot.
And thereby forced to play the Guardian game plan of, block a little, send a little, block a little, send a little.
Test of strength 3.
Test of
Anthony
strength,
would love
blocking
to
out
win.
perfectly.
Oh.
And he has found himself a gold off of Golden Sun. So double draw that Golden Sun, my friend Clark. Ignite is the follow-up here. 2 go again, no daggers to speak of. So Anthony is hoping that he has a 1 cost in hand. 1 cost Draconic, that is.
Yeah. Still not able to get the daggers back this turn. He's sitting on 1 fealty. He didn't pop that second one this turn, did he? To make the Rabble.
He made the Rabble
okay,
Draconic.
so it
He
looks
did.
like he's planning on playing a 3rd Draconic to refresh the daggers. Or at least here using the discount from Ignite. So well played.
This is what I'm talking about. Anthony really does know all of the the tricks that are afforded him in the Draconic Ninja class. You cannot count him out. He's a good player despite the fact that we saw a little bit of misplay earlier. And now he's doing another tricky thing. Cut Through is coming in only for 3, but Flick Knives have yet to be activated. So Anthony not only is threatening a little bit of buff in power, but that, no Mask of Momentum trigger because Test of Strength blocked that out, but a little bump in power and go again.
Yeah.
5 total.
Not bad.
7.
Clark happy to take a ton of damage here. 5, bringing life parity to both of these players. 7 plays 7, but Clark has got himself a hefty number of cards. Perhaps he thinks he can close this game out with the Golden Sun. First, it's going to be a visit the Goldmane Estate. This time, generating 5 Might tokens, Michael, and drawing a card off the top.
Scary stuff. There's an E-strike and a blue, so
Re-up Seismic.
this could be a lot of damage on the following turn.
Yeah, just doing a little bit of setup here is Clark Moore. He's going to pocket that Golden Sun into his arsenal. First send an Enlightened Strike for 7. It's a risky proposition, Michael.
Yeah.
Because 4 cards in the hands of a ninja can still spell doom. Because Anthony is not forced into blocking with cards here. He could send Mask of Momentum and heck, even Flick Knives in front of this Enlightened Strike.
I wonder if you just give up the blood-spattered vest here.
I don't hate that idea, honestly.
And then you still have the potential draw from the mask and the ability to keep it online with the flick.
Clark is just staring daggers into Anthony Zichella.
Staring hammers into his soul.
You're right. It should be hammers. He wants this win so bad. I approached him to go to the feature match, and he was like, it's so stressful, man.
Oh, I bet.
And I was like, that's
sitting at 14th
kind of why we need you, man.
Yeah. Both of these players fighting for their Players' Championship lives, 18th and 14th. Anything could happen, and this game is so crucial to determining what that thing might be.
7 on the combat chain now. Anthony looks to have a handful of 2 blocks.
I'm going to count Graveyard.
Pretty sure I saw Pain in the Backside and also a Draconic 2 block. Anthony is a man that is known to be unafraid to risk it all. He was playing Art of War, Stubby Hammers 5 back in the day, and he knows how to roll the dice.
Coming through the graveyard, probably looking for potential attack reactions for the next turn.
I believe we've seen 2 Throw Daggers and all 3 Ancestral Empowerments at this point.
Okay.
So there are very few super tricky plays left for Anthony. But yeah, Clark is going to have to keep 1 card in hand in order to do his chosen play.
And it
3
must
can be
blue.
devoted.
Yeah.
It must be a blue. You are right about that.
3's a good number to devote to a ninja. To a Cindra specifically. You feel pretty comfortable having 3 cards to block with. 2 can be a little bit risky if there are breakpoints, if there's daggers to flick.
Anthony's got his head in his hands.
He should know that it's a Golden Sun because that was revealed off the Clash and not pitched.
True.
And there's the block with the blood-spattered vest going down to 1.
Seismic Surge is re-upped.
Anthony Zichella has come from nothing. He's only played 2 other AG Opens thus far this season, and he is in contention for the Players' Championship. But in order to get there, he is going to have to slay one of his friends from the early days of his Flesh and Blood career. 4 go again here. Ravenous Rabble reveals a Lava Burst off the top. Clark is not going to want to let him have the Mask of Momentum trigger on this turn.
But he doesn't have any more armor blocks, so not able to cover this up completely means Chain Link 1 has hit.
1 damage conferred. 1 plays 6. Hot on their heels is the follow-up here. Clark can cover it up nicely, but Anthony is going to be able to flick his way into the next chain link. Does he have another 4 breakpoint? Flick Knives comes across. Clark descends on down to 5. 1 plays 5 now. Mask of Momentum still live.
And there's that.
Hot on their heels. Another head jab. Clark can block this out readily. All of these Guardian cards happily block for 3. It's the break points that they have a harder time dealing with, and Anthony knows that this could spell doom.
He needed that 4 power. It's his daggers back.
Pain in the backside. 3 go again here. Clark is going to have to descend down to 1
here. No, this is worth. Oh no, he used his flick. Oh my gosh, holy!
Can I read? Of course. It's in Japanese.
I can attack an extra time with a weapon.
Wait.
No, it won't be discounted though.
Yeah.
Here, will that allow you to attack with kunai?
This already has go again.
Yes. But what I'm saying is.
So Clark is really in the tank here, and understandably so. He needs to make sure that what is presented here is essentially 4 vanilla damage. Any blunder here could be absolute doom. Clark descends down to 0 and quickly adjusts it back to 1 after a yelp.
Yeah.
Man, this is going to end with a bang, but this has been a game for the ages, folks. Golden Sun comes in, cracks one of those gold with 5 might tokens. There is absolutely no hope for Anthony Zichella. Extends the fist bump, and that is it. Clark, who designed his deck 100% to beat the aggro players in the meta, still has to descend down to 1 and have a extremely close game to do so.
What a bittersweet end. Both players actually going down to 1 life. You love to see these close games, but knowing that it came off the back of a slight misplay, a missequencing on the side of Anthony, especially knowing that this is his unfavored matchup, he smelled victory, but it wasn't enough. And that misplay, I could just see the way he was shaking his head at the end of the game. Yeah. He knows he could have won that if he had played a little bit more sharply, if he had paid more attention to that sequence. And I'm happy for Clark. He's still, his tournament dreams are alive. When you win, it has to be because you play well. You cannot afford to make these mistakes, especially when the stakes are this high. And it just hurts to watch it happen in real time. Congratulations to Clark Moore.
I like watching Anthony squirm a little bit. Because he makes me squirm at armories every week.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man. No harm, no foul to Anthony. It is unfortunate the way things broke, especially when the stars seem to be so aligned for him early on. I mean, a Victor player that misses 2 clashes early on against a Ninja? Come on, man. How often do you see that?
I see it a lot. I play Victor, and you'd be surprised. The number of times you just stack those clash cards on top. Oh, man.
And it's important to mention, I mean, Clark had a higher density of clash cards than we're normally used to seeing.
Yeah, and that's the risk.
It's pretty typical to have Tests of Strengths and Trounces, right? That's your 6 block cards, and then you have your Visit the Gold Main Estates, 9 misses in the entire deck, and that even still is a little bit too close for comfort for a lot of Victor players.
Yep.
The fact that he threw a couple of those Test of Iron Grips in there might seem like a heads-up decision, but it hurts your chances of actually winning all the other clashes.
That card only hurt him this game. He never deployed one, and he hit them off the top. So interesting to see how that deck choice panned out this game. And once again, we end Game 3 with an absolute nail-biter, 1-1. Today is panning out to be such a good day of Flesh and Blood. I love to see games get this close, down to the wire, especially when the stakes are this high.
If you had asked me at the beginning of this day to put a personal guarantee on good games of Flesh and Blood, I wouldn't have thought twice because I know that AG brings it for the last open of every year. This is our 3rd season thus far, man. People know exactly what's on the line, and they know that they have to put out all of the stops.
Yeah.
Not just in general, but for entertainment value for the folks at home. They know you're watching. They know that you want some good games, and they're going to give them to you. So we're going to go to a break, folks. We'll have Clark Moore, our victor from the previous round, in for an interview, and then we'll be back for more Flesh and Blood after this. It's the bad boy of Fab, Victor Goldmain, pilot Clark Moore. I think who is behind me. Oh, yeah, it is. Hey, what's up, man? How you doing? That was a nail-biter of a match. How are you feeling after that?
Stress. I mean, I've just been stressed for like the past week.
Yeah.
I've gone to 4 locals this week. I won 3 of them. And then the one I didn't go to, I played 4 gravies and lost to 3 gravies. So I'm very, very glad it's been Cindra. The Verdance was rough. I mean, come on, Gimlock. Connor, pair me better. And then Cindra again. So he gave it back to me. He gave it back to me of hitting the matchups that I've teched for and I've prepared for.
Yeah, let's talk about that a little bit because before your match, you told me that you had built your deck basically to beat all of the aggro in the room. And I'm assuming at that point, then sacking other difficult matchups like Gravy Bones and maybe Verdance.
Yeah, so Verdance has definitely been a sack. We have enough play. It's essentially putting us in a high roll position, but I've definitely taken out percentage points. And then Gravy Bones is what I've dedicated pretty much all of my tech to. So me and Marcus is kind of the local Guardian guru at a lot of the locals that I go to. So me and him were talking, and we were comparing our lists. And at the end of the day, he goes, I have more generalist things and you have more tech pieces. So I am specifically trying to target matchups while he is trying to run more generic, good into the general field things. And so it is, I mean, my main board's like 48. And then I board in everything else based on what I'm going into.
Speaking of those tech cards, Clark, let's talk about Test of Iron Grip.
Yes.
Which, in that last matchup,
Yeah,
should
never
be
really
really
saw
good.
it. Yeah.
But only hurt you.
Yeah. It was
First of all, how
frustrating.
many copies do we have in the deck?
2.
We have 2 copies in the
Yeah.
deck, which means ostensibly, I'm assuming we're running 3 Tests of Strength, 3 Trounce,
Yeah.
2 Test of Iron Grip, and 3 Visit the Goldman Estates, which means that we're sitting at 11 misses on clashes.
Yes, and then we can feel comfortable moving in with either 3 Rouses or Pummels based on what matchups are. Rouse sideboard was something that I picked up from an Agroblaze stream where he had run it sideboard into a very similar loadout. It's kind of what I based my list on. But that list was also trying to be extremely consistent. It ran 3 ofs, just about everything. 3 Pummels, 3 Tests of Iron Grips. I went to 2 ofs so that I could make sure that I had attacks I felt comfortable with. So I still have 2 red debilitates, which was a shift from what I was playing at my armories this week because there is a good chance I pair into one of the other Guardians. There is a good chance I pair into a Brute. There's a good chance I pair into, I don't know, like a Vincet.
Yeah.
You know, when you're looking at the field, you need to make sure that you have the ability to beat the field. If you are going in purely targeting the top deck or purely targeting an archetype in the meta, you're not going to win. You need to make sure that you have generalist tools. So after the conversation with Marcus, I moved off of some 3 ofs into 2 ofs and brought in those 2 red debilitates.
Okay. Let's shift a little bit away from the science and math of Flesh and Blood. Let's talk about the nerves again. Because I noticed in that turn 0, you had a difficult decision to make. You had a Test of Strength, a blue, Spinal Crush, Pummel. I noticed your hand, like, you were trembling just a little bit. I'm sure at the
I think I've been
opportunity,
trembling all day.
maybe
It's just
at
my
like,
natural state.
I want to hit Anthony with this so bad, but also I need to make sure that I get another blue card to actually be able to do so.
Yeah.
So talk me through, that turn 0 and your decision making at that point.
Well, pitching away the Pummel was the complete misplay. The definite setup there is I'm looking at Spinal Crush, and Spinal Crush has to be thrown to take tempo back. Going first into Cindra is not fun because Cindra ends up with all the tempo, and so we need to take damage to take tempo back. Yes, our Clash cards are there to give us that space, but you can't always rely on the Clash card to come early enough because if they chip you down and then you end up racing in damage where you're taking damage to throw your tempo taker, but then they don't block it out, they're like, yeah, sure, I'll take the debilitate and take a -2 on my turn. Okay, well, that just kind of, you chase down in life totals, and eventually they'll go to 1 blocking with Mask of Momentum, and then they keep a 5-carder, and they just obliterate you.
Yeah.
That's how that typically goes. So it's, I have to get the Spinal Crush in Arsenal, and I have to make sure that the Spinal Crush is there for me to take tempo. Never throw that turn 1, never pummel it on turn 1. That's never worth it. So it's setting up, but for me, it was when he responded by pitching the 3 reds, I go, wow, he really wants that red in hand.
Yeah.
That last red in hand, he really wants it, and he wants to cycle into other things. So I actually put him on an Oath of Loyalty, which is what it was, and I said, I don't want to give him that. So it was pitch away the Pummel and put him at a decision of, okay, do you want to make this like an Oscilio matchup where you start at 36 and now you have to hit your combo?
Yeah.
Or are you going to give me the really strong starter that you want to hold on to? That was not the play at all. It is Tectonic Plating is making Spinal cost 4.
Yep.
And then Pummel cost 2.
Perfectly lined up
that
with 2
is
blues.
6 math, and I have 2 blues in hand. What am I doing?
Nevertheless, if you were to go for that line, pocket the Spinal Crush, you would have had to draw 2 blues off the top.
1 blue. Or 2 blues?
2 blues, because you would have had Test of Strength in hand, and then Pummel, and then you need the 2 blues in order to make it happen. Or you win the clash.
Yeah. Oh, no. It's I don't throw the hammer and I hold on to the other blue in hand.
You pitched the blue for the Tectonic.
I pitched 1 blue and I had another one. Did I not?
You did not. Your
I did
first
not?
hand was Spinal
3
Crush,
reds?
Pummel, Test of Strength,
yeah,
blue.
Yeah,
So
putting
that was
myself
my
on drawing
thought.
2
I was
blues.
like, you're maximizing your chance of getting your blues.
Yeah.
Because honestly, like, would I rather have Spinal Crush with Pummel? Yes, absolutely. But against a ninja, all you got to do is resolve the Spinal Crush.
Yeah.
And you're still ruining their day and taking tempo.
Yeah.
So I thought that was like the value proposition in your mind.
And honestly, the clash means I only need 1 blue in hand.
You would think. But then, of course, Clark, you
hit the
go
Test
to
of
throw
Iron
that
Grip.
Test of Strength, and you hit Trounce.
And I get
off the
immediately
top.
punished for this entire week. I was playing Crown of Dominion, Mono Crown Dominion, and Cindra because you need that first clash to win. Those clashes are how you get the switch in tempo.
Yep.
But going first, I was like, I don't know. Maybe I need that extra 2 block. Maybe I need that arsenal protection. Maybe I need the ability to get an extra blocking card on a hand. So I was like, look, a lot of players better than me who play at higher levels than me say Providence into Cindra because our clashes are just so reliable.
Yep.
I mean, they're just so reliable.
They are.
Until they're not.
But it's you when Victor is losing classes, it's usually he's losing them to himself, not actually to his opponent, right? It's not
Yeah.
because they're revealing bigger attacks, it's because he's revealing Daddy's house.
Yeah.
So at that point,
I call
Clark,
it the trust fund.
The trust fund. Exactly.
I just dip into Daddy's trust fund.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what you need to take down Draconic Ninja.
Yeah.
Now, that first reveal of the Trounce, was that the first instance where you thought, oh my God, I could lose this game?
No, because it's a clash on top.
Okay.
Yeah. So revealing a clash on top is not the worst thing in the world unless you are bottoming it because it's a combo turn and you feel like you have to get the extra card in hand. That is when you're like, cool, I just took 1 clash card out of this game, essentially. Because you're never making it to second cycle against Cindra unless you end up in a really... There are weird late game scenarios where the Cindra just gives full tempo and lets you cycle through your hand every single turn.
Yeah.
But that was not Del Taco's philosophy. So
He likes to hit the gas and hit it hard.
He likes to hit the gas. He likes to take the damage and just throw more back. So it's not that bad because I can just do it again next turn, and now I have a signal of block with my Aura Magus so that I can get that 2 value block.
Sure.
And then make sure that that is now my goal to retry.
Right.
So I'm never retrying and losing 2 block, and I have a clash on top for next turn. So when I revealed it, it's like, oh, that sucks. It's not the end of the world. I just go down
Trounce
a little
is
bit more in
coming.
life. Yeah, Trounce is coming. And again, the clash cards take the tempo back and win us the game, so don't get rid of them. You leave them on top.
Was there a point, however, during that match where it seemed like I could lose a favorable matchup?
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
It was at the end after I threw the E-Strike. So I throw the E-Strike with the philosophy of taking cards out of his hand because it presents lethal. Except there is no world where Cindra actually gives me a card from hand.
No
They're
way.
always giving equipment and keeping a 4-card hand and shoving damage at face, trying to take all 4 of my cards, which is a very real possibility on a Cindra 4-card hand, especially based on how well they can keep up Maska momentum. I was tracking, though, there was no Ancestral Empowerment, there was no Throw Daggers, so it was going to be a lot harder for him to try to keep 3 chain links open,
Right.
But he did a great job of doing it. It just fell flat. He had 1 0 for 3 that needed to be a 0 for 4.
Yep.
And that is why at the end of the day, I won that game because I should have just blocked with the E-Strike so that I could spin the blue, get the visit in. If it's a blue, then sweet, I have my 1 blue, I Arsenal Golden Sun, because whether he's at 7 or 1, 15 overpower is winning the game. Because he did not board in D-Reacts. So that's also something different Cindras will do. Some of them will board in D-React, some of them won't. Del Taco didn't. He was going full damage at face. I should have recognized that the 7 power was not going to do anything for me.
Well, Clark, you are one step closer to solidifying your place in the Players' Championship.
Can you pair me into a Slippy, please?
We'll see about that. We'll see if we can get that done. But in the meantime, Clark, if the good people on the internet want to know where to find more of you and perhaps any podcasts you might be involved in, please tell them how.
You see down there, I'm a part of Team Pitch It To Me. And so Pitch It To Me podcast is a podcast I run with me and my two buddies, Fuzzy and Joel. We're all locals together. We record it in person, and it's all about the design of Flesh and Blood. So very different from your typical thing. We're not necessarily talking about news in the same way or why certain cards are more powerful than others. We're talking more about the inherent design and philosophy. What's coming out this upcoming week, this Tuesday, I think we're going to be releasing our equipment part 2. So we did one that sort of broke containment, went a little viral. I guess you could say as far as it goes. I mean, we go from 300 views to 1,400 views.
That's what's up.
Yeah. But we're doing a part 2 to that, where we're talking a lot more about the ability that equipments can provide. So we're pretty sure that's what's coming out on Tuesday. We may keep that in our back pocket, and we may skip a week. But if I win, I think we have to release an episode.
We're going to have to.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah. So if you see me in top 8, just keep rooting for me.
You know an episode's coming. And furthermore, then you're rooting for the entirety of Team Pitch It To Me because you're the only one in contention this year.
Left,
Which is crazy because you have not qualified for a Players' Championship before.
No.
And we are very used to seeing Fuzzy Delp up there.
Yeah, Fuzzy is incredible, but I think this year was hard on him. I think it was hard on his ninjas and his card pool.
Yeah.
His typical comfort decks. And just once or twice, he couldn't make it out to an AGE. And he just made the decision of like, look, I don't have enough points. I can't quite make it happen. Yeah.
All right, Clark, we got to let you get ready for your next round.
Thank you.
Keep the nerves under wraps. You've so got this.
We're
all rooting for you. All of the Team Pitch It To Me fans out there, this is your champion. Root for Clark Moore, and we will be back with more of him and more Flesh and Blood after this. Hammers and thunderbolts and burning blades of Drakai flame. What else does the day have in store for us? How about some harpoons, Michael?
Let's bring it back to the pirate age.
Okay, well, we're going to have a high seas show match, and it's not going to involve gravy bones, folks. That's right, it's Puffin Hightail in the hands of Aidan Kwasneski, who we saw earlier on in the day in our round 1 barn burner of a match, versus Paul Selinske on Marlynn, Treasure Hunter. Aidan's player profile is before us. He's sporting a 58% AGE win percentage, 2 top 8s, and 49 AGE points this season. It would mean everything for him to win the Players' Championship, and he likes pancakes. Let's move on to Paul Selinske, the man from Altadena, the guy that was used as the model for Peck Perfect.
Yeah. Look at that hair. I mean, it's uncanny. You know that was the inspiration. And you can't see it in this photo, but those pecs are perfect. I can tell you from my own personal experience.
At his bachelor party?
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
we had the swimming pool, man. We were living it up. We had the pool party skins live at the bachelor party straight out of Singapore.
You guys were playing Flesh and Blood. The only
we
10
did
packs?
play Flesh and Blood. We played high seas at Paul's bachelor party.
Tell you what. The only 10 packs at that party were 10 packs of hard seltzer.
Yeah, we had maybe 60 of those, but yeah, we'll call it 10.
Paul's favorite inside joke is watching Michael Murray. Wait, that's you.
Oh.
Take 10 minutes to plan out his combo turn on Wizard. You just got to laugh
happened.
while he works out the blazing for 256 damage combo.
Yeah, I mean, you're always trying to go for that high score.
But he does like pancakes, which does make me a little bit of a Paul questioner.
Mm-hmm.
I'm more of a waffles guy myself.
Yeah, I remember you saying that.
Oh, yeah? Have I mentioned that?
You have mentioned it a few times.
Okay, well, I like waffles, folks. If you could get me waffles over pancakes, I would really appreciate that.
You're a bit of a food purist.
Yeah, no, don't say it like that.
Hard opinions over here.
No hard opinions. Our top 16 is before you. Both of the players that you'll be watching in this feature match are on this top 16 list. Only one of them, however, is in danger of losing their spot, and that's Aidan Kwasneski. I think because Paul is on the left column, he's pretty much locked for the top 8, especially because he has X and 1 thus far today. Aidan, however, sitting at the 2-1. If he loses out, there's a good chance that he gets knocked out of the Players' Championship.
One important thing to note, although Paul is locked most likely for the Players' Championship, unless something crazy happens today, playing for that seeding is still really important, because in the Players' Championship, whoever has the higher seed just gets to pick whether they go first or second. And Paul playing Marlynn, I believe that's going to be his deck choice for the Players' Championship. That's a huge benefit to be able to choose. So especially for him, he wants to win this. He wants to score as high as he can, because if he can bump himself up in the ratings, he gets more choice of going first or second. And when you've got overpower printed on every one of those harpoons, that's a big deal.
That left column in the Players' Championship standings is all so important, right? You are, Michael. And we will be proceeding on down to the match floor for a high seas show match. X-Nay on the gravy bones in just a moment. I think we're still waiting on our players to be ready. So let's go ahead and thank our sponsors. That's Top Deck Keep in Riverside, California, the place where our butts currently reside. It's the official sponsor of the AGE Open Series in Season 3. And boy, howdy, do we think we're coming back next year, because they have been absolutely magnificent, to the point where Tyler, our point of contact here at Top Deck Keep, has offered up some serious deals of the day. Mastery Pack Guardian, they're selling it for $5 under MSRP, and also including a batter to a pulp promo with it.
Yeah, I already bought 3 of those. I got my play set, and I'm a Guardian player, so you know I had to hop on that deal. And if anyone else here is watching and close by, come on down, get yourself a few boxes.
We've gotten our boxes, which means that the only thing left is to head on down to the high seas. Which of these 2 heroes will take it? Will it be the Sky Pirate, Puffin Hightail in the hands of Aidan Kwasneski, flying his golden goose into combat, or will it be Marlynn, treasure hunter, pilot?
Look at that Marlynn scream. Sorry, just the art on that looks vicious.
It is. Honestly, I think I like it closer up. Than,
yeah, that was cool. I don't know that I've really examined it like that
pretty
before.
Wild. She's expressing a lot in that moment. Both these players are ready. We are sending producer Justin their way in order to get the game going.
And both of these players are blinged out to the teeth, bringing their Marvel heroes to play.
Also a Marvel extended art Sealy Sarong in the hands of Paul Selinske, who sits in our 8th seed. Aidan Kwasneski, of course, at 16th.
And it looks like Paul won the die roll and is choosing to go first. A nice way to start things out, as we mentioned before. Getting that harpoon overpower to start things is a very powerful way to begin the game.
And the difficulty for Marlynn, of course, is getting that arsenal loaded because her weapon of choice, Hammerhead, just doesn't load arrows like bows typically do. Pitching an Eye of Ophidia here, allowing him the opportunity to put both those cards that he doesn't like to the bottom of his deck. Also activating Hammerhead here with 2 resources left over. You better believe that this is going to be a harpoon coming in with overpower. Ooh, and it's a big one. It's King Shark Harpoon, the exact one that Marlynn wants to be finding on turn 1 of each of her games. This is kind of like, is the best case scenario. I mean,
yeah,
Azalea going dominated red in the ledger was all well and good. This is exactly what Marlynn wants to be doing on turn 0 of a long game like this one, because it forever makes it so that King Shark Harpoon is a target available for Codex of Frailty.
A little bit of silver lining. Aidan does have the block card in hand, which will allow him to at least put 2 cards in front of this, but he's taking some damage.
Aidan giving a nod of approval to his opponent. This is a hefty amount of damage right here, 13 overpower. So he blocks with the 1 action that he is able to and lines up that block card. It's going to be a Pinion Sentry, blocking 6 on still 13, though, Michael. 7 damage leaking through on turn 0 is nothing to sneeze at.
That's a lot.
Also, Paul is going to be able to, the Go Fish on hit ability of this King Shark Harpoon isn't going to matter as much, thanks to the fact that Aidan is just going to be able to draw up after the end of this turn 0, but it does mean that Paul is going to start off with 2 gold rather than the 1 afforded by Crown of Dominion.
If Aidan chose to block with those arm pieces, he could start with 2 cogs in play, which is nice. Decided not to go that route, instead preserving the arm piece for a future play, which I do not mind at all. And we see
Aidan reveals 2 copper cogs from the hand. Nothing for King Shark Harpoon, 2 Harpoon. Both of our players are on the mic now and connected with our producer, so we can expect streamlined communication henceforth. So Aidan draws up 2. Sunken Treasure and another copper cog.
Rough start.
There is one way out of this. Of course, he's going to play 2 of these copper cogs. And for the second crank of the turn, he'll be able to draw a card off of Puffin's hero ability, which will surely bail him out.
Surely. Oh!
It's a conqueror of the
That's
high seas
exactly what he wants to
off the top.
see.
Listen, Paul doesn't have an arsenal, so that is going for him. But wow, Aidan is so happy about that card he drew off the top.
It really couldn't have been better.
Especially because in following this up, even without killing an arsenal, Aidan is going to be able to shoot that Spitfire in his weapon zone for 3.
I wonder if there's an argument to be made to draw that card with the 2 floating.
Oh,
and
off
it
of the
does
gold?
actually look like he's going to see if he can do that first. Paul says no problem.
Yeah, a very astute draw there, Michael, because card drawn is cog in the machine, which is going to unlock some really fearsome turns further on down the line.
Knowing that he has the 2 cogs already established in play, he has the grace to get rid of that gold now, not needing it at least for the next turn.
All that graces is gold, and Paul taking all of this damage, 11 down to 29.
So Aidan piecing together a very good turn, all things considered. The way he drew up, I was getting scared for his propositions.
2 huge starts for both of these high seas heroes. Marlynn's got to come back now. Gold token at the ready, though, to help Paul Selinske load an arrow when he needs it most. Tunic ticks up to 2 here. And he's got himself a Loan Shark.
I guess I'll take aim.
The other ones. Looks like it's going to be an activation of Marlynn here first. I think Paul is a big proponent of some of the standard pirate cards based on the way he's been building his Marlynn list of late, which makes me think that he might be holding on to a golden tipple that I just can't see. First, it's going to be Loan Shark generating 2 gold tokens.
Importantly, buffering his hook if he decides to use that, having created gold already this turn.
Oh, no, it's a take aim. Loading that Goldfin Harpoon, probably without an arrow, is Paul Selinske. Activating gold-baited hook here because it is risk-free thanks to the fact that Loan Shark generated 2 gold tokens. So it's 6 + 2, 8 on this arrow. Threatening a Ponder token, which Aidan is probably not going to be too concerned about given the fact that Paul still has a card left over in hand.
Yeah, it is also threatening a gold, which is... Also, you know, with Paul at 2, it's not that bad, but Marlynn really loves to have a big pile of gold to help in the late game or mid game or whenever you really feel like doing it. You can just pop those gold and draw so many cards to set up massive attacks. Aidan just takes it.
Down to 25 he goes. 29 plays 25. Paul has a bit of a life lead here. But we know after watching Aidan in round 1 that that can be gone in a flash.
Right, you are.
Yar. Paul accidentally puts Loan Shark into his bin. Luckily, Aidan runs that card as well, so he reminds him that no, that debt is going to be on offer for all turns that come after.
Not only does Aidan run it, but he also runs the gold pack version of it. Both of these players bling to the teeth, as I mentioned earlier.
Aidan staring down even more copper cogs. I wonder how many are in his deck. I think the consensus is somewhere around 9 to 12 in most cases.
I do like those numbers myself. And we see golden cogs being made by pitching the copper cog, getting that extra action point and drawing a card.
Gears, says Aidan Kwasneski.
And 4 cogs is scary.
2 action points for Aidan. Card drawn. Does he like what he sees?
Copper cog.
Cerebellum processor.
That's really good with 2 action points. So once again, we see on camera Aidan lining up the cog in the machine with the cerebellum processor, possibly allowing the drawing of another card this turn.
Let's crank out a cerebellum processor.
And out comes the cerebellum processor cranking, of course. It's a perk up in the hand. And a... What color of Cogwork Zeppelin is that? Doesn't really matter because he's drawn himself up another blue.
Yeah, so a little bit resource heavy. And drawing a block card in this spot is the last thing he would have liked to see.
Yeah, this is the challenge of this Puffin deck. So much of what your offensive capability is going to be just comes randomly off the top of the deck. So you really can't plan for a turn, which oftentimes prices you into taking a crap load of damage just to see what you could possibly get.
Yeah, I agree with that take here. And we're seeing him sending a blue, pumping it up to 8 with 3 cogs on the field means there's the potential for this to be 10.
This is assuredly going to be 10.
But not, I mean, 10's fine, but really not what you'd like to see off the back of drawing 2 cards to start the turn out.
He's not done yet, though, because, of course, Spitfire will be at the ready.
And it looks like Paul's actually happy to block this out to prevent that go again.
I wonder if Paul's hand is just not that great, and he's willing to kind of ship it to the next turn cycle.
Yeah, I like this block a lot from Paul, especially if the hand isn't conducive to a large attack. Just stopping the turn on the spot, staying at 29, and slowing things down a little bit, ceding some tempo in favor of just keeping the life total high.
So even though Aidan's turn was not nearly as explosive as we've seen from him in the past, it still did buy him all of this tempo. Oh, wait, never mind.
Oh.
3 of a kind comes out here, folks. Paul is really looking for blues here.
You got 2 of them.
That's going to be enough. Activate Hammerhead. Send that harpoon, my friend. Blammo. It is King Kraken Harpoon. And Aidan, sure as shooting, has some non-attacks in his hand.
Oh.
Both Lone Shark and Cerebellum Processor, both of which are going to be needed to unlock this turn because it is super resource heavy. It's Palantir, Aeronaut, and Pummel. 2 cards that we saw go used to maximum effect in Aidan's first game of the day. But Paul doing some serious disruption.
Yeah, and Paul is able to choose the card, which means he could decide to rip the blue, I believe.
100%.
So that would completely stuff Aidan's turn. Coming up on the Tunic counter, paired with the blue and the Palantir, although Aidan doesn't really have the cogs to support the Palantir anyway. So isn't completely set up for that yet at the moment.
Because, of course, those 4 cogs you see in the arena now, folks, are going to go bye at the beginning of Aidan's turn. Aidan without any block cards at this point. And by that, I do not mean cards that do or don't block, but cards that have the block keyword. He does have himself a Pummel, which does mean that he can block a little bit more of this damage.
Yeah, utilizing that here is an option, especially if it doesn't pair well, knowing you're going to need to discard one of those non-attack actions. And I know one of the challenges using a card like King Kraken Harpoon is that it's really common for the opponent to just put their only non-attack action in front of it, since usually decks don't run so many that you're getting 2 per turn. In this case, Aidan does have 2, and so now he's really in a tough spot, knowing that he will have to discard one of them.
Yeah, you absolutely cannot block with that Lone Shark because then you have no resource card for the turn.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he might have to block with the Pummel and the Palantir, and then just sort of play one of his other 2 non-attacks and pass. It's really not good. He doesn't like this at all, and we can see him tanking almost not because he doesn't know what to do, but because he doesn't want to do it. Just sort of avoiding it, procrastinating the moment that he has to put this in front.
Does he have enough to get to 10?
3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
That's
what he's holding right now.
Even if he throws the Pummel in front, that's still 9.
Yeah.
No, he's only holding
6.
6.
Yeah. Excuse me.
But that does give him a cog, which could unlock the turn. No, Aidan's doing the math. He's
Yeah.
realizing that Paul is
tough.
going fishing no matter what, and Paul is just looking on with glee. He loves
that.
shooting harpoons.
Those glowy cheeks.
I know, right?
He's like Santa Claus, but he delivers you
just
coal.
thinking that too. he's Santa Claus with an 11 pack.
Yeah.
If he were to rip his shirt off right now, like our dearly departed Hulk Hogan, you would see Peck Perfect right there before
Yes,
your
sir.
eyes.
Repping the Arcane Games and Events hat.
Always peering at you from under that brim. A wry smile, because he knows he's about to ruin your day with a poison tip.
I'll block
There it is.
for 6 here and make a golden cog.
6 is the block here. Blocking with Lone Shark, which means that 4 is going to come across. And Paul is going to reap the spoils of finding a non-attack action card in his opponent's hand.
Yeah, his only resource.
Aidan says you can't take that.
I make a gold. And then
Paul up to 4 gold, more than I usually see classic constructed Marlynn decks having.
Yeah, I think that's pretty par for the course when you're able to connect over and over again. That is what Marlynn's trying to do. She doesn't always get there, but it's certainly things are playing out well for Paul as he draws up a nice additional generation of gold in the form of that Sunken Treasure, also gold card itself, straight from the gold pack.
Aidan doing his due diligence with Steam counters. A lot of those cog go bye-bye, but he gets to keep a cerebellum processor and a golden cog for one more turn.
What's he got in the arsenal?
It is a copper cog. He has no gold tokens, so he's unable to activate Puffin to get that card drawn, but luckily he's got a trusty parrot at the ready.
Ooh, and he hits a blue. No, he doesn't.
No, it's
he
a
hits a red.
Cogworks Dovetail.
I looked blue for a moment.
Aidan can draw Cogworks Dovetails off the top when he needs it and when he doesn't. It's always a dovetail on top. Aidan not happy to see a red here.
Yeah, I feel like this may just be the Palantir unicycle turn, pitching probably the pummel, maybe the dovetail. It's sort of up to him. He would have loved to see the blue.
Yeah, that's not too bad, honestly.
I will say, too, that Marlynn doesn't have the easiest time clearing the Poly Cranka. I don't know if I saw any tipples in Paul's hand. That would be the ideal card to see in this situation. And yeah.
So here comes Palantir. Paul probably going to block with that sarong because even though it's a nice piece to have,
don't reach for those. Don't reach for the hook, Paul.
He still could.
Wait, what about the?
You can't block with the Crown of Dominion because it doesn't have a block value.
I was about to walk away from that without being embarrassed, but you called me out.
I read the body language and I found you wanting.
Yeah. I think I like the sarong here, but that being said, I think it actually is pretty meaningful if Paul's running blues in the arsenal. Yeah. I don't know what is currently in his arsenal, but it could be that there's a blue there right now, in which case he'd really want to have the Sile sarong.
And you know, Tunic is a fine choice here.
Yeah.
In general,
no counters are on it. It's, we're getting towards the end of the game, probably losing a resource.
In general, the Tunic is there for Marlynn to always activate 3 of a kind whenever it comes around, so that you can do exactly what he did with it, block 9, and then still have a nice turn.
Yeah.
The thing is, though, Paul has only resolved 1 3 of a kind thus far this game, so giving up that Tunic is going to mean he's not going to have an easy time of doing so.
Well,
here on out,
it's still possible for Aidan to value the damage and actually blow up the sunken treasure.
Well, Tunic is going to get blown up no matter what. It has blade break.
Oh, that's a good point.
Yeah.
Thanks for once again embarrassing
it's
me
the old
live
1-2
on
punch.
Camera. What are we running at concurrent? How many people just watched me flub that twice in a row?
Just wait for the uppercut, Michael.
Guys, please
What's
leave
the
me
third
alone.
one going to be?
Don't bully me. Really, that's directed at you, Bryce.
I'm going to do it anyway. Oh, Samantha Cheatwood is in the chat. That's my husband, she says, because her and Paul Selinske were just married.
Yeah. Paul's glowing not just from winning games of Flesh and Blood today.
He's also pregnant?
He's got that freshly married glow.
Oh, right.
Jonathan Hughes, Luke in the chat. Over 200 concurrent. Thanks for letting me know. We got our producer here filling us in on the chatters of the chat.
Looks like we're calling for a judge here, possibly. Or we're just looking around wondering why Michael Murray is yelling so loudly.
They overheard me over all of this buzz going on behind us.
Flesh bag or we'll confirm just so we play it. Right?
Yeah. Does look like they're calling a judge.
Judge is being called. And Aidan poised at the ready to tap those cogs and buff this Palantir Aeronaut up to the fated
I wonder if
9.
the question is if he can destroy that sunken treasure before the resolution of its effect.
Oh, that's interesting.
If I destroy this card.
Yes, that's exactly what they're trying to figure out. And I tend to think that you cannot because it says win it defense.
Right.
It's a win it defense effect, which would go on the stack. Then the Palantir Aeronaut destroys it, and the effect still resolves.
Yeah. And it looks like Connor is confirming just that as Aidan flips one of those yellow cards upside down in his graveyard, and Paul makes 5th gold for the game.
Any reactions from you? Nothing. So taking.
Oh, Aidan decides to hold on to that unicycle.
Interesting.
I'm gonna leave it there.
And Paul's like, "Are you sure? Do you really not want to use that unicycle?"
You get to choose. Oh, you have to crank 3 cogs. I have to crank 3 cogs. Yeah. 1, 2.
Because if that's the case, Paul had the opportunity to hold on to his Tunic and just block with the gold-baited hook at no expense to him.
True, but that would have been a little too risky, I think. Although with 5 gold, it may be okay to give that up at this point in the game. I know that it's such an important engine for Marlynn. He was just speaking to me about how he lost his previous game due to an overzealous gold-baited hook activation into a Slippy, which was able to block it out with multiple attack reactions.
So here's the other reason that Fyendal Spring Tunic is, yes, an amazing card, but not at its best in Marlynn, because the bread and butter Marlynn play is pitch 2 blues, activate Hammerhead, send a Harpoon that costs 2. There's no room for Fyendal Spring Tunic, one resource to like make that work, unless of course
it
you have to like pitch a
yellow
here or there,
right,
or something like that.
But yeah, I think giving it up is actually perfectly fine. And we see Paul once again pumping that King Kraken Harpoon all the way up to 13 overpower. Let's see what Aidan's got in his hand this time. He's got a block card.
Another Palantir Aeronaut.
This time there are no non-attack actions, so Aidan's safe from the on-hit effect.
This is the King Shark Harpoon, which is
excuse
looking
me.
for attacks.
That's different.
Justin
and
messed you up because he pulled up King Kraken. He's out to lunch. Nobody knows what's going on with that guy.
We're just out to get me today, aren't we?
And that's the third one, baby. Comedy comes in threes, and so do Michael's flubs.
And Aidan does have the black card, and fortunately for him, he's got the Galvanize, which allows him to cover up to 7 here, which is not 13, which does mean that this King Shark Harpoon will likely go into effect. And losing
Bye-bye
that
Aeronaut.
Palantir, losing that soup up. I mean, he won't have resources to send what he needs to. He may even want to consider not blocking with that block card just so that he can pay for what Paul leaves him with. Then again, if you take
soup ups.
it's like if you
He's
block.
not paying for anything.
Oh, he's sort of in between a rock and a hard place here.
It's that red in the ledger quandary. You block and get red in the ledger, or you don't block and you get red in the ledger. It is a red soup up in the hand. So at this point, the best that Palantir Aeronaut can do, I think, is to remain in the hand and tempt Paul away from these 0-for-4 go-agains.
Yeah. And we know that it's a dovetail in Arsenal, right?
We do know that it's a dovetail in Arsenal. So Aidan still wants to keep his pitch card.
Yeah, it's tough. He's deciding to block as much as he can here, trying to preserve the life total, because that overpower can be absolutely lethal when the life totals get too low. So taking advantage of the block card while he has it, making that cog, but he's going to lose most likely that soup up, which means he doesn't have the resources to pay for the Palantir.
It does mean that the Palantir can be pitched for the dovetail, but that's not the greatest consolation prize.
Yeah. It's not bad. 2 card 7 into Spitfire, 2 card 9. Pretty good. 2 card 10.
Frailty token.
Oh, true.
Which is going to put a damper on that.
And Paul goes ahead and rips the Palantir instead. Oh, it's a blue soup up, so I actually like that a lot now. Still the same play coming out of Aidan, most likely pitching the blue to pay for the dovetail. But like you said, that Frailty is going to double dip here. We've got 1 card in Arsenal, which is affected by Frailty, as well as a weapon as the 2 attacking options for Aidan. So huge value on the back of that Frailty.
And the gold buffer that Paul has built for himself here does mean that he can bail himself out of a lot of the sticky situations that Harpoon Marlynn is just like want to fall into. Every now and then you just don't have the Harpoon to do anything on your turn, and having 6 gold does mean that you have a lot of looks in order to ultimately get it done.
Yeah.
So I don't know if we can expect any more stumbles necessarily from Paul, at least when he has the tempo. Aidan, however, the man very much without the tempo, sits at 15 life to Paul Selinski's 25. It looks like he's getting a migraine trying to figure out what to do with these 2 cards.
Yeah, it's tough. I can almost see a world where you just send the soup up and it won't have go again. Sorry, a cog left. So it would have a go again, so he can send this into a Spitfire for 2, which is fine. It's a 1 card 4. It's not the end of the world, but it's really not the pressure that he needs to be putting onto Paul. A 5 card Marlynn hand is scary to deal with.
And he does just that, as you suggested, Michael. 1 card 4, thanks to Spitfire. Man, Spitfire is such a good weapon.
It is.
Even when it's bad, it's good.
No, it's powerful. As that frailty fades away, Paul left with a 5-card grip, and Aidan only sitting at 15. There are not a lot of turns left for Aidan to take these overpower harpoons to the face.
Looks like another Cogworks dovetail drawn up for Aidan. He also found a Golden Skywarden, which is good
Decent
news for that
timing
golden
here.
cog that is about to go the way of the birds. Portside Exchange is going to discard that harpoon that Paul just made, regenerate that gold, and keep this turn going. Does not need the reload off of the draw from Marlynn, because he's already got a card in Arsenal. Probably one that he wants to use, too. And here we go. Here come the buffs. Take aim. Drop the anchor. What comes next?
Oh, man.
Oh, no.
Activate hook.
Is it a blue and a yellow? Can he not?
No,
No,
he's
it's
got-
two
it's the
blues. It's two blues, baby.
Yeah, he's...
Activate Hammerhead. Send that harpoon, my friend. Show us what you got.
Codex.
Frailty. Find King Shark harpoon.
Oh, boy.
And send it.
Frailty.
Holy
16 overpower.
cow.
Aidan sitting at 15 life. King Shark Harpoon coming through, asking about attack action cards. You got him?
Yeah, he's got a few, and that's exactly how he wants to be pushing damage. It's Cogworks Dovetail in the hand.
Aidan does have some decent galvanized tools to block more than he should be able to into an overpower, but certainly not enough to stop 16.
Aidan, his brow furrows. A solemn tear is leaking out of the corner of his eye, down his cheek. He wants to hold on to this 16th spot he's got for going for the Players' Championship, but it's going away thanks to this poison-tipped harpoon that Paul is launching at his face.
That being said, Aidan doesn't need to top 8 to gain very meaningful points. So
He doesn't need to be
even-
top 8 today.
Yeah. So it's just top 8 right? His little inside joke, player profile callback. But, you know, every win matters. We don't know who's winning, who's losing. We have to do all those calculations after the day ends. So these players are playing a little bit blind, and they know the very least they can do is try to get as many wins under their belt today. It's the last shot that they have.
I will.
Golden Skywarden comes out to block, and that's the best Aidan can do in terms of numbers. Galvanizing a golden cog and the copper cog. Generate a gold and an extra 2 defense on the block, taking 12.
Ow.
Holy cow. Down goes Aidan Kwasneski to 3 life to Paul Selinski's 21. And we haven't even gone fish yet, Michael.
Got 7 gold, a ponder. We're going to rip a card out of Aidan's hand. It's
Not
the
just any card.
dovetail.
It's the Cogworks Dovetail, which if one dovetail is good, it's even better when it's paired with another one.
We had.
Did Aidan also galvanize the gold that he created?
Oh, did he? Let's see. He took.
I think he took
16 minus 4 is 12. He was at.
No Arsenal?
Yeah.
We foregone.
Oh, that's interesting.
Should be at 4.
I think he should still have his gold token.
Okay.
Is the
Yeah,
mix
maybe
up
he
there.
forgot to make it.
I saw him make it, but you do have the opportunity to galvanize that as well because it's an
I see.
item. But he galvanized the copper cog,
Right.
which would stop that
Yeah,
chain.
exactly.
The chain only continue. Oh, it got so.
It got stolen by the hook. Paul just not letting Aidan get away with anything. Oh boy,
Man.
the merciless Grim Reaper,
You know-
wielding a harpoon.
There's been a lot of slander going at Marlynn since High Seas dropped, but she's looking awfully fearsome in Paul's hand.
Yeah, 2-1, looking to be 3-1 soon. I do not see a world where Aidan comes back from this spot. He would need more than a miracle.
Paul has drawn a card and reloaded an arrow card face up into his arsenal, thanks to the fact that that is written on the Marlynn hero
Finds a
text.
Yellow. He's really hoping to activate the harpoon as well as shoot the king shark.
Just keep drawing, Paul. Just keep drawing.
Is that another yellow?
Play out a drop the anchor, pre-med.
He's found what he needs.
Oh,
I
he's
think.
just going. Oh, the three of a kind.
They're the Blues.
Oh boy.
They're the Blues.
Pitch.
Yep.
Cannon.
Activate Hammerhead and send that arrow. Paul gives
That's a
a
Polykranka,
Rylav.
right? He's shooting the bird?
Yeah, he's definitely shooting Polykranka for 16 overpower. Aidan chewing his bottom lip. I think that's going to be it, folks. The third Palantir Aeronaut is drawn up in the hand. He's got a Golden Skywarden, but it's just not enough. You're at 3 life, facing down 16 overpower. Paul is smiling because he gets the fist bump from Aidan Kwasneski. The High Seas Showdown is taken by the Treasure Hunter.
And look at the fire on that Marlynn. Screaming victory on the right side of your screen. Paul calmly handling it, but you know he's happy.
Yeah, without a doubt. Look at those rosy cheeks, man.
Oh,
I
yeah.
don't even want to think what color his pecs are right now. Bottom line, there's 11 of them, and they're all out to play. Mr. Peck Perfect himself, Dr. Poison the Tips, it's Paul Selinske. Ranger enjoyer from the beginning of his time in this game. One of my closest friends in the game, and yours as well.
Absolutely. Really great to see him on camera. Really great to see him pull out all the stops and make quick and easy work of a very fierce opponent of Aidan Kwasneski. So looking forward to getting an interview with him in just a moment.
Oh, are we going to get Mr. Poison the Tips for interview?
I think we are.
I am so excited. Michael, you want to take this one?
I got it.
All right, brother. We're going to be back with more gold-tipped harpoons, more high seas showdowns, and more flesh and blood, and of course, more Paul Selinske after this.
Welcome back, folks. I'm joined here with your winner of round number 4, coming in at 3-1, Paul Selinske, on none other than Marlynn. How you feeling at the end of that game?
I feel great.
Yeah.
I feel so good. I lost Azalea last month, but I found a new home in the form of Marlynn, really.
Yeah. Who says Marlynn's not a real deck? You absolutely clobbered that matchup.
You know, we touch a lot of cards, and sometimes they're really good cards. So,
I mean, starting things out, you managed to get a 13 overpower on turn 0, which is exactly what you want to see. And then you just kept doing it over and over and over again.
when this list hums, it hums, and it's really light on blues, but heavy on gold generation to sort of balance out the consistency. And it's Jacob Kessel's list.
Okay, shout out Jacob Kessel.
I might be mispronouncing the last name, but he popularized the Sand Scour list, which I was a devoted cultist of for 2.5 years, then some. And it had the same feel. You touch a lot of cards, and you send 8 dominate. But in this case, now it's harpoons and it's overpower, but still the same feel. And shout out to him.
Awesome. So you're sitting at 8th place right now and feeling good about the day. We still have 2 rounds left, which means that there's still opportunity for you to win or lose coming up. But so far, it seems like you're feeling pretty darn good about your opportunity and the game so far.
Yeah.
I mean, we just saw this one. It looked just brutal for Aidan. You didn't give him any breathing room. Can you tell us a little bit about the previous games today and how those ones went for you?
Yeah, I started the day on Levia playing against Ian on Levia, and I found out sitting down that that's apparently a bad Levia matchup. So, and it played out exactly as he thought it would. So pretty good there, and then took down Tyler Horspool on Prism. Winning the die roll was, I think, the biggest thing there. Got to leak like 7 damage turn 1. And just keep the tempo.
I know you've talked about how Ranger feels into Illusionist, that it's one of, if not the worst matchup. So hearing that you took that down was pretty awesome to hear. Do you still feel that way about into the Prism? Obviously, Enigma is no more.
Yeah, thank God. I like the Prism matchup. I think I'm on a Tipple list, so we do have a little bit more go again. You can kind of leverage Sarong for some cheeky go again. I think I flipped a blue searing shot on him turn 2, and he was like not expecting me to have go again in the list. And then send a harpoon for 13 after that. So it has just enough go again to sort of deal with the board state heroes.
Awesome.
But can still go tall.
Yeah. And so I know that, ever since Marlynn came out, people have been sort of dismissing her. Recently, I don't remember, maybe you can remind me, there have been a couple content creators that have started to see her go up the tier list, maybe even some that have put her into A tier. Are you kind of in agreement with, where would you place Marlynn in the meta right now?
I put her in, B tier, but that's my Ranger bias. I know some other people in the community have said the same. It's really meta dependent. I'm trying to dodge assassins today because I can send 10 overpower all day and they can just put 3 attack reactions down. So Go Fish has to go your way. It is not as strong as Dominate in Azalea, but she still has legs. She has damage. She can stockpile gold, and you saw that last turn of the game, just cracking gold and just finding a 3-oak to find the last resources, 2-3 pumps. It's crazy.
Yeah, no, I know as soon as Azalea hit Living Legend, I was starting to feel a little bit worried for you. And you came out today. Is this your first Marlynn showing at AGE?
It is.
And you're just showing up, you're just doing your best Azalea cosplay, saying, I don't care. I'm just going to keep playing Ranger. And you're making it look the same. 3-1 so far. That's awesome.
I think I have some transfer credits from Azalea.
Sure.
Got married 2 weeks ago, so had no time to practice. And I've just been this is kind of the same thing. I'm just going to touch a bunch of cards and send a big arrow, and the skills transfer, I guess.
That's awesome, man. You got 2 more games coming up. How you feeling?
We're having fun. I'm getting to play Marlynn at AGE. Life is great.
That's great. Do you have any other people you want to shout out? Any thoughts? Anything else going on you want to talk about?
Yeah, I mean, I want to shout out coworkers and friends watching, and then shout out to Sammy, my beautiful wife. I love you. Thank you for supporting me while playing this insane game, and you're the best.
Yeah, awesome. Thanks to all the friends and people watching, loved ones, and we're going to take a quick break here, but we'll be back with more Flesh and Blood after this.
We're back, ladies and gentlemen. Bryce Platt's here with Michael, Swinger of Hammers Murphy. I did it again. It's not Murphy, it's Murray. It's a meme at this point. Michael, Swinger of Hammers Murray, my cohort for the entire last year, whose name I can't seem to get quite right today. Michael, we are coming down to the wire. It's almost the top 8 cut, and we have a return player from earlier. There's going to be more hammers to speak of. Victor Goldmane comes back in style on his golden horse in the hands of Clark Moore. Going to see if he can right some of the wrongs that he had against Anthony Zichella earlier, but nevertheless still take down what is kind of sort of an aggro matchup. He's up against Arachne Slip Through the Cracks in the hands of a first-year professional flesh and blood player. That's Luke Gilmore here. It's his first competitive season, and he is in contention for the top 8, sporting a 56% AGE win rate, 2 top 8s, and 55 AGE points. He is currently in the running squarely for the Players' Championship. I believe above Clark.
Yeah.
But bottom line, this is an important match for both of these players.
Yeah, I think they're both 3-1 right now. Is that correct?
That is correct. And he also thinks that Aurora, Bolton, and Levia can barely beat Ultron. How do you feel about that?
What is Ultron?
Don't worry about it, Michael. He hopes that the people never change in Flesh and Blood because...
Is that a Transformer?
What?
Never mind.
Oh my gosh, I can't take you anymore. Ladies and gentlemen, we got to proceed down to the match floor before I strangle my co-caster. It's Luke Gilmore on the left side of your screen.
Arachne Murphy slipped through the cricks.
I give up. Michael, take it over.
Luke Gilmore, Arachne slipped through the cracks, 3-1 against Clark Moore. Victor Goldmane, high and mighty, 3-1. Actually, Luke is just behind Clark. 15 plays 14th place here, both fighting for their tournament lives.
I'm just fighting to keep my tongue working properly. 55 minutes on the match clock. Both these players are 3-1, 40-40. It's just the beginning. And from what I'm told, that Victor is extremely favored in this matchup. What do you think as a Guardian player?
So I do think it's Victor's game to lose. That being said, Slippy is slippery. There's a lot of attack reactions and things that this hero can do that if Victor isn't blocking correctly, keep in mind, Victor doesn't bring defense reactions. Those are too much of a liability, and so you have to proactively block. You have to predict what the Slippy is doing, and if you predict wrong and you get hit with some of these really, really devastating cards like Bonds of Agony, you can find yourself in a losing position very quickly. So it is Clark's game to lose, and starting things out right with the Spinal Crush, this is exactly what you want to do. Just take that tempo and never let it go.
Yeah, Luke unable to really do anything on his turn 0, so simply arsenals and passes. Clark finding the perfect 4 cards. It's 2 blues and a Spinal Crush. A-OK. I do believe that the last card in his hand, however, is a block card, so he may be bereft of an arsenal.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. I would almost want him to overpitch if that's the case. There is something to be said about keeping that block card in hand. Block cards are good, right? You're trying to block on-hit effects from Slippy, so keeping it, even if it means foregoing an arsenal, is not horrible. And,
I actually don't hate it here when he gets 3 cards from Luke Gilmore.
Exactly.
Draw 3.
Yeah, and it is a trounce. So even though Clark is not going to have a 5-card hand thanks to his arsenal, he will likely get that 5th card from his trounce. Oh, Luke simply passes back. And this is really bad news for Luke because Command and Conquer is potentially backed up by the pummel
Clark,
in hand.
Another little misplay, not making that Seismic Surge token.
No, I think he has 2 reds in hand. So he needs one of those reds to play the pummel.
Understood. Thanks. I missed
Number
the
4,
pummel.
Michael.
Missed the pummel.
I'm just kidding. Command and Conquer for 6 right here. We know that it's going to be more. Luke might not really be sniffing it out here because oftentimes this is the play pattern you can expect from a Guardian when you just pass back to them when they have a 4-card hand.
The tell is, of course, that he didn't make that Seismic Surge, but
sure,
Clark playing 4D chess by missing it earlier in the day may be faking out. And there's the pummel.
There's the pummel. Luke is not feeling happy, doesn't have any reactions. Down to 36, he descends. Goodbye to that arsenal that he's been defending so so heavily.
Yep, down to 34 because Slippy starts at 38.
Destroy Arsenal. And then
Codex of Frailty was the card in Arsenal.
what'd you block with there? It was Razor's Edge and
Unfortunate.
a blue double trouble, discarding a blue
A
double.
lot of blues being found for Luke early on in this game. Slippy has only want to run like 6 to 8, I want to say.
Yeah, just for the the few powerful blues that you can bring in that make the cut. Drawing some defensive options here and sink below.
And now, Crush the Weak probably going to get played here. The Ninja and Assassin Hurter, I should say. Well, Titan's Fist instead, says Clark Moore.
Pretty
Simply-
big off turn here.
Unless, of course, he has another pummel, but I think he would have deployed Crush the Weak.
Yeah, I don't like using it with a hammer. So that's
That's
a pretty
interesting.
weak turn from Clark.
I know he has a red Crush the Weak in hand. What do you think about not deploying it here?
I don't understand it.
Kiss of Death is a follow-up here. Test of Iron Grip. Let's see if it can actually make some moves here. Yes, indeed. Luke is forced to discard a card here.
Importantly, before the reaction step as well. So
And one of those cards is Tarantula Toxin, so I have to imagine that Luke is going to choose the other one.
yeah, that card is insane when you pair it with Kiss of Death.
Yep. Goodbye Infect. Hello Tarantula Toxin, because that card is a 0-cost 6. So Test of Iron Grip descends on down to 1, while Kiss of Death ascends to 6 power. Clark probably going to take 6 damage here because of that loss of life on hit from Kiss of Death. And there he goes, down to 34. 34 plays 34. Even though Luke has been disrupted quite a bit thus far this game, still able to find life parity here.
Yeah, really, really valuable play there, being able to reduce the block and pump the power.
Ooh, but this one might hurt. It's going to be Visit the Gold Main Estate. There's a Spinal Crush in hand. Clark really needs to find a blue on the top here.
Getting the mites as well.
That's 3 mites, thanks to the fact that 3 gold exist on Clark's board. One of them, of course, is that Aurum Aegis, which counts as a gold. And no, it is a red found. So unfortunately, Clark forced to send that E-Strike instead of the Disruptive Spinal Crush. And it looks like it's going to be go again here.
Maybe a CNC in Arsenal.
The Seismic Surge plus the 2 equals Crush the Weak, an A-OK turn. Any way you slice it, Clark set himself up to win no matter what was on top there.
And looking back at the last turn, just sending the Titan's Fist, right here we kind of see why it looks like Clark is really trying to sort of play these bursty turns rather than consistent 7 every turn. He wants to string together larger attacks and maybe strip more cards and push more damage by setting up rather than just sending what he has.
Something that likely just happens based on the Assassin playstyle because they do so much disruption and often only leave you with 1 card hanging. Clark now, though, is going into his next turn with only 4 cards in hand, and he's got to make use of those might tokens. Luke is going to do his best to disrupt this hand as much as possible. Clark, however, found himself a Test of Strength.
Despite this only being 1 power, Test of Strength in front of it is pretty nice. Oh, I don't know about that, though.
I think Clark is expecting that there is a Just a Nick lurking in either the hand or the arsenal of Luke Gilmore.
True.
Sounds good.
Luke's going to show off if that's the case. I don't.
Yeah.
Oh, it is.
And he's
Just
got
a
the
Nick.
Razor's Reflex, Razor's Edge.
Razor's Edge.
Oh, 3 reactions.
Luke wishing that this was a Bonds of Agony turn. Persuasive Prognosis is A-OK here, though. So it's 6 plus 3, 9 plus 3, 12.
Wow. 11 with the gauntlets on the chain, -1.
Right. And a Blood Rot Pox token as well. And like you said, Michael, Victor just doesn't run defense reactions because it means more misses for the clashes.
Right.
You're only afforded so many, so oftentimes your overrate defense has to be these clashing block cards.
So Clark sniffing that out and getting the extra 1 value out of those gauntlets of Iron Will. Well played on his end and showing me how to play Victor into Assassin.
And Luke passing across a teeny tiny Blood Rot Pox token in a teeny tiny sleeve. That's just adorable, man. So 2 banishes. The second banish, which is for Persuasive Prognosis, finds the Test of Iron Grip, which means that Clark is still going to have the go-ahead to make use of those Might tokens. Goodbye, Red Debilitate. Which means that Luke will gain a life from Persuasive Prognosis, and Clark is A-OK to just send his first Golden Sun of the game. Going to be coming in for 13 overpower.
Pretty good.
That is not bad damage.
Does he have the Seismic?
He does not have the Seismic here.
Okay, so we'll need to pitch both of these blues to send it.
And thereby unable to pay for the Blood Rot Pox tax. So Clark is almost assuredly descending on down to 27 here.
Maybe considering popping a gold to try to get an Arsenal target. Into Assassin, I don't love that. But with armor, maybe.
You know, it is nice to have any sort of arsenal against Assassin just to be insulated from Codex of Frailty, but then, of course, you run the risk of getting Arsenal disrupted. Damned if you do, damned if you don't.
Yeah. Instead, he just goes ahead and makes that Seismic Surge token, only floating 1 unused resource, so still being relatively efficient. And 13 for 3 cards is not bad.
13 overpower here. Clark trying to buy himself a massive life lead in this game. So far, it really has been even trades this way and that. But finally, Luke has found himself a reprieve from the disruption at the very least. But is his hand cooperating? It might just not be the case.
9, 2 of them are reactions.
Overpower is just not that scary of a keyword against decks that run reaction cards.
24, 29.
In this case, Assassin happens to be one of those classes. So Luke able to shore up the majority of this damage. Down to 27 goes Clark Moore, and Luke Gilmore is down to 24. Who goes over to his turn with 1 card in hand.
Very even game so far. I was expecting a little bit more from Victor into Slippy. I spoke to Clark Moore before the matches started today, and I know he brought Victor specifically to target Slippy, hoping maybe to see more than 3 today. But regardless, we see him here neck and neck with this Slippy.
Seismic Surge token pops at the beginning of the turn. Another one created from Tectonic Plating. There is one red card in hand, and it is Command and Conquer. Clark able to bluff a pummel here. And look at the way he does it. He peers into his opponent's soul, daring them to disrespect that pummel. But then skirts his gaze away because he knows he doesn't actually have it.
Shh. Sorry. And Luke's got the Bonds of Agony. Doesn't look like he has the reactions to support it, so looks like deciding to block, and look at that. Clark sold the pummel.
Wow. Give this man an Oscar right here and now, which means that Luke is going to go into his next turn just with a Shelter from the Storm. Hopefully he can make use of that Arsenal card and exchange it for that defense reaction. Could be incredibly useful down the line.
Tunic to 2. Persuasive for 1.
See the second gold mana state of the game. Yeah, Persuasive Prognosis. We know there's no reaction in Luke's hand. Attack reaction, I should say. It is a defense reaction. But Clark doesn't know that at this moment.
But can Luke sell it?
And it looks like they've both bluffed each other out.
Lots of bluffing in this game so far. Gotta love these reaction-based decks, especially when you have an omniscient perspective like this. It just gives you a different window into how well these players are positioned to pilot these decks. 4 Might tokens created off of this. Visit the Gold Main Estate, and Clark draws a card as well.
It's a red, and I believe it costs 4, which is not that helpful in this spot. I think he needs extra resources to send, and so he goes digging.
Let's find that blue, Clark. And there it is.
Yeah.
He has a Seismic Surge token, so this Chokeslam is going to be able to come in off of that 1 blue.
Really taking a risk there, I'll be honest.
8 on Crush. Attack action cards cannot gain power during the next action phase. If there's one thing assassins like to do, it's pump their attack action cards.
Reaction none. Block 6.
But that Shelter from the Storm is going to shore up 6 damage here. 2 damage will not confer a crush, so even though Luke descends on down to 22, he has the green light to use his reaction cards on this next turn. He also is able to cash in that Balance of Justice, identifying a fantastic moment to do so as Clark drew off of the Gold Main Estate Gold Generation from his hero text and also off of the destruction of a gold token itself.
Yeah, Clark paying for the double block in front of that Prognosis could have saved himself not just the card drawn off the gold and the gold itself, but Luke's ability to draw a card also came in.
Oh my gosh, and the card drawn off the top of the deck was Tarantula Toxin when he already had a Kiss of Death in hand. Is there anything more perfect right here? This could be the moment where Luke takes this game.
And savor bloodshed to boot. This is a scary situation.
So this 10 go again on its face.
10 go again, probably draw a card if Luke opts to flick one of those daggers.
So one of those things that Clark really wants to be able to respect.
This is massive from Luke.
Victor favored. It's not looking like it right now.
I just keep thinking about the 2 cards in front of that Prognosis. I get that Clark was trying to play conservatively and play around the potential to just nick that card, and I get it. Like, you don't want to get hit by that.
He honestly
But,
might not have been able to make use of them.
Well, he needed to draw the card. He knew his resources that he needed, and he put 2 blues in front. He drew a red off the Gold Main Estate. You're right. We don't know what's coming off the top of the deck, but sometimes you just have to think about what you need and think about what your opponent can do. I mean, it's such a, he got bluffed, right? Luke bluffed very well right after Clark did it. So, well played.
Clark forced to
Shred, disable.
pop a gold in order to reclash on that Test of Strength, sends a pummel to the bottom, and Tarantula Toxin does its work. Now Clark blocking 7 on 13.
Man, they lined up well for you.
Instead of 10 like he wanted to.
Clark commenting on how well these Tarantula Toxins have paired into the Kiss of Deaths.
And Luke, if he could tell the story, you'd be like, you don't know the half of it. This was drawn off that Balance of Justice, my friend.
Yeah.
You blocked 10, went to 7. This is 13. So you're taking 6 and losing a life.
Yes, so go to 20.
But no flick of the Hunter's Clave?
That is interesting.
That is really interesting.
On hit banish top, it's a red.
Oh, wow. I wonder if that was just nerves at the stream table for Luke Gilmore. I almost would have I thought it was a foregone conclusion that he would be flicking one of those claves.
I mean, he's flicking the Kiss of Death. It could just be that he's thinking too much about, oh, it's Kiss of Death. You always flick the Kiss of Death, and didn't really consider the mark with the Saver.
Either way, no red found off of the on-hit of Art of Desire body.
Yeah.
So no card drawn there, and no life generated.
And we see that it was a reaction. That would have been playable, so Clark sort of getting away with murder there with the way things panned out. Still going down to 15, so Luke has a healthy lead here as Clark now sends 11 in the form of Enlightened Strike plus 4 mites from his previous Gold Main Estate.
And it's hard to fault Clark for wanting to play the value game here when these are the numbers that he's dealing with. Daddy's Trust Fund not only confers immeasurable wealth, but also power for some reason. I guess there's something to be said about money and power.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is, but I'm sure it's there.
But we've got a really effective block here. Luke's still kind of on the back foot.
Depends on what he can do with this one-card hand. I don't believe a single copy of Leave No Witnesses has been found for him thus far. So even a one-card Codex is maybe not the greatest thing. But Luke seems very comfortable giving Clark 5- and 4-card hands. And I think he's reaping a little bit of the rewards here for it.
Yeah, we see another block card in Clark's hand. So just an 8 damage attack here. 5-card 8, not what you want to be doing.
Less than stellar for sure. Never mind, though, that Chokeslam is a pretty disruptive piece against Assassins.
It is. I mean, it requires 2 cards.
There are no reactions in Luke's hand at the moment, though.
Oh, well,
So
maybe
there's-
he doesn't care. I mean, he does seem to be valuing his life total a lot. And one of the things about Chokeslam is, sure, maybe it doesn't affect you this turn, but Clark knows that you have no reactions if you just let this hit. And
True.
so there is no more bluffing, and we've seen how important bluffing is in this matchup.
Take a look at Clark thumbing through the graveyard. Can't see much because of the angle on the light.
What do you think he's looking for?
I'm looking for Leave No Witnesses if I'm in his seat. I'm looking for Codex of Frailty, and then I'm looking for the big scary reaction. Spike with Blood Rot, Tarantula Toxin,
Yep.
Razor's Edge.
He's already been hit with 2 devastating Tarantula's toxins.
Take Up the Mantle is probably something I'm looking for too.
Luke just drew that one up.
So the curious thing about Luke not flicking that Hunter's Clave is that I did catch the card drawn. First up, I think it was a Take Up the Mantle that he would have
Yeah,
drawn there,
it
which
was.
wouldn't really have had much of a target
On the
on the
Bonds of
Saber
a
Bloodshed turn.
No, but the next thing he played was that Bonds of a
It would have just been a +2 though, because the
Okay.
mark would have been consumed by the Kiss of Death.
True. It's not nothing, but
It's not
yeah,
nothing.
I'm with you.
Tectonic plating?
Okay, Clark pitching a Trounce. Activate Tectonic Plating. Thinking about it. And still, so Clark has had the tempo for 2-3 turns in a row here, but because Luke is so painstaking about his life total, as you mentioned before, he's got plenty of space.
Yeah.
22 plays 15 still, in the favor of Arachne Slip Through the Cracks, who is, by all accounts, unfavored in this matchup, easily disrupted by a lot of the pieces in the Guardian tool belt.
And it looks like, once again, Clark Moore is struggling to piece together 5 cards. We know one of them's a block card, so that's basically not worth anything
Now we
here.
know 2 of them. One of them was a Trounce, the other a Test of Strength at the top of the hand there.
Jeez, so this is a really bad offensive hand. Clark's
So-
just thinking about the best thing he can do with it. It might be just send a blue.
Because he doesn't even have the resources to send one of those blue cards.
Are they both more than 6?
So one of them is Macho Grande.
Right.
And then I missed the other one. It might have been a blue Chokeslam. So you're right. It might be that he can send the other blue card.
But that's
Still, he's not happy about it.
I mean, we saw a 5-card 8 into what looks like a 5-card.
No, they're both Macho Grandes.
Oh my gosh.
Arnar.
So he's just going to keep the block cards here and probably send the hammer. Okay, a blue
You got a blue
Chokeslam.
Chokeslam.
Oh, I mean, it's not what you want to be doing with 5 cards.
Especially when he's not going to arsenal a single one of these block cards.
Yeah.
Lest his arsenal be dead forever. And finally, Luke has found himself a copy of Leave No Witnesses. Blocking with an Infiltrate here, taking 3. No crush conferred.
And Luke's probably pretty darn happy to be in this spot.
Both players just confirming life totals are correct. Kind of nice to have the feature match life pad to double confirm what you both are tabulating on the side. Kiss of Death is the start. Clark can do nothing but give a wry laugh.
Surely there's not a 3rd Tarantula Toxin.
Again with the Kiss of Death. I think there actually was another Tarantula Toxin in the hand.
Oh, no.
Maybe I'm wrong about that, but show me, Luke.
Leave
What is
now.
that? It's Tarantula Toxin.
Oh, my God.
That's dirty nasty right there, man.
It really is.
That's dirty nasty right there.
Giving equipment and the Trounce.
Maximum value for this Tarantula Toxin.
Wins the first one.
And Clark has plenty of gold to try again if he misses.
Wins the second one, so at least that comes up in his favor, but we already know what's happening to that Trounce. It's getting shredded.
Toxined.
It could also be, I can see a world where you shred the armor. Actually, no, because
No,
it would
it's
just
already
it
gonna
would go
die.
back up. No. I was thinking of
There's
the
no world.
tectonic plating, but I was thinking it was going to keep the counter.
Right.
It wouldn't. So Probably just shred the trounce.
Luke just sitting here thinking, kind of playing with his dinner.
Can I actually make a judge call real quick?
Oh, no, indeed. He's looking for an interesting interaction here.
Wonder what it could be.
Pull over Sleepy Connor for a quick judge call. It does look like Luke is going to leave the feature match area to have a private sidebar with Connor. Must be a very cheeky play he's hoping to make. So the things we know that are in his hand are the Tarantula Toxin and a Leave No Witnesses. Don't remember what made its way into the arsenal. And I think that's what... It was a Take Up the Mantle, supposedly, according to Sock Puppet Justin. So the Take Up the Mantle could be pretty influential here, actually. Flick the Hunter's Clave. Oh, I know what he's trying to do. He's trying to resolve the Tarantula Toxin first, then flick the Hunter's Clave, then play the Take Up the Mantle. I think is probably what the judge call was about.
And go find...
And go find... That's a good
piece?
question, yeah. I'm not sure if a Bonds of Agony has found its way into the graveyard.
Pretty darn good.
And that might be involved in the judge call here.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure he blocked with the Bonds of Agony earlier in the game, so that could be it. God. This is another disgustingly powerful turn on the side of Luke Gilmore playing Arachne Slip Through the Cracks. Clark Moore's face knows something bad is about to happen. He
looks like a turtle about to retreat back into his shell.
He knows the odds of it being a Tarantula Toxin are so low, and yet he can feel that it is because he's already been hit by the pairing of two already.
Okay, as long as we're still here, I just want to make sure.
Is that forlorn dread when you just are facing off against an opponent that you just know has it?
Yeah.
They just have it. Hunter's Clave. Flicked across, accepted by Clark Moore. Down to 14 he goes. Mark conferred. Tarantula Toxin, yes, of course.
Sorry, and then take up the mantle. Sure.
Oh, only +2. Thank you, Clark, for the Gauntlets of Iron Will.
So 5, 6,
Up to 5, 6, 7, 8.
And he's finding the Bonds.
And there it is, folks. Bonds of Agony. Doing the thing that it loves to do, just disrupt its opponents.
So currently I'm this is Bonds, and you are currently blocking 3 of it.
Take 6.
Take 6.
Clark accepts 6 damage over the top of this. 18 plays 8 now. But there's something else we got to do, Michael. We got to reveal the hand.
Yeah.
And banish one of these cards forevermore.
Probably the blue.
I don't hate the blue.
Yeah,
the blue is a pretty good
and
choice.
There it is.
Sure.
Oh, boy.
And now we can probably assume that there are only blue copies of Thunk in Clark's deck.
In this version, yes, I have seen versions that play red, but they're typically on Miller's Grindstone and a lot more Clash cards.
There were 2 in the deck. Luke does not take a pause to look through his opponent's deck.
Leaving these 3 in hand.
Oh boy, Clark is not feeling particularly happy about this.
Oh, no go again.
It does have go again.
Oh, for self attack always has go again. Yeah,
You have a test of strength, so I'm not gonna let you get a chance to. Or did you? Oh, you trounced, so you wouldn't draw a card, right?
I have already drawn the card.
You've already drawn a card for turn.
Just letting the players explain what's going on here. A lot of good interaction to learn when
Luke
playing
knows
against
that if
Victor.
he strips one more card, Clark literally can't do anything but Arsenal Pass.
Literally cannot do anything. So honestly, it might be good
Get another clash, but you
to
you
attack
can
into that test of strength.
Okay, sorry.
But also with Luke at 18 life, does he really care if Clark pitches 3 reds for a Titan's Fist?
Just trading that test of strength out.
Oh, and Luke gets a gold as well.
Okay.
Revealing an undercover acquisition.
Just insult to injury here. Daddy's money can't buy you the win anymore.
And it can't buy you love. At least if we believe the Beatles.
No longer marked.
Yeah, I believe the Beatles. Unfortunately for Clark,
And Vigor Pop.
this... Oh, no. So because of the Vigor token, he still can send this Titan's Fist. I thought those were 2 Might tokens.
Yeah, still really lackluster turn.
Not what Guardian wants to do, but also what Clark is a little bit forced into doing.
You shuffled me.
Oh, and it sounds like Clark was going for a pitch stack that was just ruined by the Bonds of Agony as well, complaining that his deck was just shuffled.
Paying 1? Oh, I do need to pay 1 for it, don't I? Regardless.
Yeah, you gotta. Oh, okay. He had a Seismic Surge token, so this Crush of the Week can still come in.
Okay.
Off the back of 1 red. That's not bad after a Bonds of Agony
It's
turn.
a lot better than what I was thinking was going to happen here.
Yep. Luke, however,
sink below.
Ever the lucky one with these reactions. Got a sink below in hand.
For 8.
He doesn't have a clean way to do this with armor unless he's willing to lose Flick Knives or Fandel Spring Tunic.
Yeah, it's probably not time for that. And we see Luke just shoring it up and setting up. He's been doing this all game long where he just plays patient defense, blocking out, preserving his life total, and then the moment that he lines it up, and boy, does he line it up sometimes, he pounces.
He just keeps saying, I dare you to be able to make use of 4 cards, Clark Moore. But Clark is starting off A-OK.
He needs to see a red here.
Visit the Gold Main Estate. It's going to create 5 Might tokens and also draw Clark a card.
It's
Finds himself a blue wallop.
Red. I mean, a pummel on a blue is fine, but he really is just consistently below rate.
And I don't know if he can do even that because the only blues he has are 4 costs, right?
Yeah. Popping a gold, looking for that red. I do like this because he has the blues to support. Oh my gosh.
And it's a trounce.
Brutal.
Hilarious game.
Hilarious game, he says, with the straightest face I've ever seen.
Clark is not laughing. But
no, he's not having a good time. I've had these games, that is Victor. I mean, you're a victim to the top of your deck. Whatever it is.
Victor is such an interesting deck building puzzle because the thing that he wants to do hurts the thing that he wants to do, and like the resources that he has often don't benefit.
Spinal Crush. Can he play that with the pummel?
I don't think he can play it with the pummel.
He has 1 blue in hand and 3 reds.
And he's got
he has 1 float. Yeah, he's 1 short.
It's okay, Arsenal the pummel.
Yeah,
surely you'll be fine. Because honestly, this Spinal Crush is probably going to be enough to buy the tempo for another turn. You come back during the next turn with 5 Might tokens and probably some way to get that pummel through.
Yeah?
Clark, honestly, he's not in a bad spot, especially the way that Luke has been posturing, the way he likes to play this game. He's probably going to block this Spinal Crush out, find a way to continue doing some setup for himself. That being said, he does have the sink below in Arsenal.
He
might be able to just go 1 card. Ooh.
Yeah, he's going to keep 3 cards at the very least.
Yeah.
And when you get to choose which 3, Slippy has a lot of good 3-card plays. Clark's sitting at 8. He's going to need to block. He doesn't have the armor online anymore. The only piece of armor he has left is 1 block on that tectonic plating, as well as needing to pitch in order to get value out of the leg pieces there, the quick dodge flexors. And it doesn't make a lot of sense when there's only 3 cards for Luke to go that wide.
Clark's got the look of a man like, man, I hope he tries to play a 4th Tarantula Toxin next turn. I can just DQ him out of this game.
Yeah. Luke taking 2.
Orb Reaver Spinneret and Sink Below are the blocks. 16 plays 8, and it's going back over to Luke, who has 3 cards in hand. Clark's got himself a pummel in the arsenal and 5 Might tokens that he needs to use in order to claw back into this game. Infiltrate is the first attack for Luke Gilmore. 3 go again. Banish the top card of your opponent's deck, and you may play it until the end of your next turn. Oh, and there's a Leave No Witnesses too, Michael.
And the Shred. So it's likely we're going to see that hit.
No reactions. Leave no witnesses.
Block 3 here. Luke being very patient with that Shred. Leave No Witnesses. Really wants to buy that pummel in the arsenal.
Yeah.
Especially, when Clark has got himself the CNC.
3-4.
Putting 4 in front.
Reactions, I'll shred this to 0.
Yep. And the quick dodge flexors are not enough to fully cover that, even though he has that left in the tank as a reaction.
Clark, not stoked to see this here.
Take 3 down
Loses
to
the
5.
pummel.
Just keeps
Banish
moving in
Arsenal
this,
and banish
quote, hilarious game.
Pummel and debilitate, 2 silvers.
2 reds. I get
2 silvers, which means that Luke can buy back those Black Tech Whisperers if he ever deigns to use them. He might not need them, honestly.
What headpiece did he bring? Oh, it was Balance of Justice.
It was Balance.
Already used that.
Persuasive Prognosis found. Was that a copy of Bonds of Agony, too?
Ooh.
Those Black Tech Whispers
Thought I saw
are
just a
really going to
Nick.
like to be paired with that.
CNC for 11.
CNC for 11 is damage.
It's not bad,
It's not non-hit, though.
but it's not enough to make Luke care if he doesn't want to.
Yeah, with the texture of his hand, he has that bonds, like you mentioned. Does he have the reactions to support it? I
Only a spike
see-
with Blood Rot, so it would have to be Flick Knives plus Black Tech Whispers.
So he does have it, and he's got it paired with the Justin Nick. No, sorry, that is the bonds.
And furthermore, he can say Bonds of Agony at the beginning of the chain link. Excuse me, at the beginning of the chain. If Clark decides to respect the heck out of it, he proceeds to the next chain link with Persuasive Prognosis.
Right.
But no, Luke's still being very diligent about protecting that life total. And I don't hate this either because Savor Bloodshed is very useless on this turn.
8. I block 3. Yeah.
Take 8.
Down to 8.
5, yeah.
And it's back over to Luke. 3
But-
cards. Once again, 8 plays 5.
This turn is going to be a doozy for Clark to navigate. The blocking here, so tricky. And we actually see Luke starting the chain off with the Pervasive Prognosis. I like this because Clark has shown his propensity to put 2 cards in front of this one. And he may just do that and leave himself open to the bonds.
Banish, by the way.
Clark propensive once again while he looks at his opponent's graveyard, trying to figure out what I could be up against here. I think only one Justin Nick has been resolved thus far this game. Haven't seen any yet. It was very early on.
We
Find
did
it,
see
Clark.
one Justin Nick earlier.
There was one.
Yeah, right,
There was
okay.
one. So I don't think there was another one. I don't think there was another one blocked with. Despite that fact, we know that Luke isn't holding on to it. His hand consists of Spike with Blood Rot, Bonds of Agony, and nothing else.
He does have that Tunic resource available to pay for the Spike with Blood Rot. Very important to be able to hit the curve that he needs to get the bonds online. So he has what he needs. It's just a question of how does... Oh, and Clark has a non-blocking card in the form of Riches of Trobaldani. It can be pitched to the Quick Dodge Flexors, and we see Clark maybe over-respecting the prognosis, exactly what Luke wants to see.
Block 5, no reactions. Does anything give you more dread? Perhaps if the second attack on the chain is Bonds of Agony.
It could be 7 or it could be 9 from the perspective of Clark, knowing there's only 1 card in hand. Either of those is kind of a break point on 2 cards.
That's 6, 7, 8, 9.
You can see Clark has just reached that same conclusion. 9 is the top end possible damage if that last card is just a Nick. Doesn't have 9 block in
I
hand.
also want to check an interaction with the judge.
Yep, go ahead.
We're going to get a quick judge call. Michael, I think it's important to mention at this point, it's so important not to let what has come before get in your head now. I could see a world where somebody in Clark's seat just goes, my opponent has had it from the beginning of the game. They always have it. I'm going to dump my entire hand in front of this. That being said, maybe you're right, but you could also be shooting yourself in the foot. You've always got to be playing to win. You got to think, yeah, sure, if that is a Justinic, can I afford to throw all of these cards in front of it just to save them, just to convert them while I have the opportunity to? But if it's not, do I actually have a window to claw myself back into this and put my opponent on the back foot?
Yeah, I mean, we have seen Luke play this game of forcing his opponent to convert 5 cards, and this is an opportunity for Clark to try to ask that same question. Can you convert 4 cards? Of course, an Assassin has a much, much easier time doing it, but we also know that Assassin has the capacity to clunk up, and I think that's the reason we've seen Luke playing this the way that he has, because when you look at your hand and it's not all gas, giving it up, saving the life, gives you the opportunity to play it when it is. It gives you that breathing room, and we've seen him do that absolutely masterfully. Of course, off the back of a few unlucky draws on the part of Clark. We went into this game thinking this was heavily Victor favored, and we are currently in a state where Victor is on the ropes.
Without a doubt. And honestly, this was the position I thought that Slippy could put Victor in, because there are situations where Victor's whole game plan kind of eats itself, right? It's almost like it has a neurological disease.
Yeah.
And his
You
clash
with
cards
the
are
clash,
attacking
you
his
draw
own
your
neurons.
reds,
Yeah, exactly.
and it just doesn't line up.
Exactly. And Slippy's disruption, it's not any less effective just because of Clark's class, you know? He still needs his cards in order to make his deck work. And also, Arcane does not suffer from the issue of, say, Rangers, where they are loaded up with 2 blocks. They actually block quite well. So a lot of these crush effects are pretty easy to dismiss. Spinal Crush, for example, by 2 cards, and then send 2 or 3 cards back.
So Clark is doing the only thing he can do here, which is block 6. We know what Luke has, and actually Clark has the ability to not only use the quick dodge flexors to shore this up completely, he has the Riches of Tropoldani, which will net him an extra card when he makes that gold this turn. So he's got at least a Titan's Fist swing if he's lucky enough to get the blue off the top. But Luke actually just passes, decides
I like that.
It's not worth the 1 damage. You can have your card. And here, I think we might see the classic pot of greed play, pitching the riches into the gold, drawing 2 cards off the top. What did we get?
2
blues. We do have the Seismic Surge, but neither of those costs 4. So
unfortunate.
This is probably just make a surge. Oh, no. We're digging.
I
1 gold
like
left.
this. It's another trounce. The second trounce drawn off the top when cracking a gold. This is the risk of playing Victor.
Yeah. And he...
So Clark not even able to threaten lethal here. Luke has full agency to hold onto this. Clark can't even bluff a pummel play on this Titan's Fist. But still, Luke values his life total, puts a CNC in front of this hammer.
And Clark likely not going to Arsenal here, which should tell Luke everything he needs to know.
I'm going to pay 2 silver to get back my legs.
Getting the legs back thanks to the silver portion of their text. And there's another Bonds of Agony.
And there's a Justin Nick in the hand, Michael.
Jeez, we know
And
there's a reaction, and so his choice to save that reaction is massive. And I think Clark needs to really respect this here. I mean, we know what Luke has. Let's see if Clark can sniff it out.
9 with trounce.
9.
But if he does sniff it out, yeah, sure, Luke can't deploy that Justinic right now, but he can save the spike with Blood Rot
and
for his next attack, which is Art of Desire Body.
Clark does draw a card off of that. It's an E-Strike. Pairing it up with another card is nice. 2 Vigors on the table and a Seismic Surge.
9 blocks 1 here, Michael.
I am going to react here. Justinic, both modes.
So Justinic plus Bonds of Agony is going to get it up to 9. Spike of Blood Rot is going to get it up to 12.
Yeah.
And then... This is actually an important question.
The question, do I flick this last dagger and go daggerless? Luke, honestly, has not swung a single dagger this game by paying for it at the very least. Nevertheless, he values that last dagger very highly, so Black Tech Whispers are going to be the chosen reaction here, which does inform Clark on maybe the fact that that's not a take up the mantle in hand.
And then holding priority, continue to activate it another time, leaving 2 floating.
What is...
Block to 11. This was the interaction I was checking earlier.
Clark checked an interaction with our judge earlier. He activated quick dodge flexors multiple times. No, it is not going to add more block value to this chain, but it does allow Clark to get the card out of his hand and thus protect it from Bonds of Agony.
Smart. I like that play.
Sounds good. This does have go again, and I'm going to come at you for 3.
So Clark is not dead as of yet,
Able
but 3
to
damage.
block it all out thanks
Yeah.
to both of his remaining pieces of equipment. That shield is now toast, as well as the boots. Clark sitting naked on his side of the board. All that's left are some pieces that
He's still
have
wearing
no
a shirt
more.
and a crown.
It's
He's still
tattered at
King
best.
Victor.
I can see his pecs through those rips.
Not as well as you can see Paul's pecs at any vantage point in the room.
Clark Moore going down to, it looks like, 2 life.
After taking the damage from Bloodrot Pox, conferred by Spike with Bloodrot. Luke draws himself a Sink Below. Not going to be useful on this turn, and neither is that 3rd copy of Justinik, because no 1-power attacks are found. Honestly, I think he might have worked his way through all of them in the deck. Unless, of course, he brought in Double Troubles.
Speaking of the deck, we've got 6 cards left in it. Oh boy.
Hold on.
We just got a new
Can Clark
win
get this
condition.
done?
I mean, so overblocking is... I'm sure he feels like he needs to overblock in order to survive this. We know that Luke's got reactions. Clark currently checking to see what could be left. We know it's just a nick, and that is not useful here.
And Sink Below. Not going to get Luke any value. Luke has got to take stock of the 1-power attacks left in his deck. And Clark is doing the exact same. Because you better believe that Clark knows that there's one more Justinik left to be played.
It's important to note, too, that Luke still has 1 dagger and 1 Flick Knives activation left. If he has another Calicera in his deck, that could be it. So Clark can't take any more damage from any source other than that dagger, and this is precarious.
Spinal Crush is the block here.
Clark saying, I don't think you have any attack reactions.
I really like this sequencing from Luke because now he can pitch those 2 useless reds to swing the Hunter's Clave, dare Clark to go down to 1, and then follow up with the Leave No Witnesses Flick Knives play.
Yeah, I don't see a world where Clark doesn't block that dagger, even if it costs him a card. I don't know how many are left in his deck, but surely it's more than 6.
Which then means that Luke will likely buy the entire hand from Clark, but he has got to get this game done. He is definitely closer to fatigue than his Guardian counterpart.
There's the dagger attack. You know there's a Flick Knives, and there's the block.
Luke probably feeling like he must send this Leave No Witnesses.
Yeah, and this is an easy choice. Give up those 2 cards, stay at 2, and keep blocking. Do what Guardians do best.
Clark is seeing the light here. I think he's really starting to feel like there's a way to get through this game.
There's a light at the end of the tunnel.
Oh, but Luke has one more take up the mantle here.
Oh, no.
This could be huge. Hunter's Clave coming in. Trounce.
Getting that extra blocking card could be huge. Let's see.
Wallach
And
also generates a Vigor token here.
He also sees there's a Razor's Edge on the top. Now on the bottom, but he can track that. Ooh, 2 defense reactions still left in Luke's deck.
Clark wins that Trounce, draws himself that Thunderquake back to 4 cards after blocking out that Hunter's Clave. Luke is so close to glory, but so is Clark.
Oh. It's all up to Clark sniffing out these reactions.
Double Trouble was still left in the deck, same with that Bonds of Attraction, so there is a way to pair that final Justinik, but it went to the bottom of the deck in order to pay for the Hunter's Clave on the previous turn.
Yeah, he doesn't have the Justinik in this hand.
No, he doesn't.
So, I mean, he does.
It's
he
the
is
next
pushing,
card on
I
his
see.
deck.
So he's pitching a blue to pair with it. Clark needs to track all of these cards. He needs to know and remember the information about what's in front of him. Another thing to take note of, we've got 2 minutes and 52 seconds left on the clock. We are down to the wire in all 3 axes that this game is played on.
And if the timer is no indication, look at those heavy eyelids in Clark Moore's player cam. That's Sleepy Connor, and he's got his eyes on this one because this is the last match to be played.
2 cards left in hand.
Luke can proceed to the next chain link, but does he have another attack to pair with that take up the mantle? He is setting up quite a fearsome turn with these last 4 cards. It's important to call back to the codex uses for Luke all the way through this game because he has taken a turbo blocking strategy. I think at least 2 of them were blocked with rather than resolved.
Yeah.
Thank you for checking time.
He found his value in other ways. Thank you, Tarantula Toxin.
Clark staring daggers once again into his opponent, daring him to reduce him down to 0 life.
But you can see his energy shifted. He's gone from feeling defeated to feeling focused. The focus is intense. I can feel it here in the booth. Clark Moore putting 2 more cards in front of this Bonds, and we close the chain. Clark lives another turn.
Yeah, he's in the driver's seat right now, but Luke has got to take up the mantle in. He's not going to arsenal it?
Break a goal, drawing 2. No more vigor, still 1 might flip.
Oh,
The last card's a defense reaction.
I kind of think he should have arsenaled that take up the mantle to dig for the Razor's Edge.
Back to riches.
Ooh, Luke.
Oh my gosh. Clark churning through his deck. Finds an E-strike. That is representative of lethal. Luke could give up. Luke could give up the
tunic.
No, but he has the might token. So he would need to give up his flick knives to stop this, or a
Wait,
card.
no, he's got a sink below in hand. It's
That's
all
true.
good.
Yeah, that's a good point. That is, if he has 2 D-reacts in hand, this is an ugly hand.
So honestly, I think the play here is to sink below this E-strike, bottom the shelter, draw his, I believe it's Razor's Edge is up next. And then your last go, does he have any attacks left? Are there any attacks in that hand?
I didn't see any. Luke drops to 3.
Oh,
the
I hope for his sake there's an attack.
Strikes 0.
There's no
5
attack.
seconds left.
There's no attack in the hand. He can use Take Up the Mantle to draw a card. I believe he still has a blue attack left in the deck.
And Clark's down to his last 6 cards. 2 left in deck, 4 in hand.
Yep. Luke is finding that blue attack. It's Bonds of Attraction.
Using the gold.
But Clark can simply throw every card in front of this.
He has the riches. Does that... Blocking 6 is not enough.
No, that's not enough. He sends the fist bump. Clark held back a card on the last moment. 1 card away from victory. Luke was without any more offensive resources.
And if he blocks there, it's...
No, you can't. Yeah. No, you dagger. You can't win.
Clark's putting the pieces together here.
Oh, no.
Floating.
So wait.
Take for 6.
They're adding up the pieces of the puzzle. If Clark had thrown that last Thunderquake, he's wondering exactly how the rest of this game would have played out. Clark is basically just trying to figure out if he made a mistake or not on that last blocking decision.
I'm not sure.
Holy cow, though. Either way, whatever happened there, that was one of the best games of Flesh and Blood I've ever
seen. I want to hear what
seen.
they're saying here.
Take a card. You have nothing else.
It sounds like they've determined that Clark likely would have lost regardless.
Because all he can do at that point is swing Titan's Fist here and there. He can't do anything with that Riches of Tropaldani on his turn because he's already out of gold. So it's not like he can start that churn once again and try to find an E-Strike or something of that nature. So, yes, I agree. I think that game probably ended where it should have.
I thought we had seen the closest game yet with the Oscilio game.
You thought the Oscilio game was the closest? What about the Ira game?
That was they're all so close. Everything except for Marlynn.
Everything except for Paul Selinske on Marlynn.
Sailing on that Marlynn. And every other game we've had today has come down to the wire. This was one of the closest, probably the closest game of Flesh and Blood I've ever cast.
You got to hand it
The
to Luke
decks
Gilmore.
were empty. The lives were at 1. The time ran out. Oh, my God.
A lot of amazing Flesh and Blood from Southern California. They never disappoint, Michael. And we're going to have to proceed to the next matchup. Michael and I need to grab a little H2O break real quick because those throats are getting a little dry after that last one.
Yeah.
Also, our hearts are super heavy for both of those
and
competitors.
That's Clark Moore's, probably bubbling now. I mean, there's so much on the line.
Maybe. Honestly.
Bubbling today.
Maybe. We've still
It
got...
might be enough to get him into the Players' Championship. But, I mean, with 2 losses and 1 more round to play, it's close. It's tight. He needs to win this next round.
Yeah.
No doubt.
So, Clark, don't you dare draw any more trounces off your gold tokens.
That was a brutal game to
Stop
watch.
doing that. And
in terms of drawing block cards when
put
he
up some
needed
tight
red
play.
attacks.
Go to Daddy's estate. Tell him that you're hurt. You got a little boo-boo. Put a Band-Aid on. Get yourself some gold and send it, my friend. Luke Gilmore ascends into the continued X1 bracket. We'll be back with more Flesh and Blood after this. Holy. I don't know if we can handle another nail biter like that, Michael. 1-1, no cards in deck, no time left on the clock. That was a barn burner of a match if I have ever seen one.
3 out of 4 games today. You know it. The last day of the open series of AGE is coming down to the wire, and every player is bringing everything they have to these games.
We're back here, folks. Bryce Platt's here with Michael Murray, swinger of hammers, lover of mayonnaise, and also of savory pancakes. And we're ready for our final match before the top 8 cut. It's going to be between Peter Buddensiek and Zachary Wallach. Peter Buddensiek, of course, hailing from Las Vegas, being the most lovable, self-proclaimed crackhead in the vicinity of the region.
Yeah. I mean,
he calls
Las
himself
Vegas,
that, not me.
Famous for that.
Sporting a 69% AGE win rate. Nice. 8 top 8s overall and 70 AGE points, at least until he tabulates all of the ones that he's going home with today.
You know, he's making it up there, sitting at the top tables at the moment.
Oh, yeah, he called himself a crackhead here. I'm not weird.
Yeah.
He also is a lover of League of Legends since the game's inception. Bring back a Moo Fiddlesticks bottom lane. That's what I say. But he also says waffles and pancakes are both terrible.
That's me. I said that.
No, you didn't say terrible.
I mean, if something makes you sick, doesn't that kind of imply?
Well, you at least
I'm not gonna lie.
Pick, right?
I like. It's one of those things where sometimes I'll just sacrifice the day. I'm like, you know what? I want some pancakes.
Yeah, see?
Yeah.
You're not just calling everybody out that likes waffles and
I
pancakes.
do the same
like
thing
this
with curry.
maniac.
A good spicy curry. I love it so much.
I'll tell
But
you what.
it's a commitment. Let
But
me tell
Peter,
you.
ever the heel, stepping on everybody's breakfast choice of choice. Zachary Wallach, however, his counterpart, the current holder of the record for the most AGE points ever won in a season. However, I definitely saw Colin Eriksen at those top tables. I think there could be an upset depending on how the top 8 shakes out.
Yeah, he does need to get at least top 4 to get up there, I believe.
Besides that, Zach has a 63% AGE win rate, 6 top 8s in his career, and 74 AGE points of his own. He has done incredibly well every single season, including winning the grand prize last season. He is our second ever Players Champ, following up Anthony Pham. Pour one out for him because he's not here today. And he's also got a player named David in his regular scene, who shows up out of nowhere with Chaotic Brews sitting across from Missouri with pick a card, any card, and life of the party. Really keeps a fella on their toes, says Zachary Wallach. You know Zach?
I've heard of him.
You ever play against him?
He's the big bad.
Yeah, without a doubt.
The most evil, nice guy I know.
Yeah, you're going to have to add another B there because he is the biggest, baddest board state boy of the bungalow.
He was a Dromite player of old and a Gravy player of new. And we're about to watch him pilot that one to some kind of finish.
Okay,
we
let's
don't know
go
yet.
find out
We're
what
gonna
that
have to
finish is
figure
going to
it
be. It's Peter Buddensiek in the 6th seed of the Players' Championship running versus Zachary Wallach, the 3rd. So it's important to mention at this moment, folks, Zachary did get the pair down into Peter Buddensiek, who is currently X2, and therefore cut out of the top 8. But what is more important here is what happens next month. Both these players are playing for favorable seeding because, as my co-caster mentioned earlier in the day, your seeding matters so much more at the Players' Championship because if you come in at 16th, you are not choosing turn order the entirety of that day, unless, of course, you make top 8. So there is still something on the line here, despite the fact that top 8 contention is now lost for Peter Buddensiek.
We're starting things off with just a couple of dagger swings.
Clave into clave, block into block, says Zachary Wallach, who not only loves to play these board state heroes, but loves even more all of the bling that comes with them. Peter, with an early flick, left-handed dagger, goes the way of Zach's chest and marks him on the way. Pick up the point. Now buying that dagger right back to the equipment zone.
I was questioning that flick, but now I get it.
All things make sense in time, Michael, and this too shall pass. Zach activating Gravy Bones, getting rid of the gold token afforded to Mr. King Bones, discarding a Whaler Humperdinck nice and early. Perhaps
Call to the Grave committed to blocks here.
Yeah.
That's a important card, so getting rid of that one early means he won't be able to tutor for any old ally that he wants. Of course, maybe happy to see that Whaler early. I'm not sure how important that one is in this matchup, but he's got it in his deck.
Zach takes 2 there. Life parity achieved for Peter, as he has to start 2 life points down because he's playing Arachne Slip Through Cracks. Zach starting off with a Restless Bones in the blue, discarding Cutty Shark Quick Clip. This will be 4 go again.
Nice start here, getting some meaningful damage out up front. I do like these higher power blues in Gravy as a way to kind of push the threat density in the deck.
I believe Zach also has a Blood in the Water in the hand, so he's got threat density and also defense density. That boy is dense. I'm just kidding. Zach is a super smart guy, as is exemplified by how well he does at all of these AGE opens. Cutty Shark Quick Clip plus Dead Threads equals 3 damage here. And Zach will be pocketing that Blood in the Water for when he most needs it. Zach also had a stint before Gravy Bones came on the scene of playing Slippy. And so he knows a lot of the tricks that could be coming his way at the hands of his Las Vegas counterpart.
Peter keeping that 5-card hand, likes what he sees and can convert all of it.
3 go again here. Mark of the Black Widow, threatening a flick of one of those Hunter's Claves and a banish of a card from hand. Peter has found himself 2 Codexes of Frailty. Am I wrong about that?
No.
Am I seeing double?
I said he could convert all of it, but maybe he's going to plan to put one of them
to a dagger, perhaps.
Yeah.
In which case, why wouldn't he start the sequence off with the Hunter's Clave? I wonder.
Flicking the dagger, marking the opponent.
Is there an attack reaction to follow? Yes, it is Take Up the Mantle plus Razor's Edge. I don't think Peter has any options in the graveyard as far as stealth cards go, so it's just going to buff up this Mark of the Black Widow to 9.
It also looks like maybe it was just 1 codex, and what we were seeing was the Take Up the Mantle, seeing as 4 cards, 3 cards are on the table here, and 1 card is left in hand.
So Zach could very cleanly block this out with the Blood in the Water, either in his hand or his arsenal, but based on the fact that his Compass is tapped, I don't think he found an ally on the top of the deck, which does mean he would have to commit both of those really valuable defense reactions to cover this up.
Yeah, sounds good. Taking 6.
Yeah, and he takes it instead.
Down to 6 goes Zachary Wallach. He's going to have to banish a card from hand. No longer marked, so that's nice for him. Goodbye to another portside exchange. Orb Weaver Spinneret is the follow-up here. Peter finding really good opportunities, unlike Luke in the last game, to flick these daggers very consistently and also keep up the pressure with them in the equipment slots.
And it does look like Peter's list is more of the dagger list, at least based on the way that it's falling so far. We've seen him flick a lot more this game and then immediately replace the dagger.
6 here, Mark of the Black Widow, so no on-hit threatened here. Peter has already activated those flick knives in the arm slot, so no trickery here. Zach says block 4, take 2. Down to 29 he goes. 31 plays 29 life. Still pretty close here for Zach Wallach. Ponder token pops for Peter, and a card sneaks its way into the arsenal, thanks to that Codex of Frailty.
Yeah, very strong turn from Peter, but Zachary able to prevent most of the damage from connecting. Of course, the tempo is now squarely in the favor of Peter, as Zach only has 2 cards to work with. 1 in arsenal, 1 in hand.
We know the one in the arsenal is another Blood in the Water. Nevertheless, Zach playing out Call to the Grave. Probably finding himself a limpet hop-along, I would imagine.
Could be. He would be able to play it and then swing with it with Dead Threads, but really anything that can swing for 1, it could actually be the Rigor Mortis. That would be the most damage he could present at the moment, but no, he goes for the... you're going to have to say it. It's
another
a tongue
Cuddy
twister.
Shark quick clip.
There we go. I like the way you said it before.
Cuddy Shark,
I think
quick
I'll
clip.
just leave that one to you.
All right, fair.
I
like
just call
saying
it Cuddy
so.
Shark. The quick clip, I start to...
Some people even reduce it
tongue-tie.
to Cuddies.
Oh, okay.
You know what I say about those people? They're
Lazy.
They're Cuddy quitters.
Yeah.
And I don't quit on Cuddy because it's Cuddy Shark quick clip.
Well said, Dr. Seuss.
Any more? Can you take another rendition of Cuddy Shark quick clip?
Red fish, blue fish.
And Zach just resolving that Cuddy Shark quick clip with Dead Threads. No offensive potential there. Mark of the Black Widow once again coming in for 3 go again.
So Zach taking a defensive slant here, building up the board instead of pushing any kind of damage. I do like this, though, because once that board is built up, Gravy has the potential to get a ton of value off of just 1 or 2 card hands.
Zach has found himself with an ally in hand, so that Blood in the Water can be used for maximum value. No blocks, any reacts, asks Zachary Wallach. It's going to be a flick of the Hunter's Clave.
I am marked.
Zach is marked after taking 1 damage. Tunic counter consumed for this spike with Blood Rot, and Zach could be in a perfect position for this Blood on the Water. Yes, indeed. His patience pays off as Chum, friendly first mate, goes into the grave to pay for that extra cost.
Tarantula Toxin,
There's a Tarantula Toxin. Zach then takes 3, down to 25, going to have to banish a card from hand because he was marked. Golden Tipple in the blue, goes into the banish zone. Also a treasure card in its own right. Zach blinged to the 9s, and that's the way he likes it.
I think he's the most blingetest player I know of.
He's got blingetest, Cuddy Shark quick clips, and golden tipples.
Still shoring up good damage, only taking 3, and now Peter Buddensiek choosing to clear an ally. Zach getting a little bit more life coverage out of those as it passes back.
Pretty good, and especially when Zach has himself an Avast-G with which to work on this turn. Nevertheless, he doesn't really have any low-cost allies. Going to be really hard to get that Chum out of his watery grave and onto the arena.
I think with the Dead Threads, he can get it out and swing with it, choosing to pitch the Avast-G as the... Oh, no. Activating Cuddy Shark instead.
Activate Cuddy Shark, swing Cuddy Shark quick clip. Coming in with that quick clip at 4 power. Peter takes it readily down to 27. I think this last card is just going to, pay for Blood Rot. So Zach always intended on pitching both of these cards, trying to keep his life total in a comfortable spot until after he has amassed a bunch of zombie boys in the graveyard. And then he can go crazy. Orb Weaver Spinneret. Zach, very rich in allies in this hand. It's 3 out of those 4 cards. Zach kind of seeing the writing on the wall. Not stoked about what he's finding thus far. Orb Weaver Spinneret buys a second Graphene Calycera. 4 go again here, thanks to that buff of the Orb Weaver Spinneret.
And stealth attacks go again, thanks to the Slippy hero power.
No
Flicking.
blocks, says Zachary Wallach. Flick knives as well. Total of 5 damage conferred there. 27 plays 20, still firmly in the favor of the man from Las Vegas, but he's not done yet. Pick up the point. He's going to find Hunter's Clave at the cost of 1 resource. 3 go again. No reactions, no blocks. Down to 17 goes Zachary Wallach. The follow-up here is coming from Peter's Arsenal, and it's going to be Leave No Witnesses targeting Cuddy Shark once again. Zach left without any boys on the board.
Being priced into taking that damage, we can see here why Zach valued his life total so highly, knowing that it is possible for him to have hands that don't block. And we see right here just pitching 2 of the allies to establish that chum and swing for 4.
Fabtcg played out to unlock that graveyard. Chum comes out to play. Swings in for 4 go again, threatening a gold token on hit. Zach only left with an Anka drag under in the hand. Probably going to be destined for the Arsenal because he just doesn't have the resources to play it out.
Still has the Mage Master boots, so that's not as devastating as it would otherwise be.
Yeah, he really wishes that he had himself a cheap ally, a 0 cost like an Oyston or a Limpet with which to finish off this turn. Unfortunately, that action point is going to go back into the salty, briny depths, unless, of course, he's able to connect here against Peter, get a gold token, activate Gravy Bones to then discard that Anka, thus unlocking the resources from whatever he draws and also Dead Threads.
But Peter
respects it, sniffing it out.
Yeah, keeping the gravy off of gold is a very important thing that is sometimes easy to forget. And we saw here Zach had a hand that would have loved to activate Gravy with those 3 allies, but couldn't do it with no gold on the table.
Art of Desire Body targeting Chum. Razor's Edge is in the hand, ready to clean up that feisty ally. And Zach might have been able to finally buy himself a little bit of breathing room thanks to his friendly first mate.
Yeah.
Zach checking real quick to make sure that there wasn't an ally in the hand that he could freely discard to the Chum the Chum ability before it dies. Peter resolving a Codex of Frailty here, finding a Leave No Witnesses and sending it via wire to Zachary Wallach, threatening that Anka drag under in the Arsenal. Honestly, does Zach even care?
Maybe not. Does this banish or does it?
It banishes.
Discard? Yeah.
So it's not like Anka will be available for use.
I
but
can
the rest
see a
of his
world where
hand-
you just go ahead and commit the 1 block on the.
Oh, he's got
hook.
a Blood in the Water too.
Oh, well, never mind. You just send that.
But also, you got to be wondering, like, there's gonna be more Leave No Witnesses this game. Is this really the one I want to protect?
Zach's thumbing 2-3 blocks, one in the form of that Conqueror of the High Seas.
Block 6 says Zachary Wallach, leaving a
Okay.
defense reaction and a Murderous Rabble in hand. Perhaps just going to hard cast the Anka and then
Yeah.
Arsenal the Blood in the Water.
Sure.
And Arsenal pass.
That works.
Which does mean his deck will be bereft of defense reactions for the rest of this game. I don't think he runs any others besides Blood in the Water. That's the 3rd copy in the Arsenal.
This time pairing it with an ally, so has its full potential unlocked.
Both players kind of taking the Luke Gilmore posture and daring each other to use full 4-card hands. I guess Peter's doing disruption along the way.
Yeah, I also think that, and maybe I'm wrong here, but I feel like the dagger-centric version of Slippy has a little bit of an easier time just playing a 5-card hand than the other version. Sometimes if you clunk up with attack reactions, that can, well, it can clunk you up. But when you've got a bunch of dagger pumps, those are just very easy to play on their own. That being said, he's still on reactions. It is still possible to brick. See what he does here. He's got the Command and Conquer in hand.
Codex of Frailty, Infiltrate,
Many
and Orb Weaver
resources to
Spinneret.
support it.
got the Codex, but Peter has already pitched a Codex this game. So this is the last copy that he can expect to see, at least for a good long while.
Yeah, first cycle will contain no more.
And then it's I think his pitch stack is Codex of Frailty, Take Up the Mantle, Codex, and then it would be Codex of Frailty again
That's
if
a
he
little
decides
clunky.
to pitch it here. It's a little
Don't know
clunky.
if we get there in this matchup or not.
Infiltrate. Targeting Anka, drag under. And Zach has just bought himself a little bit more time, a little bit more life at the cost of his friends. Let that say what it will about his character. I'm just kidding. Zach loves his friends. He doesn't treat them the same way he treats zombie cardboard.
Peter swinging in with the Hunter's Clave, pitching that Codex of Frailty as expected.
Which then prompts Zach to check the top of his deck, looking probably for another ally to pair with that Blood in the Water that lies in wait in the arsenal. But no blocks here. Zach descends on down to 16 and is marked. Command and Conquer, the follow-up.
That's tough when you've got to de-react an arsenal, but Zach, happy to just put 2 cards in front of it.
Less than ideal. Maybe happy is not the right word. Especially because he's got himself a Golden Tipple and an ally in the hand.
Shelly.
Just hard casting a Shelly. One of those allies that was really contentious early and by all means has fallen off the map for a lot of other Gravy Bones players. But Zach and teammate Austin Summers of the AG Pro Team really like playing to the zombie board.
Yeah, the 5 life can be really hard to deal with, requiring 2 cards on the side of the assassin, as well as that instant just kind of helping you get around breakpoints. And then the pitch of blue for 4 damage is nothing to scoff at either.
Zach is blocking 3 on this Kiss of Death, which is a risky proposition because Peter still has access to 2 Tarantula Toxins. Kiss of Death is one of those cards that is scary on its face, but even scarier to block because Tarantula Toxin is a card that exists and threatens to turn your blocking card essentially into a 0-cost 6.
I do often find myself not blocking this card, but with Zachary Wallach sitting at 16, I think he's got to just say, please don't have it.
He turns the Codex of Frailty face down and finally gets himself a little bit of coin with which to use this game. He's only controlled 2 gold tokens thus far, and this is the second of those 2. Been very starved of gold for a long time. Graphene Callistra is the follow-up here. Comes in for 1 go again because Zachary Wallach is marked.
And now doing his best ninja impression, just chipping in with those 1-power daggers.
Blanche, the follow-up from the Arsenal, found off of a Ponder token from Codex of Frailty. This is one of those Gravy Bones breakers, according to a lot of players nowadays. Gravy's cards just care so much about what color they are.
Yeah, this feels like a good opportunity for the gold-baited hook block plus that Blood in the Water, assuming, of course, he cares about the color of the cards in his hand, which with a Conqueror you might, but he doesn't have the blues to pair with it, so he may sort of not care about this on hit for this turn, but then it just begs the question of, you know, what are you doing if not blocking this out?
Yeah, these draws have been pretty rough for Zach thus far.
He's seen the top of his deck. I don't know if this is time for a Gravy activation or not, just to kind of get a few more block value. Having 2 allies makes this painful, at the very least, going to take a minimum of 4 damage unless he decides to commit the defense reaction or use the Gravy ability to cycle one of those allies into the grave. And we see here activating that Shelly, blocking with the Conqueror.
Which will block for 4. Peter flicking that Kiss of Death. Zach takes 2 down to 13 and just accepts the rest of that damage. Blanche is active. No colors on cards for Zach's turn.
Just another
just
hard
gonna resolve
cast.
an Anka. Zach playing to the board, trying to buy himself a life buffer with these buddies, but Peter is at the point where he's probably just going to start ignoring them because his opponent's at 10 life. 27 plays 10. Zach has quite the mountain to climb in order to get back into this game. Kiss of Death, 3 go again here. Has Peter found the Tarantula Toxin to pair with it this time? Bonds of Agony, Art of Desire Body, Tarantula Toxin, and Persuasive Prognosis. Yikes. Will Zach block here? Finally finding a copy of Sawbones, probably Zach's favorite ally. And it is a Conqueror of the High Seas blocked with here. Peter hucking that Tarantula Toxin down onto the board.
And Zach finding a great time to utilize the blood in the water.
Can you tell that Zach has played Slippy before?
He was so patient with that D-React.
He was ready for it, too.
Baited out the Tarantula Toxin and then just followed it up with a perfect block.
No block. No reactions. Take one.
There is a snag in hand for Zachary Wallach. And a Bonds of Agony still in the hand of Peter Buddensiek.
No block.
More of this annoying
and
chip
Art of
damage.
Desire Body.
Getting to the point where these daggers are worth 10, 12, 15% of Zach's total life.
27 plays 8. Zach is in a rough spot right here.
Attack Anka.
Art of Desire Body goes at Anka Drag Under, though.
Just
in the
doing
third
his
flick
due
of a
diligence, yeah.
third flick of a Kiss of Death brings Zach down to 6. Wow. So much damage chipped through thanks to that dagger attack. Zach in a very uncomfortable position, both in this game and also physically. If you know Zach, you know that he plays with his legs folded underneath him. So he's not actually that tall, folks. He's just essentially in a booster seat of his own making, shifting his bones and joints, much like that of rigor mortis.
Surely he does it.
Wait a minute, hold on. How many Kiss of Deaths have I seen this game?
Judge?
Maybe that's the third one. Zach, unafraid to block these Kisses of Death. No Tarantula Toxin. Finally, a little bit of reprieve for Gravy Bones. 3 go again, pain in the backside. Zach blocks here as well with Chart the High Seas.
Shred.
This one is shredded. No blocks currently on this pain in the backside. Zach is left without any defense reactions, not only in his hand, but in the rest of his deck.
Threatening 4 plus a flick. Uh-oh.
And it's a flick of Kiss of Death, which means that Zach descends all the way down to 1. Peter has flick knives at the ready. And that is it. Not only on the blocks, but also, even if Zach had another 3 block, it would have been that flick knives that got the job done. And Peter Buddensiek, even though he can't make this top 8, finds himself X2 at the end of this day.
All points you can get matter, and that may lock him for at least top 12, which is very important. 12 points on the line for those who make it into the top 12. Top 16, you get, I believe, 8. So it falls off, but it matters.
It definitely, at the very least, puts him above his biggest enemy, Chris Ayali, in the leaderboard, which I'm sure he's going to be very happy about and stoked to share with Chris later on, because Peter is the ultimate heel. I'm just kidding once again, folks. Peter is fantastic. He also is a great sport about all the shade that we throw his way during the streams.
Yeah, speaking of shade, I didn't hear him throwing any shade at Zach before the game, which might be why he was able to win. So far, his track record when he throws shade is not very good.
He did so in his player profile, specifically towards Guardians and Warriors. So I do wonder if one of those 2 losses were to one of those 2 classes.
Probably.
But no, one of these days, I think he's going to learn his lesson, never trash talk again, and win every single event he ever goes to in the rest of his life.
He could be the best Flesh and Blood player on the planet if he just learned to tone that aggression.
But he's probably not going to do it after that match, because that was as close to a clean sweep as I have ever seen, showcasing exactly why Slippy is seen to have a pretty okay Gravy Bones matchup.
Do we have to nerf Gravy? Is that what I just watched?
No, I don't think so.
I don't know, man.
I'm sticking to my guns.
I think that...
Wait, nerf Gravy after he just lost 27-0?
That's what I'm saying. I don't think we need to do it.
Okay. I thought you were actually considering that.
No.
Okay, I'm with you.
Slap them while they're down?
Yeah. Slap them good.
Yeah.
We'll be back with more Flesh and Blood and Peter Buddensiek after this.
It's killing me 'cause I just can't say what I'm
We're back, folks, with Peter. Thank God Slippy got an armory deck Buddensiek because he desperately needed it. Question mark? Question mark? Exclamation point?
He needed it, bro. Like, do you see me struggling out here, bro?
Peter, we just counted it up. You did 11 damage just in flick knives.
Yeah. 11 damage through 11 damage through flick knives. Yeah. It's
Should we rename Slippy Flicky?
Ooh, Flicky?
Is that bad?
Is it bad?
I don't think so, right?
Did we just say something we're not supposed to say?
I really hope not.
I really hope not.
I'm not known for saying things that I don't understand on stream that are bad, so it can't possibly be true.
I can't get canceled again, bro. Like,
who canceled you?
I don't know.
Who would bother to cancel you?
Like, it's like
you wish you were Majin Bay.
Like, I not only am I not Majin Bay, right? Like, not only am I not good enough as, like, you know, the most beautiful man in flesh and blood, Majin Bay, right? Like, that sexy piece of meat, you know?
Yeah.
Like, but like at the same time, like, nobody's gonna go out of their way to try to cancel me. Like, I can basically say anything, and like, who's gonna take the time? Like, it's just
God, it's not worth the effort.
It's literally not worth the effort.
It's not
like,
worth the effort.
I'm just, you know, I live in Vegas. Like, what are they gonna do to me? Like, the things I've seen at the poker table are like 10 times worse than anything you can say to me. So like,
so listen, Peter, you put on a masterclass of how to deal with gravy bones. To be fair,
no, honestly, my opponent didn't do anything.
Yeah, Zach did put on a masterclass of how not to draw as gravy bones.
He drew like your armory gravy draws.
Yeah.
Yeah. Then you play against Michael Fung in a calling twice, and then he just like. Yeah.
I mean, hey, Michael went 1-4, I think, at Singapore, so maybe he got a little dose of that as well.
Well, in the calling, he was 2-0 against me.
Right. And then he ended up being in the top 8.
Not only did he beat me in Swiss, but he also beat me in top 8 of that calling. So, I mean, to me, Michael's the GOAT. So,
yeah.
I mean, you could say either Michael's the GOAT, and I'd probably agree with you.
I would have to agree with you as well. But I think we're up against numbers on that one, not even opinion.
That's true.
They're kind of de facto really good at this game. So, Peter, you have had a little bit of an awesome year at AGE. This is your 4th open.
Yeah, 4th open.
And it's the only one where you haven't made top 8.
Yeah. The last 3, I went finals, semifinals. I think I'm top 12 or 16. One of the two. It doesn't matter, right? Like, but the top 16 plus. Yeah, this is the only one that I didn't top 8 this time.
Which should skyrocket you well past your nemesis, Chris Aioli.
Yeah, dude, who's that bozo?
Not anyone I know. Probably up past Patrick R as well. Yeah, I think you're in contention for the top 2 slots here.
Isn't Patrick
at
top
AGE?
8? Or is that the wrong Patrick I'm thinking of?
Patrick, did he make top 8?
Is it?
He might have.
Oh, never.
He started 0-2, so I don't think he's going to make it.
I'm thinking about the wrong Patrick. That's my
You're
bad.
thinking about the Fang that you lost to after you trash talked Warrior.
That's true.
Wait, hold on.
That's true.
Actually, the second person you lost to after trash talking Warrior.
I'm gonna do it again. I will never. I won't learn my lesson. Like going like. I gotta triple down, bro. Like it's the year of our Lord 2025. Like I'm not. You think I'm gonna not trash talk Warrior and Guardian? Like,
I guess not.
We just got Mastery Pack, bro. Look at bro. What is Mastery Pack Guardian, bro? You mean Mastery
it's like
Pack
that big.
Trash? Like this is the dude. This is smaller than my head, bro. Like I like you gotta.
To be fair, your
brain.
head is massive,
dude. I have to put like, dude. Like you fit 5 fingers on my forehead alone, bro. Like that's when you know that I'm be thinking out here. Like you really think that like, you know, dude. I play Slippy, bro. You know how complicated the deck is. I head jab.
I
react.
And then what?
I play Codex of Frailty.
That's a good
and
card.
I leave no witness them.
It's pretty sick.
And they cry. And it wins every game. And then now, bro, they didn't think I was good enough at the deck. So they're giving me an armory.
Who's they? Oh,
they're giving me an armory deck because
they is the everybody.
Well, they realized
right
that
it's the same they that canceled you.
True.
Okay.
Like I lost in top 4 of a calling. Right?
Okay.
And you know they just love my personality so much that they needed to like they need to give me a power boost. Like, not only do
Chat, sound off if you're one of the they, because I haven't seen a single they that Peter is talking about.
I got Vegas shooters back here, bro. Like they're in the cut, bro. They're in the cut.
Are you talking about the poor souls that have to be stuck in the car with you for 6 hours today?
So not only did they have to listen to me for 3.5 hours on the way here.
It's 3.5, so 7 hours.
Yeah. And now we have to go get dinner.
Uh-huh.
And then they have to listen to me yap 3.5 hours back home. And my stereo stopped working on the way here for no reason. Like, it just didn't want to connect to my phone.
You pulled the plug.
And so, like, I was the entertainment. And
it's working for me, man, honestly.
I mean,
you are nothing if not entertaining. And speaking of entertaining,
I try my best. I try my best.
I noticed in your player profile, as I've already alluded to, you were trash-talking Warrior and Guardian.
Yes.
What were your 2 losses today?
My 2 losses... I lost the Slippy mirror to I forgot what his name.
Luke.
He was the one with the with the cat. Yeah.
That's the one.
I actually think he's a great player.
He is a great player.
He's a great player. I was really impressed with his play.
One of the greatest matches I have ever seen is what we had on stream. Him versus Victor.
I watched
and he grounded out.
I watched the end of it. It was great.
Yeah.
It was great.
Other loss? Tell me it was a Warrior.
I was a Colin. Yeah, it was a Warrior. It was a Warrior. It was Colin. Colin also, me and Colin's game was also pretty incredible. Like, we went back after I lost. Like, I lost by he like blade for I blocked for 3 and he blade furied and I died exactly at 1. And we were thinking about it.
I've died so many times that way against Colin. It's not even funny.
And we were thinking about it, and we went over the last 4 turns of that game, and he blocked actually perfectly 4 turns in a row. Or if he blocked 1 point different, he died. And like Colin's insane at blocking. Like he's
so good at it.
He's so good at blocking. Like he's probably the best Kassai player like I've ever played against. Probably in the US, like US 100%. Maybe even the world at this point. But like his blocking really impresses me all of the time. To where even blocking like a head jab that like sort of flicked the kiss of death. Like if he didn't block the head jab after blocking 3 cards, like I still have 1 card left in my hand that's most likely going to be like a leaf notice or something like that. He made the judgment call of like blocking that attack, so I couldn't, and I had a spike, so I was going to spike the kiss of death, and then the 3 was going to hit. It was going to deal another 2 damage, put another blood rot counter. Then I was going to swing dagger and then flick it again. And he was like, "Oh, I have to play around this. I have to block this for 6 so I don't get shredded." Like, who's making that judgment call of
Colin Eriksen
I
is
have to block 6 on this because he has shred in his hand, and if I only block 3, I die.
He's one of those players.
I was like,
he feels like a freaking wall, man. I remember trying to take him down on Azalea. He's just one of those guys on defense where you feel like he's always got it. I have to play around his unmovable because that's exactly what's in his arsenal. I swear to God. Like the one of unmovable, that's what he's got.
Yeah, I was really impressed by his play, my other opponent's play. That Slippy mirror was the subset of games to where sometimes the mirror is like pretty like one-sided or and kind of just like flips back and forth. But this was a banger. Like
awesome.
I was ahead early. He came back. He was up 12 life. I came back to make the game 4-2 with 3 cards in my hand. Don't kill him because he has the D-react in arsenal. I play like a Codex and he gets back Kiss of Death. He has 4 cards left in his deck. He has 1 card in his hand, and he gets back Kiss of Death instead of leave no. And he basically is like, "Do you think I have the last T-Toxin in my hand, or is it the top card of my library?" And I was like, "I don't know. It's a 50-50. I thought he had T-Toxin, so I blocked the way of T-Toxin. He had Codex.
Holy.
Yeah, he has Codex. And like
Luke is master of the bluff, man.
Yeah,
he really likes to play that poker game.
And I realized like the literal only block I could have made was to non-block the Kiss of Death. Take the damage. He Codexes. I live exactly at 1 after he flicks the Kiss of Death at me, and I have to play my entire I have to play my entire 4-card hand after blocking 1 card plus equipment on the leave node that's going to come in. I had to play my 4-card hand to kill him on that turn, or I lose the game. Like it was like he played it masterfully at the end. He just knew every card that was left in the game, and I was
He's learned a lot this season. It's also his first ever competitive season in Flesh and Blood.
I'm very impressed,
mind you.
What did he play any card games before this, or
that I don't know,
okay.
but I know that he was on Slippy very early on, and he had a couple back-breaking games against Verdance, for example, on stream where he just got decimated.
Verdance
said he
is
learned
a
a lot.
matchup.
Yeah, he said he learned a lot, and he came back clearly having put the rubber to the road, and he's in the running for Players Championship. You're going to see him next month for sure.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, like, I'm a buy, so like surely he should be me, but like
Peter Buddensiek is a buy.
like, who do you think I am? You know, like I'm not even Majin Bay. Like,
No.
Dude.
You want to be.
Nobody can be him, bro. Like, everybody wants to be
He's
him.
not even him.
Figure
that out. Caleb wishes he was Majin Bay.
Caleb up late night thinking about Majin Bay.
That's gnarly. We've been talking about Majin Bay a lot.
I think about him all the time.
You just a TLDR for everybody that's watching at home. Peter trash talked Warrior at the beginning of this tournament and then lost to one throughout the day.
Would never want it any other way.
Anything else you want to shout out here, Peter? If the good people on the internet want to know where they can get more of you, where can they go?
Yeah, go to if you want to see me, shitpost. Usually, I'm on Twitter or X, I guess it is now, but at Mask of Momentum. YouTube also at Mask of Momentum. Eventually, I'm gonna finish this Metafy article about my Slippy Masterclass.
Okay.
That I've started writing before the PT.
Somebody beat you to it, right?
I mean, my good teammate Yuki the Bender did beat me to it. But here's the thing: when you read my articles, so like the thing with Yuki's article is she's smart. She knows how to write. She understands how sentence structure works and everything like that.
Is yours only going to be in lead speak?
But like when you read a Mask Momentum article, it's like you're sitting here with me because the sentence structure isn't correct. I don't even put periods half the time. It's just like a big block. And like there's no you would think you go 7 sentences and then you put a space in between the paragraph. Nah, it's a block. It the only thing that's different.
It looks like the Waco Manifesto.
Yeah, I just put random spaces places because I think it should be there, but I have no idea how it works. But as I sent it in the chat, they're like, this is you talking, and if somebody has to listen to that, honestly, I should be paying them to read my article at this point. That doesn't exist currently. It's just in my Word document.
I'm sure your Metafy editor is really stoked about having to go back to you about deadlines over and over again. Do you like deadlines, Peter?
Deadlines? Well, considering no, not at all.
When was this article due originally?
Well, it wasn't due because I make my own schedule. But,
wow, big man.
I said that I was going to finish it the Friday after the PT, and I'm currently 2 weeks behind.
PT Singapore?
Yeah.
Oh, that's not that bad.
It's 2 weeks.
That's not that bad,
it's
honestly.
Honestly, if somebody wants to have the notes, just DM me on Twitter, and I'll just send you what the article is right now, because at this point, it might be another 2 weeks, because I was writing a little bit at the poker table, and then, I realized that I have to think about the game and the article at the same time, and I'm bad
That's a hard feat.
I'm bad at both, so, it surely doesn't work out that well, so...
Well, I think you're going to get that Metafy article out someday, Peter.
Someday.
And I can't wait to see it.
Yeah, shout out my mom.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's your mom's name?
Jamie. Jamie. That's Mama Buddensiek right
Aww.
there. Yeah.
Hi, Jamie.
She's a beautiful lady.
Is she watching?
I think so. She'll watch this.
That's awesome. Hi. Well, if you are watching out there in Radio Land, Mama Buddensiek, hello, Jamie. Your son is doing very well. Not well enough to get into the top 8, but he is squarely locked for the Players' Championship.
I gotta drive back home.
Get him to sit down and write his freaking Metafy article. Homie needs to turn in his homework and get his payday.
Shout out Nia.
Who's that?
That's my guy. That's
your guy?
The knowers know. The Nia, that's my guy right there.
Okay.
And then, shout out Caleb Majin Bay. Sexiest
He's
man
definitely not watching.
Dude, sexiest man in Flesh and Blood, 100%.
There's no way he heard you say that.
Somebody's going to send this to him.
You're going to have to mail him a scented kiss stamped letter.
That's true.
You might file it in the trash, though.
Yeah. I mean, he adores me, surely.
100% he does. Nia knowers are in the chat.
Yo, the
says
Nia
Zane Johnson.
knowers in here in the chat. Yo, Zane knows. Nia knowers in the chat.
Zane is a knower. And also, why, Zane, have you not been here? I miss your face, okay?
That is also attractive, man.
Get here next season or be square. This interview is over. More Flesh and Blood after this. Folks, nation, we have crowned the top 16, the players that have qualified for the Players' Championship. Barring one very minuscule eventuality, this is your top 16 competing for the title of Players Champion of AGE Season 3. Colin Eriksen, of course, coming in at number 1. He and Zachary Wallach are both in the top 8 of this event, so they're competing together to see if they can beat Zachary Wallach's record for the most AGE points brought to a Players Championship. There is a small mathematical possibility that our 16th seed, Ryan Brown, who just edged out Aidan Kwasneski in a tiebreaker, could fall to another top 8 contender, Bryce Miller Booker, who, if he wins the entire thing, could knock Ryan out of the 16th slot.
I believe if it were to come down to like a first-second match between the two, it could be Austin Chin that falls. So there's a little bit of flexibility there. But yeah, it's close.
Really, really intense stuff. Even as we're firing off the top 8 of the August Open, everything is still in flux. There's always T's to cross, I's to dot. We got to do the math, make sure that all of these points were tabulated correctly. But boy, howdy, it has been an incredible season, Michael. Are you ready to see the Players' Championship next month and call our last matches?
I'm so excited.
Any sadness, any bittersweet moments to the season ending?
I mean, it's always a little sad for the season to end and to go into winter and the snow starts falling and you got to board yourself in and fight off the polar bears for 3 months. But
you know we live in Southern California, right?
You don't get polar bears? Yeah, you're right down the street. I swear, every season they show up at my house.
No, not without any LSD, Michael. No polar bears are showing up to my door. You're right. It is a little bit sad, especially to see the folks that are right on the cusp of that top 16 cut. This is the place where dreams are made and also dashed. You know what isn't sad, though, Michael? Watching Evan Bridges lose. And that's what I'm hoping that we're going to see right here and now. We do have a player profile for Evan, despite the fact that he is not at all in contention for the Players' Championship. He is here competing for cash and glory. If he does win out and take this one down and get 30 AGE points, he has told me that it is very important to note that it's possible that if 4 players can't make the Players' Championship, he might be able to get there in the end.
All right. Coming in at 20th, it sounds like.
The redeemable thing about Evan is that if there's a chance, he is going to bank on it.
Yeah, but the other important thing is we know that Evan is matching up against Ryan Brown himself in this game. Could mean everything for Ryan. Sitting at 16th place, he really wants to win this one. That'll secure him an additional 5 points. And when you're sitting in 16th place, you really want that.
Because there's a level of insecurity there.
Yeah.
At the end of a very long season, and you're told, yeah, you made the cut. There's always, especially if you're at the bottom end of that bracket, you're like, are you sure? Have we tabulated everything correctly? There's no chance of anyone else in top 8 knocking me out. He was asking me about it before we went live just now. It's hard to believe when you've actually made the cusp.
Yeah, and it basically what it comes down to is if he loses this game here and Bryce Miller takes it all down, he'll probably get kicked out.
We should take a look at our top 8 bracket before we get into this first match, folks. I don't have a button on my stream deck, so I'm going to have to ask Sock Puppet Justin to help me out, and here it is. Ryan Brown versus Evan Bridges is the match that we have showcased for you, and then it's a bunch of matches with a little bit lopsided chances, right? We've got Marcus Brown on Victor Goldmain versus Bryce Miller Booker. That is not exactly the greatest matchup.
Bryce probably
for
pretty
Victor.
happy if his goal is to win it all to face into that Victor.
The closest match, I think, is Colin Eriksen versus Luke Gilmore. Assassin versus Warrior, a tale as old as time. And then, of course, John Zapata versus Zachary Wallach down in the bottom. I do think Zach feels incredibly confident into Verdance, and John earlier on in Swiss just scooped to Zach so he could go get a dinner break. So I think that tells exactly how he feels about the matchup.
All right. Well, we've got what we think are our predictions for the first grouping, the quarterfinals.
Let's go ahead and proceed down to the match floor to start this, the top 8 of the final AGE Open in LA in Season 3. Are you ready, Michael?
Let's get it.
Let's get it. We've got Ryan Brown on the left side of your screen, and Evan Bridges has vanished from the face of the earth because he is not top 16 Evan Bridges. That's Oscilio Constello Intelligence versus Gravy Bones. Shipwrecked Looter. And it does look like Evan's player cam is down for the time being, so we're going to see if we can get that back up. Honestly, we are saving you from seeing his smug face for as long as humanly possible. So no apologies there as he pulls out 4 cards from his Jarl-sleeved Gravy Bones deck. He has 1 AB in his foot slot. Those are the Amsterdam Null Rune alternate arts. Evan's got lots and lots of money. He loves to tell people, and flaunt it when he can. Ryan Brown trying to flicker away from our screen, but we're not going to let him, folks. He's got all of the regular clothing on for a Lightning Wizard.
Yep, got the traditional boot gloves head set up with the tunic sitting there in the chest slot. And Evan bringing the Balance of Justice, very important into decks that are going to be drawing lots of cards.
Michael, you're an Oscilio player. How do you feel into Gravy Bones?
I like it, but sometimes Gravy goes so fast, and you really, really can't feel too safe. The moment those Conquerors come out, the moment the Disruption comes out, you are on a clock. And your goal is to have as much time as you need to set up the combo, so you got to get there before he does.
And oftentimes you have to sit on that namesake combo card, gone in a flash, for a lot of turns. And if Arsenal Disruption is coming your way time and time again, it's going to make it harder to weather the storm.
Yeah. Going to cut over to us for just a moment while we handle, it sounds like, the camera technical difficulties.
Yeah, for some reason, Evan really wants to be visible on this match, so Sock Puppet Justin is going to run his way over to the feature match, scurry those tiny little feet, and see if he can do some troubleshooting on our behalf. In the meantime, Michael, why don't we talk about the other prizing that is on the table for these players? The winner is going to go home with $400 USD. Second place, $200. Third through fourth, $100. And fifth through eighth, $50. Also some AGE points for their troubles. But by and large, that top 16 is locked. So this is the one time in the season where it doesn't matter all that much anymore.
Well, there is going to be some shuffling around. I know, for example, if certain people, Marcus and let's see, who else? Travis
did not qualify for the top 8.
Okay,
Travis, Ryan Brown, John Zapata.
Okay, so
Zachary Wallach.
Yeah, just a little bit of shuffling. I think Marcus has a chance to secure a higher seed if he does well here. But like you said, they're all locked. So we're just playing for seeding, jostling around, and then that very scary potential for Ryan to make it and then fall out if things don't pan out for him.
But this is the pricing structure you can expect to see at all of the 8 AGE Opens that happen each season in both of the regions that we support. And there are more on the way. I'm just going to hit our schedule page here, and we'll talk about the AGE Opens that are left for New England. Even though it's the last straw for Los Angeles, we've got 2 more Opens to be had. The first, Grave Troll Games on August 30th in Nashua, New Hampshire. That one will be streamed. And then shortly following that, September 6th at Great Stories Comics and Games, one of our 2 homes on the Eastern Seaboard. And that will determine who makes it to the New England Players Championships. And of course, we won't be streaming the Great Stories Comics and Games Open in September because we will be busy preparing for the LA Players Championship. Nevertheless, we will keep you updated on our socials about who is making their way into the top 16 in New England. And then we'll be back over on the eastern side of the country for their Players Championship in October. Those dates will be determined based on player availability. And Michael, that is when the rubber really meets the road and we see the best games of Flesh and Blood of the season. Although today has been absolutely monstrous.
Yeah. The games today have been so close, so incredible. Really good games of Flesh and Blood played today. And I'm looking forward to more. We've got a whole top 8 to look forward to, and all the jostling and points up for grabs. That story with Ryan Brown, can't let it out of my head. I am hoping for his sake. I love me some Oscilio. I would love to see him in the Players' Championship, but he's got to prove that he can get there. He's got one more game, I think, that really matters here that we're setting up for you right now.
He's a Wizard player through and through. I mean, he's been on Kano for as long as I can remember. In fact, I think the last streamed matchup I ever played, I was annihilated by him on Kano, and you were casting it.
Oh, yeah.
For that matter, yeah. That doesn't haunt me at night. But he has switched over to a different style of wizard, much like a lot of the Kano aficionados in our community. He says it still kind of scratches the same itch, but as you guys were talking about before, the combo turn for Oscilio is actually one of the easier turns usually to pilot, unlike the Kano combo turn, which
you
is
flip it
the
on
hardest.
your head. Kano's just kind of blocking out and has an easy game up until that combo, and then you really have to think it through. But with Oscilio, the thought process of being able to get the most value out of your hands when you're not comboing, bouncing the Sigil of Conductivities with the 8 Blast to Oblivion, and that interaction alone is one of the more brain cooking things that you have to do and deal with. But yeah, the combo, you just play the Gone, you play the instant, you play the Gone, you play the instant, you play the Gone, you play the instant, you play the Gone, you play the instant.
And then what?
And then you play the Mind Warp.
Okay, I see what you did there, Michael. You changed it up on me. Let's take a minute to thank our sponsor here on the Western Coast. That's Top Deck Keep in Riverside, California. It's where our butts are currently planted, and they have been absolutely magnificent all year round. Clean facilities and welcoming people. We've finally got the notice that our players are ready. So let's hit that match intro button. Once again, let's swell the music. Let's really throw down for the top 8 here at the August Open for AGE LA. Evan Bridges already just making me want to slap him. Look at that head. It's just bouncing back and forth. I'm playing Gravy Bones. He's not top 16 Evan Bridges. Good for you, Evan.
Ryan Brown choosing to go first, getting a very nice start in the form of Sigil of Brilliance. You love to see that early.
How about a Blast to Oblivion?
Blast, yeah. Likely following it up with an Arcane instant. Otherwise, maybe would like to see that go to the Arsenal.
Evan blocks with a Saltwater Swell from hand. 36 plays 40. You're not seeing anything weird here, folks. Oscilio Constella Intelligence has massive power in his card pool and his ability, so he does start with a little bit less life.
So goes for the bounce there to dig a little bit deeper. Out of action points for the turn.
Electromagnetic Somersault bounces Blast to Oblivion back to the hand, and also Sigil of Solace, Sigil of Brilliance. As part of the text on Blast to Oblivion, Ryan Brown does draw a card from that.
Likely digging for a shock to try to push a little bit of damage early on. Doesn't look like he found it. Maybe thinking about cycling using the Oscilio Hero Power. Unless that is, okay, we've got another Sigil playing out.
Sigil of
he does
Lightning
have a shock.
here.
He does.
He has a shock in hand, which means that this Volzar amp might actually do some real damage here on this turn 0. Yeah, playing out the shock and then amping in response is Ryan Brown. So it's 6 arcane damage. Evan only has 1 AB to speak of, so he's going to be taking 5 damage no matter what. The 6th is up to him. Evan pitches a Rigor Mortis. In order to block 1, takes 5, down to 35. And just like that, Ryan Brown has eclipsed his opponent in life, despite the fact that he starts sub 40.
This is a really good start. Being able to arsenal that Sigil of Brilliance, having the Sigil of Lightning on the field to confer go again to whatever he does. He's very set up for an explosive start to this game.
Evan Bridges blocking his hand with his shoulder, as he is wont to do, but it's a golden tipple to start things off. It was a little bit risky to pitch that Rigor Mortis. It was the only ally, I believe, that he had in hand. Anka, drag under, discarded for that golden tipple in the blue, mind you. So this is going to turn on the Gravy Bones hero ability and allow him to play dudes from their watery grave. But Evan says that is not enough. Here comes more tipple. It's just the tipple coming in for the second time this turn. This one in the red, discarding a Swabby. Drawing up what he hopes to be a blue, but no, it's a Sawbones in the hand of Evan Bridges. He's going to activate Gravy Bones, get rid of one of those golds, see if he can find a resource card. Sawbones goes into the bin. It was another golden tipple drawn for Evan Bridges. Already a way more explosive Gravy Bones start than we saw from Zachary Wallach in the end of Swiss.
Yeah, very, very potent so far. Of course, no disruption. If Ryan Brown has a hand he likes, I don't see him blocking here.
And it doesn't look like he has, because Ryan has already taken 4 total damage this turn. 35 plays 32. Just like that, life total swing back in the favor of Evan Bridges. Dead Threads, plus the 1 floating he still had, buys himself an Anka drag under, and then a red golden tipple. The third one he's seen this turn pays for the attack on Anka 5, and also an activation of Gold Baited Hook will give this attack an on-hit of Create a Gold.
Yeah, a lot of damage coming through on this turn. And the Anka is actually very debilitating for Oscilio. If he doesn't clear that out and tries to activate the hero power, it's he just has to discard a card, which is not what you want to be doing when you're trying to cycle.
Less than stellar for sure. So Ryan might have to do a little bit of cleanup duty. Not exactly the Oscilio game plan. It's not like, you know, Guardians or perhaps some Warriors that are trying to fatigue the Gravy Bones out, just kill every single ally they see on sight.
And can you remind me Anka's health?
Anka's health is 3.
3, okay.
So it's really easy for Oscilio to remove.
It can be. I'm seeing a current funnel in hand, which would be nice to be able to use to clear it, but that's not quite enough. Mind Warp and some other cards I can't quite see. Sigil of Brilliance isn't a good time to use it because that would just result in nothing with the Anka activation.
Evan has seen a lot of allies early, already 4 thus far if we include the Rigor Mortis that is at the bottom of the deck. Ryan just takes that damage, though, down to 28. Evan gets himself a gold token for his troubles. The activation of that hook was not risky at all for Evan, thanks to the fact that he played 2 tipples on that turn. Sigil of Aether is a game action that Ryan Brown is taking at the end of Evan Bridges' turn. Going to see if he can get a little bit of amp for his troubles on this, what could be an explosive turn based on the way he's setting this up. Yep. So Sigil of Lightning pops first, creates an embodiment of Lightning token, and then Sigil of Aether is popping now. Evan, the ping goes towards Anka, which then...
There you go, clearing it up.
Yeah.
I really like this because I think
clean.
Ryan is likely going to want to cycle a little bit this turn. So clearing that Anka. Actually, can he tap it in response, or does it need to be in response to the draw?
No, he can tap it in response if he wanted to. But
next time an opponent. So just clearing it out, probably not going to want to draw a card this turn, but getting that out of the way is really, really important for a hero that draws as much as Oscilio.
And Evan does have allies in hand, so he could have reacted to Ryan Brown's murder of Anka.
Wow, I really like the sequencing here from Ryan Brown. Clearing the ally, not dealing any damage to keep that Channel Lightning Valley alive.
Okay, Channel Lightning Valley plus Sigil of Brilliance plus the current funnel played earlier this turn means that Volzar is going to amp this Mind Warp by 3, and because Evan only has AB1, he's forced to take all of that damage immediately. Surge effect is going to be active on that Mind Warp, so Evan has to shuffle all of the cards in his hand into his deck and then draw up 1 less.
Now, if the Sigil of Aether amps when it hits an ally, it would be amping 4. I'm not sure if it needs to hit a hero to get the amp effect.
Yeah, I was wondering that too. Ryan is indicating that there is an amp effect on that Sigil of Aether, so it might just be any target.
So, yeah, coming in for 6 with that Mind Warp. Big
Pretty
hit,
sweet.
and taking Evan down to 29 and forcing the shuffle.
Love to see that. Gravy Bones doesn't like random draws usually, but Evan has found himself at least 1 blue. It's a Tip the Barkeep and yet another tipple. However, no allies in the hand anymore, so that tipple is not as easily used as the 2 we've seen resolved thus far. 29 plays 27. The life totals are staying pretty darn close here, Michael.
And that favors the Oscilio.
Evan does have plenty of zombies in the graveyard to play with, and he has easy blues to resolve here. Tip the Barkeep is going to generate a Gold Kiss Rum token, which Evan can cash in later to give his next action go again. Evan just swinging with Sawbones here after resolving it, saving the rum for another day and pocketing that red golden tipple for later.
Ryan not having the go again, but having the boots available if needed. I didn't see it gone in the flash, so it's probably not the turn to resolve it.
Ryan takes that 6 immediately. Evan did not provide it in on-hit because he has not activated his gold-baited hook.
No go again, right? Yeah, no go again. So Arsenal pitch
Arsenal Pass says Evan Bridges. Sorry, not top 16, Evan Bridges. Back over to Ryan Brown, who is at an 8-life deficit. Start of turn, Sigil of Brilliance is going to pop here and draw him a card.
6 cards to work with.
Ain't bad.
So what Oscilio does best. Drawing 1 this turn means that potentially balance could come online if he draws another one. A Fry is really clean for clearing out that Sawbones.
Goodbye, Sawbones. Thanks to that Fry. Amping 1 on that Volzar as well. Evan's got himself 2 Tipples and I think an ally in addition to a Call to the Grave. Evan is happy to block with the gold-baited hook and the Balance of Justice already. Oh, it is an ally in the back there. So it's going to be a Tipple turn, which is what Gravy loves to do.
Assuming this isn't too much pressure or another Mind Warp.
Channel Lightning Valley comes out, despite the fact that Ryan is not leaking any damage in there. Evan Bridges really sniffing that one out, I think accidentally.
Yeah, well played on the blocks, preventing the card draw for that attack.
And here comes the Mind Warp. Which unfortunately, because it is assuredly going to deal damage and thereby allow Ryan to draw a card, Evan Bridges is also going to be able to pop his Balance of Justice if he deems it necessary after shuffling his hand back into his deck, which means that try as Ryan might, he's not going to be able to strip any cards away from Evan Bridges if he has anything to say about it.
Yep, and I didn't see what Ryan has left in his hand, but if one of those is a Sigil, he could at least clear it out. Otherwise, we're also looking at an IP1.
Yeah. Sometimes it happens with Oscilio. But after taking 6 damage from that Sawbones as though it were nothing, you would think that Ryan has a plan for the last cards in this hand.
I mean, he drew 2 cards, so it's hard to plan
True.
when you don't know what they are. And it looks like we're clearing up, so neither of them is an instant that can be played for any effect.
Evan pitching the second back alley break line this game. Has not resolved a Call to the Grave, so I think he has more than 1 copy than is traditional. Golden Tipple once again in the blue, making waves, discarding a Rigor Mortis, generating a gold token, and drawing Evan a card. Another resource for the red Golden Tipple that was in the arsenal. Evan draws yet another card, generates yet another gold token. He's got plenty of guys in the graveyard. He's just got to find ways to use them at this point. Compassing now because he has a Saltwater Swell in the hand. Wondering if he can find himself a blue card on the top and play that Saltwater Swell with no risk to him. Judging by his reaction, I don't think it is a blue. It doesn't seem to be a snap resolution of the Saltwater Swell. Now, which dudes to play here? There's a Swabby and 2 Rigor Mortis. I've been wondering how to convert this hand. He's got to pitch that Sunken Treasure. Maybe he can save the Saltwater Swell in the arsenal for later. But he definitely wants to get rid of that block card from his hand, I think. It was a blue on top. So Evan pitching 1 for that Saltwater Swell, finding a blue on top, currently with 3 resources floating. Technically, it's going to be 4, thanks to the fact that an ally has definitely entered his graveyard. Dead Threads is online.
So we'll pay 3 for Swabby.
Paying 3 is Evan Bridges for Swabby.
We will activate the Gold Kiss Rum.
Gold Kiss Rum is being drunk by Gravy Bones. He is a salty and now no longer sober Sea Dog. Swabby coming in for 7. Go again.
We do the Gold Kiss Rum, we do the Swabby. So this is 7.
Evan doing some very dirty sequencing here, but we all know what he's going for.
7 go again with 1 floating is scary to deal with, especially with the Dead Thread still online. It looks like a Rigor Mortis will follow.
This Swabby is beefed up by the gold-baited hook. Totally risk-free for Evan Bridges, thanks to the fact that he played a Golden Tipple earlier this turn. 7 go again for Ryan Brown, who currently sits at 16.
Ryan's
Not exactly a
also
comfortable
sitting
life
on
total.
a shock. I don't know if he can play enough cards to utilize that to kill the Swabby, but if he could just kill the turn on the spot. And that seems good, but of course it would be a minimum 3-card play.
And Evan has one floating, so Ryan isn't able to just play that shock in order to draw a card.
If you targeted the Swabby, it would not draw anyway due to it not being a hero.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I'm saying he could choose that line of play if he wanted to. That one will be available to him after Evan uses that last resource to pay for a Rigor Mortis, but at that point, would you rather be sniping the Rigor Mortis?
It's an expensive play to use on defense. The Oscilio player really wants to be kind of all gas, no brakes as much as possible, but I think knowing that we're following this up with a Swabby or with a Rigor Mortis, and it looks like we are doing that play, playing out with no targets, the electromagnetic somersault, putting one counter onto the Volzar.
Evan goes, "Are you hitting my Swabby?" Yes, Evan. Ryan is going to kill your Swabby. I don't think there's anything you can do about it, brother.
All Ryan needs to do here is pitch a card and play that shock, amping it with the Volzar. And he's done a 3-card, end your turn on the spot.
He could use the Fiandel Spring Tunic counter.
He could.
Maybe is what he's thinking about, but I think he's going to have a hard time converting all those cards.
Nothing else?
Yeah, with the eclectic magnetism in hand, I think he wants to save that counter to just play it out.
Need a resource to charity.
The 1-card play. And I like this a lot from Ryan. It's hard to spend those cards on defense, but the amount of value he got from just shutting it down, preventing the Rigor Mortis swing as well, that was 13, staring down the barrel, and Ryan stopped it all with just 3 cards.
He wouldn't have been able to attack with the Rigor Mortis, so it would have just been the 7 damage, but still, forcing Gravy to play another blue card is always a good thing. And Evan has got himself one of those cards from Mastery Pack Guardian that a lot of people are saying, what the heck, this is a Guardian set. Why is there a Gravy card in it? That is Fearless Confrontation, which has the potential to be discarded to prevent an opponent from, I don't know, say, removing a Chum, friendly first mate, for exact damage.
It's good, but instead goes ahead and blocks with it, blocking 6 on 5. 2 cards, plays 4 as we go into this 16 to 24 life game. Finally, though, Ryan sees his first Gone in a Flash.
Evan only with 2 allies in hand, so forced to crack a gold and try to find something a little bit more appealing. Activating Gravy now is Evan Bridges, probably discarding the Chum in hand. He's also got a Sea Legs, though. Does he want more rum? Still has not put a blue card in his bin, however. And here we go. It's Saltwater Swell, which is in the blue. Evan has found himself a blue on the top.
Risked it all and gets paid off. Just enough resources to play that Chum out, which you know he wants to do.
Close combat chain. Pay 4.
1 damage accepted for Ryan Brown, down to 15. Gold baited hook activated with Chum. No, Evan's thinking about it again. You haven't made a gold yet this turn. Just swinging Chum for 4 is Evan Bridges. 24 plays 15 here. Ryan could descend on down to 11. Believe it or not, folks, this is kill range for Oscilio.
He can do a lot.
But he's got to find himself. Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
Gone in a Flash. He's got to set that up. Ideally in Arsenal.
Yeah, doesn't really have the hand texture to support it this turn. You kind of don't want to do it off a 4-card hand when you need to reach as high as 24. So just blocking, preserving the life, and likely this will be a setup turn from Ryan. If he can clear that Chum, which he can with the Gone in a Flash, that's a big deal.
I'm going to hit it with Lightning Press. Okay. Attacking me. Chum.
Okay, Chum is cleared out with Gone in a Flash plus Lightning Press, but in order for the damage to connect with Chum, Ryan is forced to...
Okay. And then I'll pass to you.
Wait a minute, I thought it was only the first instant you play on the chain link in order to get the Gone in a Flash back, or is it whenever you play an instant? Bring up Gone in a Flash. I want to read that sucker. I thought it was only the first instant that you play during the chain link can bounce the card back.
Might have been.
So we're going to draw.
Next time you play, yeah, that I.
So we might have to see if we can clear that up real quick before the players get too deep. But yeah, Gone in a Flash says when this attacks, the next time you play an instant card this chain link, you may return this to its owner's hand. You don't get the bounce if you play subsequent instances. So we've relayed via our producer to the players now. They are going to discuss and confirm that that is exactly how the interaction works, and possibly rewind a little bit before we get too deep in the weeds here. We don't have time limits anymore on these top 8 matches. We still want to maintain a consistent and good pace of play, but we also want to make sure that we get the best games of Flesh and Blood that we possibly can when the stakes are this high.
Yeah, it's an important game, and we definitely don't want it to go any way but the best.
Okay, proceeding back on down to the match floor. Looks like everything has been cleared up. I think the players are saying they're comfortable with everything resolving as it has.
We're going to crack a gold. Draw.
Okay. That's above my pay grade. I'm going to let Sleepy Connor handle this one if he deigns to rear his sleepy head. Right now, it's back over to Evan Bridges. 27 plays 14. And Evan has already pitched to crack his last gold, it looks like. We've seen how difficult it can be for Gravy Bones if he gets off of gold. That being said, Conqueror of the High Seas comes 8 go again, threatens to get Evan back on the gold board.
That's a big deal coming in here, threatening that. Gone in a flash. And thanks to chat for confirming with us that this was a correct line of play. As always, Flesh and Blood is a tough game, so it sounds like he layered it correctly, and he knows exactly what he's doing with the Oscilio.
So the lightning press happens before the attack even resolves.
Yep.
I see.
So really well played by Ryan, knowing his deck through and through, but he is facing down the barrel of a Conqueror of the High Seas,
which is a commanding card.
It sure
I
is.
saw where you were going with that.
When you've got the Gone in a Flash in an arsenal, you have to respect it. So Ryan Brown laying down 3 of his 4 cards. Not a bad hand to lay down. This was not the combo hand that he was looking for. So happy to fold it just to dig a little bit deeper and try to pair that Gone in a Flash up with some instants.
But there's more sparks to fly yet for Evan Bridges. A Vast-G, Rigor Mortis resolved with a yellow from the hand, 6. No gold-baited hook here, so it's just 6. Oh, I'm sorry. No. A Vast-G was resolved earlier, so Evan is finally back on the gold board. Taking a look at the top of his deck, even though can't really do anything about it. It's just information at this point. Dead Threads? No, he hasn't put an ally in the bin.
So that's it for the turn. Ryan Brown now sitting at 8 to 27. This game is starting to slip away from him a little bit.
He does have to make something happen soon. Flittering Charge is going to clear up a Rigor Mortis. Not the best use case for that card. But Ryan is just biding time. Sigil of Brilliance here.
Some instants in hand. Not exactly the texture that Eclectic Magnetism is not really what he wants to see paired up with the Gone in a Flash. But
Murderous Rabble?
Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong, but Eclectic Magnetism is really a card that you want to see when you're building towards the combo turn, just making efficient use of these hands until you can pop off, right?
Exactly. It's really nice to pair with the staff when you don't have the sigil yet. You can pitch a blue or a yellow and get some nice usage out of that. But yeah, sitting at 8 life here. Still hasn't quite found what he needs to pop off. Blocking, going down to 4 cards. Silver lining, he still has all of his equipment to work with, so does have a little more than 8 life to work with.
Saltwater Swell.
Not a lot.
Revealing a blue.
Murderous Rabble, 3 go again. Revealed that blue and then follows up with a Saltwater Swell. A nice sequence here for Evan. Allows him to check the top of his deck and be certain that Saltwater Swell is going to get maximum value without using that compass. He's activated Gravy now. Extra card in hand and Chum in the bin. Ryan posturing as though, yeah, this is not the turn either, so we're blocking out here. Evan closes the combat chain,
2 cards.
probably to resolve that Chum from the bin.
For Chum.
Here he comes. Here comes Chum, the friendly first mate that nobody likes to see except for Gravy Bones players.
Yeah, and this is really rough because Ryan doesn't have the ability to kill this with his current hand.
Evan holding on to a Fearless Confrontation. Definitely a card that you don't want in your arsenal as Gravy Bones. I think we might see Evan forego an arsenal in order to keep this in hand. This is an interaction he has wanted to deal with since he saw this card spoiled for Mastery Pack Guardian. That being said, I think if Ryan is going to send damage at a chum, it's usually going to come in at 7, just based on the cards that are in the Oscilio deck.
Yeah, the 4-power attacks are very common. There are some 3s, and there are some 2s, but even, I mean, with what we see here, Ryan would have to pop his boots just to get the go again on the Gone in a Flash to kill the chum, which is not how you want to use those boots.
Certainly not.
Oh no, he has the blink, so he could send it. Yeah, I mean okay, so he has the ability to clear the chum without committing boots, but he's gonna drop to 4 if he doesn't put any of that armor in front. And if he does, I mean, he's effectively losing the life anyway. That armor is life.
But taking 4 is Ryan Brown. He thinks he's got to risk it.
Yeah. So he has the play to kill the chum and keep the Gone in a Flash, but at 4 life, he needs Evan to brick.
No arsenal for Evan. Evan really wants to use this. Have I been calling it Restless Confrontation? It's Fearless Confrontation.
I don't know.
Okay, great. Fearless Confrontation. Blink bounces, Gone in a Flash, generates an action point as well. Chum is going to go bye-bye. Sigil of Brilliance bounces that Gone in a Flash, resets it back into the arsenal. And Ryan doing his best to set himself up for that combo turn, but Evan is going to put on the pressure.
Yep. He's got 7 effective life, not counting any cards he can block with in hand, just looking at the armor and the number 4 in the upper left-hand corner.
He's also got Disruption in the hand, Loot the Hold. Could make this Rigor Mortis really ruin Ryan's day. Saltwater Swell is going to find yet another blue. This is probably the 3rd or 4th time Evan has done this game. Up to 5 resources is Evan Bridges, but I think he's only got the 1 ally left in the bin. Ryan, ready to start doing some fancy dancing here. Sigil of Brilliance comes back to the hand. After taking 2 and blocking with that Flash of Brilliance, card discarded a Lightning Press. Sigil of Brilliance back to the hand, another Sigil. Oh, the question is, can he contend with the Loot the Hold? I think there's a 0% chance that Evan doesn't go with that line this turn.
I have to agree with you. It just makes too much sense. You know what the arsenal is. You need to disrupt. If you can pull cards out of Ryan Brown's hand, get him off of that really explosive combo turn.
Pay1 to swing rigor.
No.
Yeah, he did it.
Oh, he did.
Loot the Hold came out first. That's what unlocked the graveyard. Loot the Hold, threatening to force Ryan to discard a card on hit. Unfortunately, it's also threatening Ryan's life at this point, too.
Loot the Hold here is honestly a
It's
little bit better
brutal.
than Loot the Arsenal. Like, I know a lot of gravies are off that card, but the card he cares the most about is that Gone in a Flash. So Loot the Hold still really, really annoying. Ryan wants to keep all the cards in his hand, but 6 damage basically does that anyway.
Oh, he does have a redundant source of arcane damage.
Okay.
So I could see a world where Ryan... Oh, no, it sucks. It just sucks.
Yeah.
Because he would love to be able to go down to 1 here.
Yeah.
And just throw 1 card in front of this, but
He needs to commit
of course,
the
if it
tunic.
connects, he has to discard another card.
Yeah. I think he has to commit the tunic here, but that makes him, then he has to pitch for the boots. And
Oh, so miserable.
I don't think that's enough.
Ryan just wishing he had 1 more life point. Oh, this is such a tough
Honestly,
spot for Oscilio.
I think he needed to save the headpiece.
For this moment.
Yep.
Yeah.
Little
How could
bit
he
of
have
a
known
mistake,
that, though?
Yeah. Well, you know, it is the flesh and blood way of playing. Save that armor for the last moment, the last possible moment. That's when it matters the most. And you see here Ryan Brown obviously wanting to see what the Sigil drew so that he could make decisions. I don't fault him for making that play. You know, getting that information earlier in the turn, but here he could have been at 1 with 3 equipment to block with and a 3-block, a redundant spell. Instead, he has to either commit the Tunic or 2 cards from hand.
Ryan really in the tank here, understandably so. Today's tournament hangs in the balance. This match right here is a $50 match between these two. If they lose, they go home with the $50. They win, they compete for $100 in the next round. But also so important is the seeding at the Players' Championship. Only one of these players is qualified. Evan, just trying to ruin everybody's day that is already qualified. Look at him. So menacing.
It's locked in.
Without a doubt.
And there we see the equipment committed. You got to get that value now.
Blocking 6.
We're blocking 6.
6 on 6. Blocks are good. No hand disruption, but the damage has been done. Gandalf's Spring Tunic goes bye-bye. And that piece is just so important for the Oscilio game plan when it's on 3 energy counters.
Yeah, the difference here between a 5-card hand with Tunic and what's effectively now a 4-card hand with Pitch is huge.
So the question here, does Ryan try to go for what he can in terms of a combo? Or does he try to take yet another turn of setup?
Maybe he can piece something together with his 4 cards that strips enough from Evan that he thinks he can survive another turn and try again. But the thing is, once you get down to 2 life, you're just going to be stripped of cards. You can't realistically hope to have 5 cards to work with ever again. This is probably the last moment that he has 5. And so he has to do with it what he can.
If I know Evan, he's going to be saying no block city until Ryan gives him a chance to, or a reason to care about it.
I think you might be right.
Evan, honestly, not the greatest of hands here. So Ryan might be very happy to just, or Evan might be happy to see a Mind Warp, honestly.
So with Ryan Brown choosing to play that Sigil of Lightning before Evan's turn ends, that signals to me that he might not be going for the combo. And we see here he's clearing the allies. There are no more in the graveyard of Evan at the moment. So just trying to string together that 5-card hand without committing the boots and hoping that he can get something a little bit better in terms of combo.
Okay.
Which is such a scary proposition, but...
Potentially very risky here, but knowing the context of Evan's hand, it might just work out for Ryan. Evan is without gold and therefore without a way to get his chum into Arsenal. Nevertheless, here comes that Mind Warp, amped up, of course, by Volzar, so Evan will get his reshuffle.
This might oddly help Evan more than Ryan realizes.
Yeah, I'll take 4.
Yeah, down to 4, down to 23. Ryan could not possibly know that Evan had drawn up kind of a bricked hand.
Yeah, just doing the best he can with what he has. 2 cards in hand on IP1. Okay, Sigil of Solace is actually a really big deal here, giving him a little bit of breathing room. So I understand that line a little better now. 5, you have a hope of maybe Evan bricking and not sending anything too disruptive. Also, having that Sigil of Brilliance on the field affords you a little bit of room to block with.
It's possibly even worse for Evan.
Oh my gosh.
It's possibly even worse. He doesn't have Mage Master boots, so he doesn't have a way to get himself out of this situation. It's an activation of the hook. There is a Saltwater Swell.
Not a blue on top, but an ally, which means no gold. So this is... Wow, Ryan
all he's going to be able to do after this,
piece of armor here.
All he can do after this is resolve one of these allies. Oh, the hook is active, though.
Yeah, so he could get the gold here. So Ryan, if he can sniff this out and block it, it could be a big deal.
But that's, no.
Yeah.
Activate Gravy.
Gold generated here off of that Saltwater Swell. Evan really playing to his outs here. Activating Gravy. Discarding a Sawbones. So he is going to be able to resolve Sawbones and swing Sawbones.
That gold was huge.
That gold was absolutely massive, Michael.
And then
Evan really doing a great job daring his opponent to block an attack for 1.
Yeah, I love that use of the gold baited hook. That was very heads up.
okay, we're done with mind works, right?
Now 6 damage. This is lethal, saying you gotta block this with at least 1 card.
Is that all he wants to commit here, though? There's a Comet Storm Shock in the hand. That
Good
is
pitch
the...
to ping it.
We're gonna shock here.
Yep.
Okay.
And just pumping it up to avoid the possibility of prevention.
2-card clear there. Evan, once again, without any gold. Potentially forced to do exactly what he just did.
And we just run it back. There's no way Evan bricks this hard again. Ryan is playing with fire.
I
He
wouldn't
should
think
be playing
so.
with electricity. That was horrible. Don't quote me on that.
It's still a pretty bad hand for Evan. He has
Wow,
no gold.
More block cards, no gold.
That is a rough... He's got an ally in the arsenal. All he can really do with this hand is hard cast an ally.
Wow.
All of the tipples showed up at the beginning of the game and are now starving Evan for anything useful to do on his turn. And Ryan now without any mind warps, unable to even help Evan replace a dirty, rotten hand. Oh, Evan can, however, block now with this Sunken
Right.
Treasure and get gold back online.
Yeah,
so
so-
it might not be all that bad for Evan Bridges. Look at him. Lining
Sending
up
the
that
gun.
Sunken Treasure, evil intent in his eye.
It is possible for Ryan to bounce this before the trigger resolves, opting not to do it.
Make a gold.
Is that true? I think so.
I think that's true, yeah. No, actually, because the Sunken Treasure will still have
Yeah, I think you're right. You're right. You're right.
defense.
Yeah. You are right.
Because it
Oh,
would be
so-
the lightning press thing that we learned earlier.
Exactly. So once again, Ryan getting the blink when he needs it, affording him a play with the gun in a flash without needing to commit the lightning greaves. But
Sigil of Lightning.
oh, he's scraping together what he can, sitting it for life.
Listen, Etchings of Arcana is a great, great card. It's coming in for 6 arcane damage. Definitely going to get its surge effect. Probably find a Sigil of Brilliance in the graveyard.
Well, one just got flipped. Did he have another one?
I thought he had one more.
Okay.
I could be mistaken about that because he did.
He bounced one once.
You're right. He did hold on to that one from turn 0.
So it may just be a different sigil. We know it'll connect. Evan's only caught one AB. Question is, do you
Evan.
block?
Evan took a look at the top of his deck already with his compass, probably wondering if he wants to activate Gravy Bones now. Tricky bit about that is if you activate Gravy on your opponent's turn, you're essentially foregoing getting your Dead Threads online on your turn.
Maybe 1, take 5.
Wow.
Evan is ABing here, though.
Just kind of getting rid of what he believes to be a dead card. Doesn't feel like he needs it, taking the 1 value on top, and then going and finding that sigil, which he still had. So he had 2 in the graveyard.
Oh, was I mistaken? I think I thought that Sea Legs was an ally.
Activate Gravy.
Wow, yeah, Evan is really having a hard time
Finding
until
the
he
chum.
finds that chum on top.
Play Loot the Hold.
And here we go, more disruption coming off. Loot the Hold, the scariest non-attack action in the
luck
Gravy Bones arsenal.
Shocking for 6. This one you'll probably need to block naturally. Of course, Ryan does have that Sigil of Brilliance, which is quite helpful for allowing you a little bit of breathing room to block, but he's going to need to commit 2 cards to the block here, unless...
Thinking on if I want
Is that a somersault?
It's a somersault. Does he have 2 attacks? It's Blast to
No,
Oblivion.
no. So 2 cards must be blocked with here if he wants to prevent that on hit, which I have to imagine he does. And now we are in this grindy portion of the game. Both players just jostling for position.
It's a tense moment. This is definitely not how I expect Gravy Bones Oscilio to go.
Yeah. Ryan's still looking for that window to pop off with Lightning Greaves. Chipping away at Evan's life while he does it, though.
Did you win?
Both of these players honestly drawing pretty anemic hands.
Yeah.
I feel like we're watching like a pool noodle fight.
I mean, it's
where the
it's
pool
really
noodles
like,
are extra, like they have memory foam
Yeah.
on the end of them.
Yeah.
You know?
They're slapping each other with pool noodles, barely scratching, barely making a dent. As just 4 damage coming across. No go again. We know that it's all heads up. We do know that if it connects, it'll rip a card. So you've got to think Ryan is incentivized to block with 2 cards. I wonder if he would ever like Oscilio and try to dig
for another attack. Yeah.
But the odds of
I was
hitting
thinking
on that it's pretty low. It's a low probability play. I don't love it. If it hits, it feels great. If it doesn't, it does not feel good because you're giving up essentially
your other block
card
yeah.
to do so.
Oh, it's such a tense moment for Ryan here because he's had a lot of chances to eke his way back into this game, but you have to call back to that first loot the hold that Evan was able to resolve that stripped him of the Fiendel Spring Tunic on 3 energy counters. It's impossible to understate how valuable that piece is for Oscilio.
Yeah, getting rid of that without Ryan Brown resolving it for a combo is huge. But again, that sort of silver lining here, the Sigil of Brilliance does allow Ryan Brown to draw up at the start of his next turn. So even committing 2 cards here is like committing 1. He still gets to play with 4 cards, counting his arsenal.
Block 2.
Blocking 2.
Just 2 here,
Discarding.
taking 2. Forced to discard the electromagnetic somersault.
Interesting. So valuing that shock over the 2 life.
Hold off of loot the hold. Yeah. Not off it.
Gold generated there from Loot the Hold, not from Gold Baited Hook, as Ryan is confirming. 2 sigils are about to leave the arena. Ryan decides to pop Aether Bindings of the 3rd age at this point. Going to amp 2 once both of those sigils are gone. Evan taking a look at the top of his deck first. Finds an Eye of Ophidia. Gosh, we've seen that Eye a couple times, thanks to the fact that Evan's deck has been shuffled so many times due to 3 Mind Warps.
Just keeps coming up. Ryan once again finding a source of go again, which means he doesn't need to commit the boots in order to make a Gone in a Flash play. Sigil of Brilliance in hand, as well as a few other instances. This might be the time to go.
Which card do you pitch?
He's doing
or that
it
Lightning
at
Greaves, though.
Evan. Blocking 4.
Evan without an ally in hand, so cannot activate Chum on this turn. Is he going for it? Bouncing with Sigil of Brilliance, not forced to commit the Lightning Greaves yet. I don't know if we're going to see him blow up that feed equipment on this turn.
He doesn't need to because he has an instant form of arcane damage. So once again, able to efficiently play without the boots.
Also bounce that Gone in a Flash when he resolves it.
And leaving that Chum, I think it makes a lot of sense, but God, it feels bad.
I hear that because your opponent, even if you strip all the cards from their hand, they can simply swing for 4, even better than a Titan's Fist.
Go to 3, we'll amp, and I'll hit the Chum.
Okay, no.
Oh, so both of these, wait.
With this.
Oh, he's got the extra amp, so using that shock very efficiently to kill the Chum. Very well played. Forgot about the Aether Bindings. Nicely done by Ryan Brown, getting to exactly 6.
Interesting. Had the opportunity to then bounce the Gone in a Flash. Okay,
Yeah,
cool. He
there
is
it is.
taking that opportunity and plunking it back into Arsenal where it belongs, leaving Evan without any allies in the bin.
3-card hand to work with, too, but Ryan's sitting at 2 life. We know that one of them is an Eye of Ophidia. Can he utilize that to great effect? Call to the Grave is one way to do it.
That's the thing he's going to use to get that ally back in the graveyard and unlock this turn.
And it's got to be his 3rd copy of Chum, right? I mean, he has one more, I think.
So he no longer has Dead Threads, which would make it really hard to resolve Chum cleanly.
I forgot about that. There it is, Harry Potter, Hermione Granger in place of that.
Yeah, currently.
Threads.
You always know when Evan Bridges is getting weaker because you see more and more Hermione's. Wow, is that how I pronounced it just now? Hermione's on his side of the field.
I think he might be a little fatigued.
might be a little fatigued.
40,
Much like Ryan Brown after staving off this onslaught for oh so long.
A 42-minute Oscilio game and counting.
Yeah, not usually the firecracker of a match that we can normally expect from Ryan Brown. And a lot is on the line here for him because he just doesn't want to be put in a position where he can drop out of the top 16 race.
Yeah, he really wants this win, and finding the Anka off the top, that's going to prevent drawing on this side of Oscilio, which is very relevant when you have a sigil of brilliance on the field. So he decides to not allow that to resolve, and once again shocks it in response.
Listen, this is really not what it looks cool. He's been killing quite a few allies, but it does mean that Ryan is kind of circling the drain. The longer this goes on, the more difficult it's going to be for him to hold on to those 2 life points.
It's got 4 cards to work with. Once again, this feels like it has to be the Boots' turn. No allies to speak of on the side of Evan Bridges, and a eclectic magnetism, a redundant card. No, has the blink, so once again, likely to hold on to his
Lightning
Boots.
Greaves, yeah. Just not enough instance to really make use of all of it.
Yeah.
Eclectic Magnetism. What is that last card? It is a Sigil of Solace.
That's helpful. That's helpful. It's actually really freaking helpful in this spot. It's going to lead to an IP here from Ryan Brown unless he
could always
pitches
pitch
it away to the Volzar, which I think is reasonable. It's really not the card you want to have in your hand or arsenal at this moment.
What is Evan going to be able to do on his turn? He does have himself a Chart the High Seas.
Could be helpful. No allies in hand, none in graveyard.
Top of the deck already checked for Evan Bridges. Might not like what he sees. He's definitely not posturing like he does.
No blocks, though.
Down to 11. Sigil of Solace is going to bounce that Gone in a Flash back to the hand.
5 to 11 now, though. Ryan has been clawing his way back into this game. Not even utilizing the most important tool in the Oscilio kit. Those Lightning Greaves sitting there unused on turn, 12? I don't know how far we are into this game.
Chart the High Seas resolved here.
Swabby, though.
Half of it hits. Chart the High Seas is going to go into the bin, generate a gold token. And Swabby lies in wait. Not what Ryan wants to see here.
Huge hit.
Evan says very menacingly.
Ryan does have 5 life to work with now.
Super Slam has been on the mind, and so have Heroes and Heals, and Evan Bridges is definitely reviled if I have anything to say about it.
And here we've got it. The hook activation, threatening a gold, and 7 damage coming in. I don't know if Ryan has another shock to deal with this. He lined them up so well before, but this time he's just looking at a hand of Eclectic Magnetism, Gone in a Flash, and I thought I saw a Blast to Oblivion.
What do you think about the choice not to cycle the Eclectic Magnetism?
I don't love it, honestly. I mean, it's a blocking card, which is nice. If he was able to line it up with like a somersault, that would have been sweet. But just blocking with the whole hand, and he's chipping with that Gone in the Flash. He's used that card like 5 turns in a row now. And
he has been chipping. Now he is going to chunk Swabby. The second one to go thus far.
I like it. You know, he sort of continues to ask the question of Evan, can you keep putting allies in the grave? Evan so far has answered that question with a yes, but no allies in hand once again.
And he's not doing those really important multiple action point Gravy Bones turns. It's just not happening.
He doesn't have the rum.
He's trying to find go again attacks as well. There are a good number of tipples still lurking in the deck. Also a copy of Conqueror of the High Seas. But look how few cards are actually left in the deck for Gravy Bones here.
Yeah, he's turned through a ton of allies so far.
I want to know how big that stack of dead allies is, because
it's
we are running into the point where Evan doesn't have enough boys. And could Ryan fatigue out a Gravy Bones?
That thing's thicker than a chum.
Yes, it is more than 6, that's for sure. I think is what my co-caster was going for there. Rigor Mortis,
Couldn't
the
read
final
that any
copy,
other way.
makes its way into the graveyard. That's something that Ryan could easily shock away if need be.
Should have said thicker than chum. That would have been bad. No. We don't say that on camera.
Are you trying to get sued?
Sorry. We're 48 minutes in. I'm at my last wit's end.
You still got to watch your tongue, my friend.
What do you mean? He's our friendly first mate. I don't know what you're talking about.
Without a doubt. Evan, however, can't find any more chum because there just aren't any left in the deck. 2 blues found off the top from that Eye of Ophidia. Will Evan keep them on top?
One on top.
I think the top one is probably going to be that Tip the Barkeep. Evan really does need to find some extra action points here. Yeah, it's Tip the Barkeep that he kept on top from that Eye of Ophidia. Going to generate some rum here. Try to make a turn go a little wider. Avasti first is going to unlock that grave. Here comes Rigor Mortis. Going to have go again.
We will play Tip the Barkeep.
Oh, that's a lot of damage coming through.
We will consume the Gold Kiss Rum.
Why are we consuming the rum, Evan?
Go again. We will pay 2 for the Sawbones.
Okay, the Sawbones that has been lying in wait in the arsenal for several turns at this point. Gold Kiss Rum is going to give that go again. For some reason, becoming inebriated makes you more efficient in this game. I don't really understand it, but Brian Gottlieb says it's so it must be. Sawbones has go again here. 2 allies on board for Evan, but are the shocks still there for Ryan Brown?
Man,
he has used a
shock
lot
right
of them.
now would be so clutch.
But because Sawbones has been resolved, it's going to be that much harder to get through. I guess you just resolve the shock and then
Give
amp
me
it
the
with
zero
Volzar.
cost shock, please. Ryan Brown, does he have it? He has.
He's used 2 0 costs. I don't think it's going to be a 0 cost anymore. I want to say there's another Comet Storm.
He's digging for it.
Finds, I think that's a Blast to Oblivion on
it's
top.
not a shock. No shock to be found in this hand. Really wants it. He doesn't have a good blocking hand at all.
This attack does have go again from Avasti.
I think this is it.
6 go again.
He's only blocking 4 with no cards to block.
Takes
left
2.
in hand.
Down to 3, and Evan creates a gold off of the Avasti activation. Here comes
that's
Sawbones, and
it.
this fist bump is extended. Evan Bridges can't even believe that he made it through that onslaught of shocks, destroying his boys left and right, shutting down his turns, inevitably threatening the kill turn on a combo that just never quite made it.
Heartbreaking finish. Of course, he's not out of the running yet. The only way that Ryan Brown gets knocked out is if we see Bryce take it all. And so we have to wait and see if that's how things pair out.
You know, the one thing that is going for Brian here, when the heel consumes the hero and Evan Bridges ascends further, he does create a difficult matchup for Bryce Miller Booker because he is on Verdance. That is assuming that, of course, he ascends through the quarterfinal, which we don't know if that's the case. He did face down John Zapata, he faced down Marcus Brown, so maybe we do know that he ascended. We're at the top 8 match bracket here. We know that Evan Bridges ascends. Marcus Brown does take down Bryce Miller Booker in a complete upset of matchups. Colin Eriksen ascending past Luke Gilmore in the final one. Show me, Justin. Zachary Wallach does take down John Zapata. No upset there. It's all Team AGE in the top 8 at this point. This is the second time I think we've done this at our own events in the past 2.
I guess we're good at flesh and blood.
Yeah.
We, as in Team AGE, as in all these players, and you and I.
Yes, 100%.
All representing Team AGE.
Evan Bridges versus Marcus Brown and Colin Eriksen versus Zachary Wallach. That is going to be quite the match because both of those players are trying to take down their own records. Well, Colin is trying to take down Zach's record. Zach is trying to take down his own record.
And protect it from Colin. I mean, this is it, right? Like, if Colin wins...
I mean, that has got to be the match to watch.
Yeah.
Am I right?
Yeah.
Should we bring Colin Eriksen versus Gravy Bones, Zachary Wallach?
What do you say, chat?
The fight for the title of the most AGE points brought to a player's championship?
Or do we want to watch Victor get absolutely clobbered by Gravy Bones live?
You know, I thought he would get clobbered by Verdance,
It's
if
true.
I'm being completely honest.
Marcus is really good into his counter matchups, and it's. I'm not surprised, to be honest. I've seen him take down some really surprising wins. He knows his deck through and through. He knows how to play to his outs. He knows his game plan. And here he is in the quarterfinals, in the semis to thank for that.
Chat, cast your votes. What should we see on stream next? Should it be Colin Eriksen versus Zachary Wallach, Gravy Bones versus Kassai, or should it be the heel Evan Bridges versus Marcus Brown, Gravy Bones versus Victor Goldmain? Either way, it's going to be a salty sea dog kind of top 8, and we'll be back with more flesh and blood, more gold tokens for sure, and more high-octane action after this. It wasn't explosive, but boy, howdy, were there a lot of sparks flying in that last match. Ryan Brown, unfortunately, falling to the heel, Evan Bridges. In chat, we have heard you. We saw what you want in chat. It's going to be Marcus Brown versus Evan Bridges on Gravy Bones. Let's proceed right on down to the... I guess there was a confusion. It's going to be Colin Eriksen versus Zachary Wallach, actually. Okay, Kassai versus Gravy Bones. This is good, too, right, Michael?
Oh, yeah. This is all right. I mean, it sucks that we're not doing what chat wants.
But hey, every now and then you got to throw a curveball at him, right?
Of course, of course.
Got to leave them wanting more.
We're always getting trolled by those guys.
Be nice, man. Jesus.
Chat? To chat?
Yeah, they're cool. Right?
You're not supposed to be nice to
chat. Let's hear your voices. Are you cool or are you not cool? Let's have a vote right now. Justin, facilitate that, please.
Let's get some woos in the chat.
Woo! All right, we'll be waiting with bated breath for those woos. We're going to bring our voices down a little bit, too, because the store is thinning out in terms of population. Colin Eriksen starting this thing off with a draw swords, pitching a blue, of course, drawing a card and thereby making all of his swords free. Justin is a little bit distracted, so the card reader is inaccurate at the moment, but that is A-okay. Hot Streak comes in for a total of, that's 4 plus 2 is 6. No go again currently conferred to that sword. Zach already starting this game off much better than he did in Swiss, discarding a Swabby off of the Gravy Bones activation. Has got himself some good allies in the bin already with which to use, and he's got a plethora of good blues to resolve on his turn.
Yeah, nice start getting that Swabby early. And it just occurred to me, I don't know how many Gravy Bones I've seen Colin face as Kassai. Looking forward to seeing how these two face off. Two great players.
It's a good matchup for him, I think. It's not a runaway by any means, but he does feel very comfortable into Gravy Bones.
Glad to hear that for his sake. But of course, Zachary Wallach in second place, both fighting for the right to say they have made the most points in AGE. As Zachary starts his turn off.
We've talked already about how Zach's build of Gravy Bones is definitely off the beaten path from what we see as the de facto best build of Gravy Bones. I mean, usually we see 9 tipples through and through, plenty of go again attacks. There's offense coming off the back of not just the allies, but also the other cards in the deck. Zach, however, only sporting the 3 blue golden tipples, and I think a lot more undead bodies than most people are used to seeing. So 3 go again is going to be answered by 1 go again from Saltwater Swell, finding the blue on top because we already knew it was there, thanks to the fact that Murderous Rabble reveals the top card of the deck. 5 in the pitch zone at this point, the perfect number to create Swabby and swing Swabby.
Colin just shoring that up with the Valiant Dynamo, a card that is expected to get a ton of value in this matchup as this is very grindy.
It's a curious choice to commit the Dynamo there because Zach could have used the hook on this Swabby, saying that Colin just doesn't have it. And
probably
have it,
unlikely.
he does not. He could have had a Sink Below to cover up all of that damage entirely. But Zach not taking the gold bait. Instead, just conferring 4 damage to his opponent. 40 plays 36 as we pass back over to Colin Eriksen, who is activating Kassai with Reckless Abandon.
Already online, all 4 cards in his graveyard conducive to that play, 2 yellows and 2 reds, as he empties the entire yard into the banish.
Currently just 2 on this combat chain, threatening a gold token. But Colin has, I think it's 1 card in the hand and 1 in the arsenal for the Boy Wonder. If I know Colin, there's a Blade Runner lurking in there somewhere.
I could see that. I could also see A Blade Flurry, maybe. is
Blade
the
Flurry
other card.
plus Blade Runner would be pretty sick right here. And Zach, also an unusual card in this day and age of Gravy Bones is Give No Quarter. He loves to resolve his Whaler Humperdinks, and he loves to be able to be swinging for 11 off of 2 cards turn after turn. Speaking of Whaler Humperdinck, he lies in wait in the hand, ready to be discarded. And yep, it's a red Blade Runner to confer go again to that hot streak. And here comes Centauri Saber to clear out Swabby.
All right. And so does that make a gold, or does Kassai need to hit a hero?
Must hit a hero. What it does afford Colin is the opportunity to pay a resource for Grains of Blood spill. That effect persists and allows you to activate it whether you're hitting a hero or an ally.
I do like the clearing there. I'm questioning a little bit the activation of Kassai on that turn, knowing that you're only really presenting 2 damage. I do understand, trying to rip cards away from your opponent is a great way to reduce their offensive potential. So I think that's what Colin Eriksen is thinking. But now he's going to have to build up his graveyard, and I'm not sure how much he relies on hiring an army in this matchup. Are you aware of how important that card is? Is it crucial, or is it just kind of gravy, so to speak?
I think it is definitely helpful in this matchup. I mean, those sellswords are just magnificent at clearing allies. But it all depends on how the Gravy player is piloting the deck and how they've constructed it. In Zach's case, yeah, I think Raise an Army is going to be super useful because not only is Zach going to have a lot of bodies on board that Colin wants to clear as efficiently as possible, I think it also is indicative of the pace of the game. Zach is going to take this a lot longer than I think Colin is used to. Well, people are used to Gravy Bones going because there's just going to be inherently less damage coming this way and that, and a lot more protecting allies.
Yeah, you do have to imagine these two players have tested into each other many a time, being both Team AGE players.
While I was on that diatribe, Zach popped his all-important Mage Master boots in order to resolve a Sawbones from hand and one from Arsenal. So Zach also kind of drawing brick after brick this game as well as the one we saw in Swiss. But he's here for a reason. This deck has been humming for him, not only today, but on a couple of AG events in the past. Colin going with a Precision Press and sending it at Sawbones, the Centauri Saber, mind you.
And he could prevent 2.
Go again, conferred here. Unfortunately, Colin does not have any reactions here, so only 1 damage comes across on that Sawbones dockhand. Perhaps Colin trying to bluff his way into a zombie kill there. But it all depends on what is to come. Colin is finding his Vigor token at this point, paying forward some resources, not trying to get through this turn cycle, but also the next. Activation of Brave Forge Bracers. Going to give the next weapon attack +1. And he goes instead at the other Sawbones, which, yeah, comes in for 3, so it will clear it out nicely. So it's not an efficient clear of both of these allies, but what it is an elimination of Zach's current board's offensive potential. Sometimes all you need to do is get the Sawbones tapped down rather than kill it.
That's a good point. But, man, that felt really limp.
It was limp, but not limp it. And that is a point in Colin Eriksen's cap. It's back over to Zachary Wallach, who's still without any gold to speak of. He's left wondering, how am I going to make use of all of these cards? 2 more Give No Quarters in the hand and no Whaler Humperdinks.
Cast Swabby from hand and Arsenal pass.
Casting Swabby from hand and arsenaling and passing is Zachary Wallach, despite the fact that he had a Conqueror of the High Seas at the ready. Like I said, this is going to be a slow grind because Zach just doesn't have as many opportunities to generate gold as the mainstay Gravy deck does.
Yeah, these two players are just jostling for position here.
If you can imagine an old school boxing match, maybe Floyd Mayweather versus somebody else. I don't know boxing that well, but there's a lot of posturing going on. Both of these players are circling the ring, eyeing each other up and down, trying to find where the chinks in each other's armor is.
Yeah, throwing jabs, no haymakers yet.
I think I will activate
But you better believe there's going to be sparks at some point. There will be an uppercut, and one of these players is really going to take the lead at some point.
So
both of the allies cleared out by Colin Eriksen. The ones that Zachary has been really using a ton of action points to establish.
Yeah.
All gone.
But now he's got a 5-card hand to work with once again. It does feel like this is a game that Colin Eriksen is looking to take to Fatigue if he can get there.
Conquer the high seas for 7.
Oh my, and Conqueror of the High Seas comes in just for 7.
Ooh.
Has Zach found a... No, it isn't 4 cards of allies, but it is pretty bad.
Ugh.
And this is definitely the weakness of Zach's build of Gravy Bones. You just don't have access to the constant generation of gold, the coffers that are afforded by 9 tipples.
Yeah, he does appear to be bricking.
So that will convert to 2
But I don't know how many allies he's bringing, but Colin may have his work cut out for him if he's just playing the clear the allies game. We'll have to wait and see if Zach can sort of have like an explosive bloom of the undead and establish more than 2. But for now, it seems like Colin is just happily mowing them down and now having a window where there aren't any in the field, pressuring a little bit of life.
At least found himself the opportunity for an explosive bloom of not just allies, but also of gold. He's got a golden tipple on top of the deck. He's also got a loan shark at the ready. So if he is able to, say, play out loan shark, crack one of those gold, draw into the tipple, play the tipple, discarding the ally in his hand, this could be okay. And Zach saying no blocks over and over again. Outland Skirmish is going to confer 1 copper token.
Dodging the glint, the Quicksilver effect by not blocking. Nice little upside there.
Centauri Saber is the follow-up after that hot streak for 5. No reactions from Zachary Wallach. Down to 33 he goes. 36 plays 33. We don't have a timer going, but this game has been going for quite some time.
Yeah.
And yet we are still above 30 life on both sides of the board.
Zach finally having the blues to support the Conqueror. 8 go again.
I'll block 8.
Blocking 8 is Colin Eriksen on this Conqueror of the High Seas. Unlocking the activation of his Balance of Justice forevermore. Murderous Rabble reveals that blue golden tipple on top for 3 go again. Zach still without any allies in the bin with which to use after this blue card goes into the graveyard.
Sure. Play Shelly from hand, pass.
Zach playing his, I think, 3rd or 4th, his 4th ally from hand or arsenal.
Yeah.
Without go again, thanks to the compass.
And Colin just doing his due diligence, clearing that out. 5 life is hard to deal with, but just sends the Command and Conquer about it without even pausing to think.
This is the game plan for Colin Eriksen. Death by fatigue. And now Zach finds himself with 2 tipples. And yes, finally, with an ally in hand to pair it with.
Golden tipple.
Golden tipple, pitching a portside exchange, discarding a chum, generating a gold token, perhaps getting Zach back into the resource area that he needs.
No blocks. Oh, that you got it.
That all you got, the perfect cover up here. That's exactly why I think this card should stay in all of these warrior decks where it works so well.
I think that makes a lot of sense. I was a little surprised to see a sink below, but if Colin's game plan truly is to fatigue, it's a nice value proposition to block 4, especially if you pair it up into a Conqueror.
Tip the barkeep, generating a different type of gold, a much higher proof type of gold. Gold Kiss Rum at the ready to unlock some of these ally-rich hands for Zachary Wallach.
And there's another Kassai activation here with a pretty low hand size from Colin. No, sorry, he's got 4 cards to work with.
He's got a lot of cards there.
Yeah.
He is really loading up the on-hits here, though, because Spoils of War is resolved before the Centauri Saber comes out for 4 go again. Every single weapon attack this turn is going to generate 2 copper tokens. If Colin hits just 1 more time here, he hits the critical mass of copper that he generally likes for a Blood on Our Hands turn.
Yeah, plus the gold being threatened, and I believe he has an attack reaction in hand, so this is a very threatening Saber. One thing to consider, though, is that although he does create gold here, the Golden Hook could just steal it, so it's not as surefire as in a lot of matchups where he can just pile the gold and guarantee an army. You've got a pirate trying to steal that gold away from you.
Blade Flurry gets this attack for 4 up to 6. 2 gold tokens bought right there. Hot Streak comes in now for 4, threatening 2 more gold tokens. And all of a sudden, Colin's coffers are looking much more rich than that of Gravy Bones.
Yeah, and getting him down to 23 life as well.
My turn. I'm going to port side exchange.
Start of the turn for Zachary Wallach, who kept everything in his hand and his arsenal, his portside exchange. Discarding an Anka Drag Under to draw an Avast-Yi.
It looks like we've gone from jabs to haymakers here, as Colin just had a monstrous turn, and now Zachary Wallach wants to one-up it.
I told you it would happen. And these Ankas are going to be really, really efficient at stuffing the turn of Colin Eriksen, because every time he tries to draw a card, which he is wont to do to make his swords free, do a little Fang cosplay, Zach has the ability to discard a card with Watery Grave from hand, an ally from hand, in order to make Colin Eriksen discard a card after drawing. It's not a perfect hit off of Chart the High Seas here for Zachary Wallach. No ally to be found on the top of the deck. Zach wondering, which of these do I keep? And I tend to think that at this stage of the game, the pace that we're going, I like the Murderous Rabble staying in the deck better than Call to the Grave, and Zach seems to agree with me.
Yeah, just a little more threat density. Very important when we're looking down the barrel of fatigue.
Zach still with a Golden Tipple and an Avast-Yi left in hand. He's also got to be sparing about how he deploys these blues. Kind of always want to keep one in your back pocket, especially when you can't resolve all of the allies in your grave. It's like blue Golden Tipple pitched with 2 resources left over to resolve Chum. Here comes Avast-Yi. Zach is throwing the book at Colin Eriksen. 4 go again, gold token generated on hit. Zach finally with a healthy amount of gold on which to lean. Sure, Gravy Bones pursues treasure just for the love of it, but he also uses it to great effect.
And the pairing of Chum with any other ally is how you start to build up that board state. Can be very challenging to clear, especially when you're pulling cards on the defense.
Breaking a gold to draw a card is Zachary Wallach finds himself a blue, which means he could resolve Anka, but I think he's just digging for a good arsenal target.
No, he's
no,
going
indeed.
to Anka and swing with it.
Play Anka with go again.
I will respond to that by balancing.
Zach now has drawn 2 or more cards this turn, so Colin has the right to blow up his headpiece and draw a card. Has done so, found himself a Spoils of War for his troubles. Probably very happy to just block this out, play an efficient warrior turn.
Yeah, I do really like the hook activation, threatening to steal that gold, but Colin has the very efficient 3 block on his card, plus 2 on his armor to just stuff that, and looks like another very efficient attack coming back.
Zach responding to the activation, the playing of Spoils of War, thinking about if he wants to discard some of those allies that are in the hand for either Anka or Chum's abilities. Colin has pitched a yellow here, which does make me think that the prospect of him then paying for a gold is a little bit lower.
Yeah, I don't expect him to draw anything here. Zach puts that Chum in the grave, and Colin just swings in for 4 at the one on the field.
Unfortunately, Spoils of War is generating copper no matter what it hits. So Colin up to a hefty 8. And I think still with 3 copies of Blood on her hands in the deck, there are going to be some fireworks coming Zach's way in mere moments.
So clearing that Chum, but leaving the Anka on the field. Zach has a pretty decent graveyard to work with, but it doesn't look like he has the resources in hand to really deal with it. We'll see what he draws off the top. It is a blue, and it's a good one at that. Chart the High Seas.
Zach has gotten a Whaler Humperdinck into the graveyard, and that is his fatigue contingency plan. It is much harder to go the distance if your opponent is swinging for 11 every single turn. Zach playing out Call to the Grave after putting that Whaler Humperdinck into the graveyard. What will he find, though? Looks like we have an Anka, 2 Cutty Sharks, a Scuba at the ready. Sorry, Cutty Shark Quick Clip.
Thank you.
Got your back.
I know you're exhausted, but you gotta say the full name.
I still got it, baby.
And does Zach have the resources to play the Whaler? Is this the turn? Are we just
It's
looking
not
at
the
another
turn.
chum?
He needs one of those copies of Give No Quarter.
Right.
And that's what's really going
I
to
think
make
he's already
the
seen
Whaler
2
sing.
of them.
He has, I believe he's pitched them, though, I want to say.
And
I don't
so
think he's been
shuffling
blocking
here
with
could
them.
be quite nice, possibly bringing them back up to the top.
I feel like I'm not seeing them now. Am I incorrect about that? Has he been blocking with them? Tough situation.
Well, he played one of them.
You're right. He did play one of them. Cutty Shark Quick Clip comes to join the boys in the graveyard. Not yet in the arena, though. That is the domain of a single Anka Drag Under. But something tells me that more will be joining very soon. I wonder if Zach is thinking that he was a little bit too frivolous with the use of his rum at this juncture.
Maybe. It was a nice threat. It's not a lot of opportunity you get to activate the hook after your opponent is already blocked. But because of the balance, I think he may not have fully calculated for that.
Prismatic Leyline and chart the high seas on top.
One top, one bottom.
Leyline finds its way to the top.
Pay 1.
Could Zach be thinking of drawing it? Perhaps saving it for next turn. Zach thinking on an activation of Cutty Shark Quick Clip. Probably to afford Anka an extra point of power in swinging against Colin Eriksen. There's so much life yet for Zach to take from his opponent. Colin still sits at a comfortable 36 to Zach's 23, which is comfortable in its own right. I think the decks themselves are going to be the much more fought-over resource this game.
Yeah, the decks are effectively their life totals. Maybe not for Zach, but certainly it seems like Colin's sitting at 36 in no danger whatsoever so far.
2 Prismatic Ley Lines drawn up for Zachary Wallach. Probably not a card you want to see in doubles.
Colin's sitting on a blood on her hands.
Blood in her hands.
Yeah, here we go.
Seems like a good way to clear a bunch of allies at the very least.
And Colin only paying 4 copper. What did I say about him loving the number 4 for that power card?
Doesn't need any more, wants to keep the other 6 around and just starts to mow these allies down. I don't know if I know of a more efficient way to clear them than this. This is insane.
Is that a Centauri Saber or a 50 cal machine gun, Michael?
I know, he's just popping them.
Down goes 1. Colin Eriksen looking like he's playing Left 4 Dead rather than Flesh and Blood.
You know, Zach's not liking this. Spent so much to set this up, and it just, in a single turn, falls.
He's devastated watching his boys fall to the watery grave one by one. Never to be raised again, at least for this game.
This one, I think I will pay into grains.
Yeah, you can tell Colin is feeling really good here when he's paying into grains on a blood in her hands turn. Colin is used to getting the maximum amount of value out of these power card turns, and that usually means for him doing it off of like a 2-card hand. In this case, he's got plenty of resources with which to use, and still a fully charged blood in her hands turn worth of copper at the ready.
And once again, just clearing the board, no threat to Zach's life total, not even willing to think about it until that board is clear. And I think the only damage he's done to Zach has been on a clear board where he hasn't established anything. So I don't expect to see Zach take any damage for the time being while he has this many allies in the grave.
It sure looks like some mental damage has been taken on the side of Zachary
No, that one
Wallach.
hurt. He had the 3 allies out, which is very hard for a Kassai to deal with, only really able to hit 2 at a time. So just Zach was really banking on being able to keep that army around and always swing with one and start to chip and start to gain that sort of deck damage value back. But it's gone.
Issue here, yes, is that they are just gone. But Zach is going to put the hurt on Colin. Oh, no go again here on the Restless Bones. He was really hoping to find an ally on the top. So this Prismatic Leyline is simply pumping for 3. So Zach does have 3 gold. He had the opportunity to start digging for an ally because Restless Bones, of course.
Right. Hand or top of deck.
Hand or top of deck.
He may be happy to just, not happy, but just kind of take the 2-card 7 and pass. But
take a 3.
yeah, you hear it right there. Once again, just Zach knows that his deck is not playing nice this game.
Oh, he's not stoked about his play right now. It's a shame because his play is usually the cleanest that you can find. Zach is a stalwart competitor in this game. Make no ifs and or buts about it. But he's not the first to fall to Colin the Boy Wonder. Don't call me the Boy Wonder, Eriksen.
And once again, Zach using that life as a resource, I'm sure, priced into not blocking, because the moment he starts to block is the moment that he can't effectively build up his army.
Kassai activation for Colin Eriksen here. Outland Skirmish. Unsheathed as well. This Centauri Saber is coming in for 8.
This is going to be 8 with go again.
That's a chunk.
Activate Gravy.
It's a chunk, and Zachary is without a chum, unfortunately. Gravy activation here. Discards Cuddy Shark Quick Clip.
Compass.
Compass activation here as well.
No reactions.
Take 8.
No blocks for Zachary. Takes 8, down to 15. 33 plays 15 here. All of a sudden, the life totals are swinging so quickly.
Copper. I will make a gold. Triggering Drains of Blood Spill.
Yep.
I will make a Vigor.
Another Vigor token paid forward. It's pretty innocuous for now, but the fact that Colin always has a resource at the ready means it unlocks play lines that would otherwise be forbidden to him.
Activate here.
Yeah, just chipping away. Hot streak for 3. Another Vigor threatened on a hit if Zach doesn't block this. And he doesn't.
And Colin is dishing out damage, unlike Zachary Wallach, with no cost, no real cost to the cards in his deck. That's the real issue here. And that is why we see Zach taking so much damage, because he knows that if he continues to block out Colin's onslaught, he's just not going to have any offense to send back his way. And you have to win the game of flesh and blood. You can't just peter out.
Saltwater Swell getting that blue off the top. So 4 floating is a lot to work with. He'll need those resources to start playing the allies out of his graveyard. Lots of really expensive ones in there that Zach really wants to establish.
Can we see the full power of Prismatic Leyline on offer here? Zach has 4 resources in the bin. He's found himself a Give No Quarter.
Sure.
Could this be the Whaler Humperdinck turn?
Maybe. Kind of feels like now or never when you've got the Leave No Quarter in hand. He could arsenal it and try next turn and try to go a little bit wider on the board. I don't hate that.
It's a tough situation because he can't, any way you slice it, he can't both resolve the Whaler and attack with it. That's really what you want to be doing. Even with the Give No. Because the Give No Quarter is just going to discount the cost.
Doesn't it also discount the attack?
It does not. Looks like a gold activated there. Finds Chowder, Friendly Cook. Another interesting inclusion in this boys heavy Gravy Bones deck. Gold baited hook activated here. And here comes Scuba, Salty Sea Dog, coming in for 6 thanks to the fact that Prismatic Leyline has been played earlier this turn. And Zach recurred the Prismatic Leyline with Scuba. A curious choice.
Just a little bit of extra gas in the deck.
And I think that is exactly what he and Austin Summers, fellow teammate on the AGE Pro team, like as an anti-fatigue strategy. Scuba just keeps resources in your deck.
True, but it's not going to last long. If I know anything about how Colin Eriksen's been playing this game, that Scuba is not long for this world.
Colin wouldn't kill the dog, would he?
I think he might. He's a cold.
You can't kill the dog.
He's got blood on his hands.
Oh, no, not the dog, Colin.
Attack twice. Attack twice.
It's okay. This dog is used to being dead.
Then I will play out a slice and dice.
I'm dead now. You got me. You got me real good, bud.
Sniped him.
Blood on her hands into slice and dice for Colin Eriksen here. Kassai activation to boot. Oh, this is going to be a monster of a turn.
This will be 5.
Colin is dispensing with the dog. He says, no, I'm going after Gravy Bones.
Huh?
5 go again here, but not before Zach gets a little word in edgewise with a Gravy Bones activation, discarding Sawbones.
Is he just going to ignore the scuba? I mean, he can. It's just not what he's been doing this game. Maybe just deciding, let's put the foot on the gas.
He's at the point where, I mean, he's on a 4
Sort of
copper
doesn't
blood on
matter
her
what he
hands
does.
turn.
He's so ahead.
Yeah.
I will then attack you again. This time for 7 go again. This is the last
7 go again, thanks to the back end buff, the slice and dice.
Yeah.
Pumping it to 8.
Okay. No reactions. Taking 2.
Take 2 for Zachary Wallach. Centauri Saber cannot swing anymore this turn, but Hot Streak, that's another story.
Yeah.
2.
That says no blocks.
2 with a run through.
Attack plus 2.
I see why he went face. It's a lot of damage.
You only take 2 here. Next.
Oh, sorry. Next one.
So Zach is...
Immediately, the next one is also going at you for 4.
Does not change.
Oh,
And that is it.
wow.
No blocks in the hand of Zachary Wallach. 33 at the end is Colin Eriksen when he takes down the shipwrecked looter. That was a lot of slicing up zombies.
I say we ban Chum.
Do you hear that, LSS? We're going back on the 3-step plan. Get the band hammer out. Hit Gravy Bones.
It's not fair. It's
No.
not fair.
And you're making a good point, even though you're joking. There are a lot of unlocked potential for targeting Gravy Bones. I think Warriors, Kassai and Fang, for instance, are incredibly well situated. Dorinthia is an amazing
if
choice.
If she had some better matchups across the rest of the field, she would be a disgusting deck in this meta. Still is. I mean, I was even watching Josh Lau do a Saber switchboard so that if you faced into Guardian, you could fatigue them out.
Oh, that's fun.
Yeah, it's Dawnblade for Gravy and for, I guess, whenever you want to bring Dawnblade, and then Sabers for the rest of the field for the value. And I don't know. I mean, he was kind of calling the deck garbage. I'm not saying go play that deck, but I don't know. Maybe it certainly has legs into Gravy Bones.
Bottom line, there are answers out there for Gravy Bones. I definitely don't think he is the petulant.
Well, the problem is that my deck doesn't have answers to him.
What are you playing? You playing
I'm
Betsy?
playing Guardian. Betsy?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Why is that funny?
Well,
Betsy players, rise up and take this guy down.
That's true. I shouldn't be rude. Betsy is a strong, independent woman who don't need no man.
Yeah, no.
Doesn't
Who said
need
that?
me.
Nobody asked that.
Doesn't need me, that's for sure.
Let's see how the top 8 bracket has updated at this point. Because we have new victors, one of which is Colin Eriksen, who continues his... Actually, I think this clenches it. I think he has now set the new record.
By getting second place, he is now the highest earner, the top 1% of AGE players.
And the top 1% probably of coin generators. That guy has made more copper and gold than Elon Musk has, for sure.
He's his wealth. And
So-
he's looking at maybe another first place finish here.
Dude, and what a fitting way for him to do it by taking down Zachary Wallach. But this just in, there's some horrible news in the booth. Evan the Heel Bridges has ascended to the final match here at the final AGE Open for Los Angeles.
You think he's going to get the Zachary Wallach treatment?
I think he is going to put up a little bit better of a fight, but I'm giving Colin Eriksen my lock of the tournament.
Yeah, I mean,
in
we
this
just saw
matchup.
what he can do into Gravy. Of course, I'll give Zach his credit. I do not think his deck was cooperating. It seemed like things were not really coming up Zach for most of the game. A lot of limp turns, a lot of sort of just do nothing, and it was not enough. You really, really need things to line up and to pressure the Kassai. Otherwise, you just run out of steam, and we saw that live.
Okay. Well, it's going to be another story of heroes versus heels, although I kind of wonder, kind of think Colin Eriksen is a little bit reviled as well. So it might just be the underhanded cheats going off and splitting the prize pool and riding off into the sunset.
Colin Eriksen reviled.
What do you think, chat? Revered or reviled for both Evan Bridges and Colin the Boy Wonder Eriksen? Let us know, and maybe we'll have ourselves a hero and heel matchup for the finals. But for now, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more swords, more zombies, and more flesh and blood after this. Don't go anywhere. Ladies and gentlemen, there is more where that came from. Yes, it's going to be Colin Eriksen versus yet another Gravy Bones, but it's going to be a completely different flavor. The heel, Evan Bridges himself, has no chance at making the Players' Championship, but he's here to mess up everybody else's day, and he has done so up until this point. Can he ruin Colin's and rob him of $200 and all of the gold in his coffers?
We'll find out soon, but based on the way that last game went, he has his work cut out for him. Like you said, it's a very different deck list. I think more favored than the last one we watched. The last one is very ally heavy, and I think Kassai just loves cutting those allies down. So having the more explosive offensive potential means that Evan, if he can string together some really strong offensive turns, especially early, and get the tempo, he's got a shot. You always have a shot when you're playing Gravy.
Well, let's dispense with the formalities then. Raise the music. This is the final match of the night, ladies and gentlemen. These two are definitely friends. They participate at the same locals, but they're both out for blood.
Hell, they're even wearing the same shirt.
Yeah, how about that? This is going to be a fearsome match between, yes, friendly competitors. Oh, as Evan takes a pause to tell his girlfriend that he is on stream.
There you go. You got to let the family and friends know, the loved ones.
I wonder if he told them that we're going to trash him the entire time.
I mean, what if we were nice to him so that his girlfriend could be, like, proud of him? Was that a crazy thing to say?
We're going to take a pause, folks, as we kick Michael Murray out of the booth and onto the street where he belongs for that comment.
Sorry,
we're also
guys.
bringing the volume down so that our players can't hear us in this empty store. Hot Streak is the first action resolved here. Pitching a Blood on Her Hands, a card that we saw used to great effect in the previous match. Portside Exchange is the block for Evan Bridges. Both players at 40 life. Glint the Quicksilver is going to confer go again and also allow Colin to draw a card. He's got himself an in the swing off the top. Does he want to try to leak a little bit of damage? The eyebrow goes all the way up to the top of his forehead. And no, Colin just says, here comes Command and Conquer. Evan laying down the hand with glee.
So if we're looking at a game of fatigue, Colin just spent 2 cards for Evan's 4. So already off to the races, getting 2 up on Evan, assuming they both brought a 60-card deck.
Evan's got himself a good starter here. Chart the high seas at the ready. Compass first, though. Check the top of that deck. From 1 gold to no gold goes King Bones. Evan activating Gravy Bones' ability. Has a couple options here, but Swabby is the choice for the ally. Into the bin it goes and chart the high seas. Evan is going gambling. Finds himself a Sea Legs and a Chum.
Wait, that's good? Yeah,
That's not
that's
bad.
fine. That's fine. If he didn't need the resources, that's great.
The downside here, though, is that Sea Legs does not generate the Gold Kiss rum because it's not being discarded. It is being essentially milled off the top of the deck.
Just building up that graveyard. A Chum is a great thing to see this early in the game.
Thick as Thieves are these two, but Thick as Chum is what Evan is trying to get to. A phrase coined by my co-caster for some ungodly
I will take
reason.
credit for that.
You can have it.
I'm sure Elliot's proud of me for that one.
At least somebody is.
Oh, yeah.
Death Threads is going to generate a resource here. Evan still has a blue in the hand, but no, he's going to pitch the other copy of Chum Friendly First Mate from the hand to resolve Swabby and swing Swabby for 7. Will they never stop, Michael?
What?
7 with an activation of Gold Baited Hook is going to be stuffed by Colin Eriksen's 1 card and sink below. Still no damage conferred to either of these players thus far. Colin Eriksen with 2 cards in hand and 1 in the arsenal. I think he's going for Evan Swabby.
That makes a lot of sense. You got to clear those allies, especially early in the game, and we see it starting once again, blending them up into soup, sending them down to the bottom of the ocean.
It's a special kind of soup, and that is copper soup.
Yeah,
Spoils of
love
War is
getting
going to
those.
confer 2 copper tokens on the first swing, and another 2 on the... Wait, how did Chum get destroyed there?
Huh?
Why is Evan's Chum dead? Only 4 damage has come across so far.
I don't know.
That's very confusing. Okay, 4 damage. Oh, I'm sorry. It was a Swabby. I'm so tired,
that's
folks.
why.
Sorry. The Swabby does die to 4 damage. I definitely thought that was a Chum on the board. even though we just saw
Sure, we
Swabby
pitched
swing for
one.
7.
We see one in the graveyard face up. But
I'm alive. I'm feeling it.
Oh.
Justin, get over here and give me an adrenaline shot.
And he takes the additional 2, going down to 38. Colin had a second swing ready just in case Evan decided to commit to blocks, but I think the Gravy really needs to try to block as little as possible in this matchup, really using all the cards on offense as possible to try to build up that really, really deadly board and threaten tons of damage.
Call to the grave, starting off the graveyard tutor is Evan Bridges. Really not finding what he wants, and there it is. Oyston, Heart of Gold.
Trying to hit curve, I assume. Maybe give an ally that's a little less tempting to clear. Giving the Gravy Gold is not exactly what you want to be doing, but I don't know that Colin cares that much.
Oh, he's going to kill that Oyston on sight. I guarantee it. He's not going to think about it for too long. Dead Threads. Generates a resource. Gold-baited hook plus Golden Tipple. Discarding a Limpet Hop Along. We're seeing a lot of allies for Evan Bridges early. We're also seeing a lot of allies that were not brought in by Zachary Wallach in the previous game against Colin Eriksen.
Yeah, so far this feels like a little bit of a better start. No conquerors, nothing crazy, but we are sending attacks Colin's way and asking him to block.
No conquerors? What do you mean? He's got 2 in the hand.
2? Oops.
I think so. He's going to, fish on the top of the deck. Try to find another blue.
Ooh,
Unlucky there. Has another opportunity with the gold. Did he find the blue? No, it's another Swabby.
He could have maybe used that compass, right?
He could have used the compass. That is correct.
Just had too much faith.
I think he's. I think he was thinking maybe there was nothing going to stop him from activating Gravy Bones there. So what does it matter if he sees what the top of the deck is?
Fair enough. And our producer is asking us to please be quiet. It's very quiet in here. And can't be shouting the names of cards in players' hands, especially.
Bring it down to a fierceful whisper. Evan thumbing through all of his options. Looks like Oyston is going to gain Go Again from the Compass of Sunken Depths.
Sending
and then Conqueror of the High Seas comes in without Go Again. Still threatening 7, still threatening Arsenal Disruption. Colin Eriksen, very, very good at plunking defense reactions down into that Arsenal.
Yeah. With 40 life to spare, seems like a good time to maybe just give the 1 card and take a little bit of damage. Maybe he still blocks. He's got that blood on her hands in hand.
Evan is fiercely slamming all of these allies down on board, so our camera's gotten a little cattywampus. See if we can get over there and fix that in a moment. For now, we're going to be working a little bit of a Dutch angle here.
Just
Colin.
blocking with the armor and a card from hand, saving the defense reaction in Arsenal.
Balance of Justice at the ready to be used at the moment that Evan dares to draw 2 or more cards. Blood on her hands, though. First power card played for Colin Eriksen. I think it was 4 copper, right? So it is Colin's.
The sweet spot.
Colin's sweet spot. 4 pennies and a dream.
This will be 4 with Go Again. Floating 2.
Colin Eriksen coming in for 4 Go Again.
Evan just snapped. No blocks.
Gold token.
Gold token created.
For 4 with Go Again.
I do think it's funny that our top 4 is all heroes that care about gold. Because Victor Goldmain, there was Kassai the Golden Sand, 2 gravies.
Gold is good.
Gold is OP. They say that all that glitters is gold.
I've heard that.
What do you think it means?
My turn. I will activate Gravy.
Time's up. Evan is activating Gravy Bones. Discarding yet another ally. Evan is really good at getting all those bones in the graveyard as soon as humanly possible. Dead Threads makes a resource plus gold-baited hook, sending Golden Tipple.
Lots of allies, like you said. Question is, can he figure out a way to establish them all in one fell swoop and start making Colin's life a little bit difficult in terms of clearing?
Close combat chain.
Sure.
Golden Tipple blocked out there, so no gold generated, or stolen rather, for Evan Bridges. Loot the Hold comes out to unlock the graveyard, and Rigor Mortis comes in for 6. With an on-hit here, Loot the Hold resolved earlier means that on-hit here, not only will a gold token be generated, but Evan Bridges will also force Colin Eriksen to discard a card. No issues here, though. Colin has the defenses to shore it up. 30 plays 40 in the favor of Colin Eriksen. And bye goes Rigor Mortis.
Any reactions?
Nope.
Just
I will create a vigor token.
happy to pitch, get that vigor, clear the ally, and go next. Still a 40 life.
Okay, gone through 1, 2, 3, 4.
Evan having PTSD flashbacks as he sees every single one of his zombie soldiers dying all around him, screaming for their undead mothers.
Yeah, and this game is shaping up to be very similar to the last one. Colin seems to have this gravy hero figured out.
Showcasing our point earlier, Gravy has answers.
Yeah.
Okay, you were too.
You just have to be willing to play Kassai.
A fate worse than death. Or even undeath. Oh, looks like Evan did bring in a Whaler Humperdinck. Seeing that fatigue is
We'll attack you with Swell.
on the menu for Colin Eriksen, wants to insulate himself from that. A Fearless Confrontation, that brand new expansion card from, I guess I can't call it an expansion card because it's usable in Crack Shuffle play.
Right, yeah.
The bottom line, it's a Mastery Pack Guardian card. Goes into the pitch zone. Evan is at 5 resources floating at the moment. Limpet Hopalong seems tempting here. There's 2 yellow cards in Evan's hand. No more Gravy activation here, so it's going to be really hard to get these allies into the bin. Means he's got a total of 9 resources here. He is 3 short from resolving Whaler and also sending Whaler. Really 2 short because Dead Threads is active. That is a frustrating place to be. If these 2 cards were blues, then Evan would be able to send 11 on this turn.
Yeah, that's huge. And the 7 life 2 to work with. It's that guy's a tank.
Okay, I have put an
Tank and also a cannon.
Yeah.
Yep, gravy.
Okay, so we're going to pay 4.
Yep.
Evan making his move here. Looks like Chum is coming out
And then
of the graveyard, ready to play.
Play a Chum.
Dead Threads plus a yellow from hand means 2 Chums are on the board.
This might be a little challenging to clear, but Colin has 5 cards to work with.
Evan is chumming the waters here. Colin might have the answer. I mean, there is damage enough, that's for sure.
Outland skirmish.
This is a good start. Outland Skirmish giving the next attack +3. This is an even better start. 2 Outland Skirmishes, which means that this Saber is definitely going to kill Chum.
React by Blade Runnering.
Yep.
Also giving that hot streak go again. 2 copper created, fueling the next power card.
Is there a world where he clears both of these?
It depends on what is in his arsenal. So
He gets
if
a
the
D-React.
if it's a D-React, then new. There is no chance of that. If it was an in the swing, however.
It's an in the swing.
Oh, it's an in the swing.
Okay.
And down goes the second Chum in as many seconds.
All that hard work down the drain.
Wow. It's just heartbreaking to watch, isn't it? Gravy Bones puts so much effort into establishing these powerful allies, and Kassai just rends them apart.
Compass.
Yeah, it looks like just so hard for Gravy to keep anything meaningful. It makes me wonder, why more decks aren't capable of this. I know the double swing with the swords is nice, but I mean, I guess Ninja is pretty good against Gravy Bones.
Ninja's good at this. I'm telling you, Fang is good at doing exactly this too.
Sure.
Would you like to give me a gold?
And it could just be that we're, seeing a little bit of a low roll from all the gravies so far in camera at all. It can happen.
I think Evan might be somewhat falling into a Gravy Bones trap where oftentimes back in the Illusionist meta, it would be an okay thing to, for instance, establish 2 auras and pass or something like that. With Gravy Bones, the impetus is kind of on you to both resolve allies and attack with them. You've got to maximize their value, not just stick them on the board.
Yeah.
And that's why this deck is such a difficult puzzle.
I have to agree with you there. It's a shame for Evan's sake that he didn't have the blues he needed to establish that Whaler. Still sitting in the graveyard, still hasn't found the moment for it.
Okay, and this is one of the ways that Gravy Bones can kind of level the playing field. Evan does have big fat attacks. Here comes Swiftwater Sloop. 6 go again, thanks to the fact that a high tide keyword is active.
Yeah.
And now Colin is forced to block here and there, and finally first blood is drawn on the side of the Boy Wonder. 30 plays 38 now.
Kassai transforms into Slippy, still at full life.
Follow up here is Anka, drag under. Colin, happy to take 5 here. It's down to 33.
All right, so, tying Zach in this moment, of course, 33 to 30. It actually looks a lot closer now after those hits landed.
I'll activate Kassai.
Unsheathed and a Kassai activation. 3 life points separate these two players, but the deck size is probably not even comparable.
Yeah, can we get a side view? I know sometimes the sleeves can be deceiving, but...
So Colin Eriksen has a lot of cards. Evan still has a good amount of cards.
Hard to say for sure. Might be a little closer than we think. I don't know if Evan decided to bring more than 60. Sometimes that's a way that you can shore up the fatigue by just stacking
possible.
all of the cards in your deck. Of course, that hurts your consistency, and maybe that's why we're seeing a little bit lower end plays on Evan's side.
Colin Eriksen raising an army of 1 Centauri Sellsword. But in the ally race, Centauri Sellsword swinging definitely beats an Anka defending.
Yeah.
And Hot Streak connects for 2. Evan down to 28 here. 33 plays 28. In the favor of Colin Eriksen. Really wishes that the first Centauri Saber connected so that he could have raised an army for 2 Sellswords. But I don't think he's too upset with the way things have been playing out thus far.
Yeah, I mean, when the Gravy's clearing allies, that's not exactly where he wants to be.
And Evan has found himself a blue off of a Saltwater Swell, removing that Centauri Sellsword. There's a ton of blood being drawn this game, and the majority of it is actually in the bodies of allies rather than the heroes themselves. And in as many games, that's the second Conqueror of the High Seas discarded to chart the High Seas. 8 damage removed from Evan Bridges' deck.
Yeah, that one felt bad.
It's not ideal, but here comes Rigor Mortis for 6.
Ooh.
After coming scrambling out of the graveyard.
5 resources left on the table.
Doesn't feel great, I'm sure. Especially when you kind of need to cheat those resources as best as humanly possible if you're going to pack a Whaler Humperdinck in your deck.
Yeah, does he have anything? No, he's at a go again. Oh.
Back over to Colin. 31 plays 28. Light totals are still very close. There's plenty of flesh and blood to play here, folks. Don't rule anyone out as of yet. Colin with 3 cards.
I will activate Kassai.
One of them being an unsheathed activation of Kassai into Centauri Saber, paid for by a Vigor token from a previous turn.
5 go again. On hitch, create a gold token.
Yeah, getting those golds back up, maybe thinking about another army in the future.
No trigger.
Evan blocks it out here. Blood in the Water plus gold-baited hook.
I'll kill Rigor Mortis, remake Vigor.
And then the hot streak goes towards Rigor Mortis, limbs flailing into his watery grave. There's more copies of him in the graveyard yet to be played. But that Kassai activation was stuffed by Evan's blocks. Lucky enough for him.
Attack you with Murderous Rabble.
Murderous Rabble is the first action resolve for Evan Bridges, coming in for 3 go again after revealing a portside exchange on top. What is the way for Evan back into this game, do you think, Michael?
Well, I mean, he's done a good job of keeping life totals even. You know, obviously, Colin favoring killing these allies means that every ally that Evan plays is extra life to work with. And he has found some moments to chip. I think those moments were Colin's choice, so it's not like he's forcing anything. And, you know, I don't know what the deck count is. I think that's really the key. If Evan's playing these cards efficiently and actually keeping parity on the deck size, it may be that what we end up with is a fatigue situation in either player's favor. And like you said, we can't really count either player out, especially if Evan's able to get value on the blocking side from his allies.
Okay. Well, I think I figured out Evan's fatigue strategy here. There is a copy of Give No Quarter just revealed off of the Eye of Ophidia. Entirely possible that Evan is saving that Gold Kiss rum. Never mind, he's drinking it right now. There was a possibility that he was holding on to that Gold Kiss rum so that at some point he could get a double ally turn plus Whaler Humperdinck, swing Whaler Humperdinck.
Yeah, that is a very good, albeit challenging pitch stack to set up.
I don't think you even need to pitch stack it. As long as you are just sitting on the Whaler Humperdinck in the arsenal, you have a good blue to start off with, and then inevitably you end up with a blue flooded deck. It's pretty easy once you dwindle the deck all the way down to the last final cards.
But no, using that Gold Kiss rum, maybe has plans to make some more. Doesn't need it right then.
Discarding Anka to make a gold.
Portside exchange for Evan Bridges, discarding Anka drag under, creating a gold and drawing a card. Evan was very gold rich at certain points in this game. Now, on his last coin, it was just generated off that Portside exchange. Golden Tipple is the follow-up here, discarding Sawbones. I definitely think that Evan brought more than 60 cards into this matchup. It might be a fat deck situation.
And I definitely like that when you're facing down fatigue.
Take one. Compass.
Colin Eriksen takes one there, down to 26. Evan has eclipsed Colin in life total. For how long is the real question.
Yeah, definitely a much more even game here. Kind of felt like Colin was running away with it, setting at 40, but now that I see the number 26, I'm starting to see that Evan has that offensive potential to really force Colin into decisions where taking damage feels more correct.
Evan Bridges in the tank here. It is a very difficult deck he's piloting, but it's important to mention his graveyard has not yet eclipsed his deck. Granted, if we were to add the Watery Grave pile to it, it would be pretty close. But he's not nearly as close to fatigue as I would think. Colin Eriksen blocking with the second Raisin Army, I think, to go by the wayside. There are two in the grave. Only he knows how many are in the banished zone.
Yeah, and in this game of fatigue, it's really important to remember that swinging an ally and getting 2 cards to block it means that ally just went up 3-1 on the card exchange because you have to spend a card to kill it. I mean, I guess you don't have to if you don't give the Saber go again, but it's very common for that to be the case. The go-agains are limited, and once Colin's out of them, he's no longer a dual-wield warrior.
Spoils of War and 2 sword swings not only chew up Evan's Anka, but also threatens 2 extra damage. Will Evan respect that gold generation from Spoils of War? Colin already at his comfort zone of 4 copper for the next blood on our hands. I think he only has 1 more in the deck, and it was pitched very early.
I think you're right there. But like you said, he's at that sweet spot. 4 copper and 1 gold on the board.
We should be nearing pitch stacks at this point. Evan Bridges does not have a pitch stack because he's shuffled his deck several times. Colin Eriksen, however, has one set up neatly. Blood on our hands, I want to say, was even the first card pitched this game.
Yeah, it was very early.
Makes me wonder if Colin has brought extra cards into this matchup as well in preparation for fatigue. He's very used to this matchup going to fatigue. He had a very intense match against teammate Austin Summers at U.S. Nationals, both vying for a top 8 cut. Both narrowly missed, unfortunately.
Evan's graveyard is looking healthy. A lot of allies in there still.
Give me a shot of Sleepy Connor. There he is. Look at him. He's so tired.
I
think both of us look more tired than he does right now. I'm not gonna lie.
I don't know, dude. He's just so adorable too. Just like let him. I want to get him like a dog bed and let him curl up for this last match. He can sleep on the table for all I care. Gosh, he's so tired. He's so tuckered out. God, this man. No more contentious judge calls for Connor. He's too tired.
Colin taking 4, going down to 23.
What, is there a flesh and blood match going? Shout out to Patrick Greasy, who's in chat, cheering on Sleepy Connor. Thanks, by the way, Patrick, for covering the desk at the last Open. You did a fantastic job. You did it as well, my friend, Michael Murray.
To start, which would be 2, were not for the fact that you're going to let me do reactions and make it 4 with go again.
Colin talking through his play lines in a cheeky sort of way. Swabby falls to a blade flurried hot streak, followed up here by a Centauri Saber buffed up by a red blade flurry and a blade runner. So 7 damage that Evan readily takes.
Yeah, Snap takes it 23 to 21. Colin goes up to 2 gold. Evan also at 2. I actually think this game is really even. It felt so favored for Colin at first, but the kind of further we get, and I'm gonna wait.
Kevin,
hold on.
31 cards.
31.
Including the 4 that I'm drawing right now.
Including your arsenal?
Not including that one.
32.
It says 32 all.
32 all.
32 all, but Colin has weapons. Evan does not.
Yeah.
Evan's weapons are his allies, and there are a lot of cards in his deck that simply do nothing. I have Ophidia for 1.
True.
So even though cards might be even, and granted, we're not counting the playable allies in Evan's graveyard at the moment, so he does have a little bit of a lead on Colin. I still would give the fatigue race to Colin as far as an edge goes for the moment.
I do think it is slightly favoring Colin in that aspect, but do keep in mind that while Gravy doesn't have weapons, if he's able to get all the cards out of Colin's deck with just an ally on the field, he can use that as a weapon just fine and end the game.
Evan has got to find a way to set up that Whaler Humperdinck in a meaningful way. If he can do that, I might be willing to believe that he can run away with this game.
I mean, that's a huge swing in cards. The 7 life plus 11 damage, that's a 17. There it is.
And
here he goes.
A lot more.
Okay.
How much could you block? Could you block 1, 2, 3, 4?
Does Evan want to hook here? I almost kind of like him hooking here and daring Colin to block out, because that almost...
I would trade the hook to get the full hand.
Yeah.
That means he can't kill
He
Whaler.
doesn't get to kill Whaler.
Even with armor, I don't think he can do it.
And he certainly can't... Well, no, he could, because he's got 9 block in hand plus 2 on the Grains of Blood spill. In this case, he's just blocking 4, though, taking 7. Colin knows that he has to get rid of Humperdinck if he's going to win this game.
Yeah.
He has taken a chunk of Colin's life total. So I honestly wonder if that was too early for Evan to deploy Humperdinck, especially because he's got that copy of Give No Quarter left in the deck.
Yeah, it could have been. How many Whalers is he on? Is it just on
the one? I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
I think it's just a contingency plan for games that go late.
Swing at you. This is going to be 3.
Slice and dice. Going Evan Bridges' face. Centauri Saber for 3. No go again as of yet. Slice and dice is going to confer +3 on the back end. Plus that red Blade Runner is going to be more than enough to cover, to kill that Whaler Humperdinck.
Yeah, so that late game contingency plan is now sitting at the bottom of the ocean.
Figured there's no way of 2.
Goodbye, goodbye.
And if you did have 2, that would make for a great stream moment, which is why I was thinking ahead.
Dude, when Colin... See, this is kind of why I think Colin is a bit of a heel. When he's feeling himself, he knows how to push your buttons just right. He's having a good time, but when you're sitting across from him, you're like, I want to kill you, Colin.
Oh, yeah, I know. I've been there.
Yeah. Fantastic guy. Absolutely love him. But yes, sometimes I just want to put him in the dirt. You know what I'm saying?
Dude, I don't think there's been a time I felt that more than when he showed up to our armory with a entirely printed version.
He does this so much.
of Phi, no art, just text of 60 card deck of just white paper and text, and expected us to be able to play a game against him knowing what the cards he was throwing at us were. And then being confused when we wouldn't block his on-hits like we knew what he was doing. And then he wouldn't even let me rewind. That was the worst part. I was like, oh, that has an on-hit? He's like, yeah, anyway, go next. And I was like, what the... Bro, like, let me take it back. He's like, what do you mean? You didn't block? You knew what it was.
I love Colin, but he is a little bit insane.
I want to shake you.
21 plays 16 here. It's back over to Evan Bridges, who has lost yet another ally to an outland skirmish and a sword swing. Golden Tipple going to discard Chum instead of a Sea Legs. I don't know how important that rum is now, especially when you still got a Tip the Barkeep in hand.
I'll block 3 here.
That's true. The Tip the Barkeep makes that a lot less valuable.
Sure.
Colin blocks that Golden Tipple because it was beefed up by the gold-baited hook.
And discard Sea Legs to make a Gold Kiss rum.
Evan activating Gravy Bones to make a Gold Kiss rum, but he did not pay for his gold as of yet.
No.
He should be out of gold now.
Combos.
Perhaps just taking shortcuts to get through this turn cycle as fast as humanly possible, but I'm pretty sure Evan should be deficient of gold.
1 gold.
Yep. Wait. No, 0, right? Because the gold...
Did he activate Gravy with a gold or not?
He had 2.
I'm gonna say that he's on it.
Yeah. Production says he had 2. Now he has 1. I'll take Production's word for it. The sock puppets are never wrong.
No, they're not. They're also cute to boot. Speaking of cute to boot, let's check in on Sleepy Connor. He's a little more astute. He's got a second wind in him.
Yeah.
Somebody jabbed some adrenaline into his arm. Oh, no. No, I saw a head bob right there. He looks into Colin's eyes like, what are you going to do about this? When do I get to drive home?
Chum, friendly first mate, coming out. Last copy of the game for Evan.
Take 1.
Yep.
Colin committing a card to blocks, keeping his life healthy, sitting at 15 to 21.
Yeah. That last copy of Chum, because the other 2 were killed in 1 turn cycle by Colin Eriksen.
Okay. Yeah.
Draw swords is the first action here. Draws up a blue blade hit and run. All swords are free now, though. Will Colin elect to remove this Chum? Oh, gonna make short work of it, I think.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. It's a lot of damage to put into it. I think he might be considering the value of sending this face, and then if he has another way to pump up to 6 on the second attack, I don't...
Yeah, I guess I'll kill
Yeah, he doesn't love it, but I think he knows that it's his
the right
opportunity.
decision. Because Colin, both of the players are running out of threat density in their decks. There's just not as many numbers as when we first started here. Colin wins the race if he is just the last man standing with cards. And he knows that. So that's why removing the Chum, even though you're dishing a little bit of extra damage into it, is the correct decision.
Yeah.
The last thing he wants is to be blocking for his life while Evan still has allies on board.
Yeah, and when you are in a fatigue race, 2 cards traded for 1 is exactly what you want to be doing, and forcing Evan's hand with that Command and Conquer at the very least, forcing the arsenal out as Evan decides to use that last gold to use the Gravy Bones activation and just discards a Tipple. That's not good when you're trying to go to fatigue.
No, goodbye damage out of my deck.
Yeah.
Is what Evan Bridges just said.
Okay.
Almost said Evan Bones.
All right, blocking 6. 6 is good.
Yeah, I don't...
Move to end.
That wasn't great. He's like, Colin staring into the camera.
What are you
What's
looking
that about?
at? Don't look at me. Play your game. What a heel, am I right?
Yeah.
Evan Bridges, 2 cards to work with. Oh, I see. Zach was behind the camera. He was taking a picture of Colin.
Okay, I better see this after.
He baited him.
Evan, really trying to rub those 2 brain cells in his cranium together and put together a victory here.
It's tough. Not a lot to work with up there.
Poor guy. That Avast-G in the graveyard was blocked with, right? I don't think it was played this turn.
Yes.
4 cards in hand.
You sound really convincing.
I am. Let me tell you, most convincing caster.
Evan asked if there are 4 cards in hand, which I don't think he's attacked Colin Eriksen. That's why he's laughing. Whoa, is that a spoiler, Justin? Holy, Blood Follows Blade is supposedly a spoiler that has come down recently. The yellow, 0 cost, warrior attack reaction, Kassai specialization, target sword attack gets go again. And when this hits, create a Centauri sellsword. That can't be right. Oh my gosh.
That's
Colin is
pretty
going to have a
cool.
field day when that card is legal.
Now you want to play Kassai.
Oh my gosh. I guess I kind of do. That's broken.
Golden Tipple coming out. 1 damage, chipping in.
I know that was.
Man, the fact that Kassai is getting support when Colin Eriksen exists is kind of a travesty, honestly.
Yeah, they definitely needed to wait for Colin to Living Legend, I think,
Oh,
before
man.
releasing that one.
Armories are going to be miserable. That's incredible. Is that on hit or on hit of a hero? Show me that card again. I'm looking at spoilers while these guys are playing.
Slice and Dice Yellow coming out.
Did you shuffle, or do I actually not have the yellows?
It's on hit? That's freaking bonkers, dude.
Okay. Then,
Kassai showcasing, Colin, the names are kind of inextricable at this point. Colin showcasing that Kassai already has a pretty solid Gravy Bones matchup into whatever flavor of gravy comes his way. And now he has got a card that generates a Centauri Sellsword token on hit of a zombie, of a hero, whatever.
Oh, yikes. Yeah, the zombie.
Vomit.
Ooh, that's gonna make his gravy matchup all the better.
Boy,
without
howdy.
a doubt.
Evan takes 3 here, down to 18.
No blocks. Reactions.
I'll make it 8.
But we do have a game to finish here, and it's still a close one. I think we've watched Evan kind of eke towards the lower end of his deck. I believe Colin is now probably ahead, although I can't say by how much in terms of deck cards in deck. 14 plays 10, so we're chipping down the life totals as well, and a Conqueror of the High Seas is a nice card to play when you're trying to fatigue. I mean, that's like a Guardian attack right there, as Colin has to give 2 cards and the rest of his equipment. Only 1 block remains in the form of the Grains of Bloodspill, and of course, the refreshing of the Dynamos can continue.
Final copy of Conqueror of the High Seas is expended in the Gravy Bones deck. Shall we check in on the size of each of these decks? Yeah, it's definitely heavier on the graveyard side for Evan Bridges, but so is it for Colin Eriksen.
Sending 5 now. Again, it's really just about the number printed on the card.
Fearless Confrontation coming out of the hand. This is not the use case for this card. It's usually either blocked with or discarded to save a chum from the watery grave. But in this case, Evan is faltering for damage. Gotta get it wherever he can. And this does come in for 5 at the cost of 3.
I do like this. I mean, you know, it's really just what is the number printed on the card? You're asking your opponent, how many cards will you give me for this 1? And trading 1 for 1 or bringing Colin down to 9 are both nice propositions in this moment.
If Dead Threads were active here, Evan could have drinking one of those 2 rums that he's got, then played out Sawbones and swung with Sawbones. That could be a turn that could really turn the tide.
Yeah, maybe not too late to string something together with those Gold Kiss rums. He has 10 life to work with, which is enough to say no blocks maybe one more time this game.
I would if I could.
He's got to make use of that rum somehow.
Yeah.
Colin Eriksen drawing off gold. The one that he has in his coffers. The card drawn. Blue hit and run.
Yeah, blood on her hands.
Attack twice.
That's pretty good.
All copper expended for this last blood on our hands. Evan Bridges sitting at 10. This is going to be an uncomfortable situation for him, not the least because he has found himself a non-block in hand.
Yeah, and as I was saying, maybe Evan can tank 1 more hit. Colin says, not this turn.
Yeah, this is going to be more than 10 damage, if I know Colin
Yep.
Eriksen.
Kassai?
Yep.
Giving up the
black
dead
four.
threads.
Do you have any yellows in here?
Plus a sunken treasure.
No, I think the idea was that I do not. You probably have yellows. You could turn your own yellows face down.
You've already done that for me. I'm turning over sea legs.
Thank you.
For the camera.
Sunken treasure turns over sea legs. Thank you, Evan.
And gold.
For the camera, he says.
Back up to 1 gold.
Your writhing in agony is the only thing I care about being on camera here, Evan. Also means that Colin Eriksen has hit his pitch stack because we were waiting for the blood on our hands to indicate that we had made it.
Yeah.
Blade Runner. Wow, it feels like the 4th one I've seen this game, but I think that's just because I've seen Colin play back to back.
Then I will attack for 2, 5, 7. Go again.
7's a lot.
When you're at 8, that is a good number. Evan in the tank, trying to see if he can survive this game, this turn. Forget about winning the game anytime soon. His anguish has breathed new life into Sleepy Connor, who is perked up.
We're counting in the swings.
No doubt excited about the wrap-up and drive-home process.
He's counting in the swings. Signaling he does not want to block here. Ooh, I don't know how I feel about that. There's another sword coming in, right?
Yes, there is. There is another sword coming in.
I feel like you gotta.
Okay.
Oh, wait,
take your
no,
3
no,
block
no.
here.
No, because Centauri sells.
Did he go
Centauri
hot
swung
streak?
first and then hot streak, I think.
Right, so
Yeah,
can't he swing hot streak one more time?
He can swing hot streak one more time. It's not going to be the saber though, so that's cool.
I think Evan needs to block here.
Hit me.
No blocks.
Take 7. Go to 1.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because that last card in hand for Colin Eriksen is just a blue hit and run.
Triggers.
Yeah.
I definitely like pitching this hit and run to Grains of Blood Spill and also Brave Forge Bracers.
A vigor token. Yeah.
There we go. Vigor token.
You don't have any more weapon swings, right?
I have 1 more. Yeah.
1 more.
Yeah.
This is for 3.
Yeah.
The last words from a doom man.
Give it go again.
Colin at this point having a little bit of fun with his food, I think.
Oh, being at 1 against an attack reaction rich hero like Kassai is no fun.
Watch you draw. I'm going to pitch Eye of Ophidia to attack you with Saltwater Swell. I'll opt 2. 1, 2.
I'll let Evan take the play-by-play on this one.
Top
Yeah.
Like so. Pitching this golden tipple. Yeah. 1 go again.
1 go again here against Colin Eriksen's 9 life.
No more.
Probably not going to be enough to get it done. Gold Kiss Rum is going to be a useful resource for Evan Bridges here. Blue has now entered the graveyard thanks to that blue saltwater swell. No, Evan instead cracking a gold. He knows the card on top is a blue.
Did you need the extra resource, or
I
are you just sending 5? I feel like he needs
So
to
he-
establish
he-
these allies.
He needs 6 resources if he's going to resolve both of these Sawbones. He needs 7 actually for the Mage Master Boots 2. I think if he wants to be able to attack with both of them.
Yeah, he's short.
No,
for
he's not going to be
that.
able to attack with both of them anyway.
Sawbones.
Okay, so it's Sawbones.
Yeah.
It's got to be a rum swing. Yep, good dog.
Sure.
6.
Go again.
6. Go again. Yes.
Yeah, is that and then Mage Master Sawbones again?
He
Important thing
can't
is-
Mage Master here because he doesn't have Dead Threads. So he would need 4 resources in order to Mage Master Boots, play Sawbones, and swing with Sawbones,
Okay.
but he blocked with the Dead Threads on the previous turn.
Yeah.
Evan feels really good about passing here, and I can tell because he lingered on the S when he said pass.
Yeah.
Then I could.
I'm lying. He feels
The
terrible when he does
telltale
that.
sign of a happy flesh and blood player.
Long, drawn-out syllables. That's actually kind of a universal thing, isn't it?
True. Especially relevant at the final tables.
Yeah, I'm thinking of every time I've ever gone, yep,
You know,
that's pretty nice.
Yeah.
I'm never happy when I'm doing that.
Interesting.
Attack for 2.
Move to the reactions.
Colin Eriksen swinging
This
for
is
2 at
not
Evan
good at the
Bridges.
moment.
It has go again now.
Okay. Prevent.
Evan is preventing 1 of the
One
2
health.
damage.
Okay.
Oh,
Attack this one.
Colin is swinging at Sawbones.
So
Evan is dictating Colin's turns in order to make this game go longer.
Is that?
Pay into grains of blood spill. Close chain.
That sword was given go again thanks to a blue Blade Runner. Activating Braveforge Bracers is Colin Eriksen. I lied. There's another Blood in her hand still left in the deck.
No.
The other Sawbones has been killed. Evan, finally, without a face-up ally in his graveyard. For the first time since the outset of this game, really.
Call to the grave.
Hell yeah.
Wow.
Evan is calling to the grave when he has absolutely no allies.
Gets the back alley break line. Surely he can use those action points. Just thinning his own deck.
Thank you.
For fun, let's check in on Sleepy Connor. I'm sure he's feeling really good about this.
Yeah, he's tuned in.
This is the most tuned in he's been all day. Excitedly watching Evan circling the toilet bowl. Oh, what? Did you hear that?
That one.
Oops, we got to be quiet, boys.
Oh, I'm so glad he heard it. Fearless confrontation. Send for 5.
Well, there you have it. Proof that they can, in fact, hear us.
Yeah, we had to find out, right?
Glad it wasn't a game-defining moment and rather a
when they're washed up and have
ego-defining moment.
Wow, Evan's throwing shade from the feature match. Oh, Sleepy Connor loves it, so I'll take it all day long. How's Moises doing? Moises can't believe it. He doesn't allow that kind of talk in his household. He's a sweetheart. Evan Bridges, however.
Me?
Yeah.
2 at Evan Bridges, who sits at 1.
Surely
I'll just run through.
Got him.
this is looking like the last few turns.
Trigger. I'll create a gold token. This is going to come in for 4.
Dotting the T's, crossing the I's if you if you're Colin.
Evan
finishing things up.
Evan having a think, realizing that he still has no way to win this game.
The writing is on the wall.
Sock Puppet producer Justin is sweating because he knows that our deposit on Top Deck Keep is slowly dwindling because Evan Bridges won't concede. Fearless confrontation blocked out by 2 hit and runs.
I'm just trying to waste as much of Bryce's time as possible.
I knew it. I knew it.
How many cards in deck?
4 to 2.
Michael, I'll be right back.
Okay, I'm solo casting this one. Viewers at home, I hope you are entertained. We turned this into a preview of Super Slam as we go into wrestling mode. Bryce choking out Evan live, running back to the booth.
A crazed man just ran into Evan's player cam and forced him to concede, extending the fist bump and winning, taking it all down is Colin Eriksen, setting a brand new record for the number of AGE points brought to the Players' Championship. The boy wonder indeed. Congratulations to the Kassai that could.
Wow, you've really been holding that volume in, haven't you?
Yeah, I really have. And shout out to Evan for being such a good sport.
Absolutely. We love the guy, and he's the perfect villain. You love to hate him, and you hate to love him.
Yeah, better said, nothing else has been this day, Michael. Clearly, syntax is a challenge for me at this point, so we're going to proceed rapidly to a break, and we'll have a very quick interview with our winner, Colin, the Boy Wonder Eriksen, after this. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, folks. We're joined here with Colin of the Golden Sands, taking it down. You got the match, you got the day, you got the year. How are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling elated. I just every step of this day was awesome. Like it was first just coming out, see if we can get there. I heard something about like maybe getting the most points, and I was like, all right, well, we'll get there when we get there.
Yeah, one step at a time.
Exactly. Yeah. Starts off well, lose round 2, and I'm like, this happens a lot. So it's fine. It's fine. And we end up clawing it back. And then they're telling me about the points, and they're like, yeah, so okay, if you get top 4, you get a new record. But if you get top 4, you're facing Zach, who, if you lose to him, he could tie my record.
Mm-hmm.
And he was saying that, because I had the previous record, I get tiebreakers or whatever.
Right,
so I had to stop that.
There it is,
and
right there on the screen.
114 points. And I don't know. We just kept going. There's a point in the day where you just keep doing matches, and they all they don't blend together, but like you kind of lose track of time. And I don't know. It's been 9 rounds.
Yeah, it's been a grind of a day for us in the caster booth. We saw a ton of bangers, and let me tell you, casting bangers is exhausting. Getting that amount of energy back to back to back. By game 4, I was already fatiguing. It was actually kind of intense. But we made it to the end. You made it to the end. You ground it out. And we've got a lot to talk about. But one of the things I actually want to do is see your reaction live to this Kassai spoiler.
Yes.
Producer Justin, can we bring that up on the screen?
Blood follows blade. Kassai specialization. Yellow warrior attack reaction. Target sword attack gets go again. And when this hits, create a Centauri sellsword token.
Thoughts?
That is good. That
yes, sir.
That is everything we want. That is 0 cost. That is go again in reaction speed, and you create a Centauri sellsword token.
It's yellow too.
I know.
It turns on your hero power. This thing is insane.
That is great. And more sellswords. I get to pull out the the cool art, and oh my gosh, that is really cool. And that, hey, if Kassai wasn't doing well enough, I think this will just be another step. They've been giving her extra cards, I think, every set. And
yeah. Now, I got to say, watch out Gravy Bones. If this wasn't already a tough matchup, it just became a lot harder.
This hits?
When it hits, you can clear allies.
You
can buy
cell
swords. That's right.
Wow.
This one's going to hurt Gravy a lot. And, I was talking to Bryce about how I wanted to see answers to Gravy in the expansion slots. And, I don't know that Kassai needed the ansers, but there it is.
We'll take them.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's good into every matchup, though.
That's good into everything. That is a main board card that is just 3 better cards.
Yeah, you're probably replacing your slice and dices at least or something like that.
Slice and dice, probably maybe the the yellow blade, or probably not, honestly. Probably both, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, it depends on what you want for go again density versus threat density. But
true. But
that's a banger.
That is awesome.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Cool.
Wow. I'll be honest. I heard, because I saw like Zach running around and showing everyone, going, no, you can't show Colin. You can't show Colin.
I'm glad he did that.
Yeah. And I was like, what is this? Is this? I initially thought this was something that happened in our match, there was a game rules violation, and I'm like, did I do something?
Oh no!
I'm gonna come
you're
over
not
here
allowed to
and then
stare
just
into the camera and make faces. Actually, that's illegal. And we saw you do that.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Man, no players championship then. All right.
Speaking of that game, though, that was hilarious. The way it all ended, y'all being able to hear us, and especially that last comment that Bryce made.
Yeah, we heard one comment before the match. We kind of told Justin. I didn't really hear anything.
Yeah.
And then we get towards the end. He plays his 2 sawbones, and oh man, Evan is in the toilet bowl right now.
Yeah, and honestly, it was a very close game.
Yeah.
Just a few cards different by the time it all ended. Your Blonde on Our Hands turn at the end did kind of swing the life totals and really just seal the deal. But the whole kind of game, we were acting and talking like you really had it sealed, and then you counted your decks, and it was 32-32, and we're like, oh.
No,
Wait,
it was,
this is
it was still kind of even.
close.
He brought 66.
Yeah,
and
we figured.
Well, yeah, Gravy does have like kind of a tendency to fizzle out towards the end. I've lost matches to Gravy Bones to literally them sending Fearless Confrontation like off of Rum and Fearless Confrontation.
Yeah.
Because the deck totals do get that close. But I don't know. That honestly, I'm glad we got both those games on stream because those are like the two kind of opposite ends. I know Zach was a bit of a shorter one, but like.
Do you think that the game against Zach was more the deck sort of clunking up and drawing poorly, or do you think it was more the deck construction and the way you match up into his deck versus Evan's?
It's a little bit of both. I think it was definitely more that like his deck just wasn't working out. There were a lot of times where he wasn't quite able to get into that flow where he's attacking and playing allies, and then I have to kill the allies, you know.
Sure.
And it gave me a lot of space, and then with more space, then so there's a health lead, and then suddenly I'm just hitting face, and I no longer really need to care about like long-term like health totals, and that just spiraled. But yeah, I certainly lost to Gravy against Zach before. To be fair, this isn't Zach just like whip. I think this is Zach whiffing and not anything about like player to player.
Yeah.
Right.
No, because the thing is, he brings a very different Gravy list.
For sure.
And I was curious about your insights about whether you fear his list more or less than your standard Gravy list.
So, I would say. I might say I'm a little bit more worried about the standard Gravy list, but I do kind of like his list. I think I'm a bit biased towards Zach's list. I'm a big fan of ley lines, and when I was messing around with Gravy, my list was pretty similar to his.
Okay.
And yeah, it's cool. I think his list, it's a little bit of like matchup variance where like Evan's deck is a little bit better into some matchups because he has the more swells and
it seems like it paired
go
better
against.
into your deck specifically, the decks that are trying to fatigue the Gravy out because it has the higher top end and the higher threat density in the form of attack actions.
Yeah.
But it definitely, he's got less allies, less threatening allies, and then it seemed like Zach really just had such a large density of allies that he couldn't really use, but I think that's because his deck just wasn't cooperating.
Yeah, his deck kind of wasn't cooperating. But there was power in that deck. During the game, he like pitched double give no quarter. I'm looking at his graveyard, and it's like Humperdinck, Sawbones, and I'm like, okay, stuff is coming. I needed to I needed to rush him down because in that matchup, I don't think I could have just like waited around and fatigued.
Right.
And in some ways, I kind of like that. I'm really partial to like decks where, in the long run, I'm winning, right? Which allows so like if we're equal, I'm better. And that is
you've got weapons, you've got sort of like that grindy potential.
Yeah, and you've got something, whether it be some kind of combo or some kind of.
And you brought that out with the blood on her hands at the end. I think that's like your example of you kind of stay even until the spike, and maybe they don't have that same spike.
Right.
So,
for sure.
Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Well, I would like to present you with the final medal of the year, the AGE Champion August 2025. The only medal for August. For the West.
Well.
I remember the first time I gave you one of those and we put it on your head and it just kind of stayed there. The first and last
one
this year.
Yeah.
Is that the only two you've won, the first and the last? And the rest you've just gotten second consistently,
only two.
114 points.
But yeah, a lot of top eights got a second, and then I don't know. I mean, like, I think a lot of the points did come to just consistently doing well, right?
Yeah. Is the worst AGE showing you had when you played Gravy? 3-3?
Yes. If you don't count the AGE where it didn't show up.
Right.
But yeah, that was Gravy Bone. So
I don't know, man. You're making Kassai look
knows?
S tier and Gravy look maybe B tier at best.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. And listen, there are a lot of people I want to prove this deck to, but if there is one, it is Brian Gottlieb saying, "Imagine if I was playing a good deck at U.S. Nationals on stream."
Yeah.
As I'm trying to showcase it to the people.
That's a deep cut.
Yeah, I know.
Brian, he's winning here now. Most points ever gained at an AGE on Kassai for all of them. The only time he brings an S tier deck, he goes 3-0 at 3-3.
Yeah.
I don't know if that says more about you or Gravy, but
definitely Gravy. Gravy probably sucks. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I think he's overhyped. I think that the only reason he's winning is because you have the best players in the world on Gravy. If those players picked up Kassai, guess what?
Think
Kassai's S tier overnight. Put
for
Michael
sure.
Hamilton on Kassai, he wins
Yeah.
Worlds. Easy.
Easy. I think, the players like Michael Hamilton, just such a deep knowledge of the game, they would excel at Kassai. They being able to, like, especially rewarding matchup knowledge.
Pablo
and all
Pintor
of
on
these things.
Kassai,
Pablo
he would
Pintor,
be an absolute champion.
Did Pablo Pintor actually play Kassai at
I don't know,
Singapore?
did he?
I think so. So if he played Gravy? Oh, he played Gravy.
Unlucky. Yeah, we got to talk to these people,
Okay,
man. If
well,
you're in a room
yeah.
filled with Gravy Bones, bring the Kassai.
Yeah.
Bring it. We're telling you.
This is the sauce.
We're solving it out here in Southern California live for you on stream.
I know. And I think this might be the list. Like, this is
I
pretty
mean,
good. I'm a little,
especially with the
yeah.
new card.
Especially with the new
Is that
card.
out in time for Worlds? I think it is.
I think it's out in time for Worlds. Not in time for the Players'
Okay.
Championship, but
No.
Worlds.
No.
So
Surely we'll let you proxy it.
Oh, for sure,
Oh,
yeah.
don't tell LSS. We didn't say that.
We can proxy it. But yeah, I think at Worlds, unless that ban and restriction announcement in September is going to do anything, I think
Yeah,
Kassai
no,
is
imagine
a
they
force to be
cut her down the moment she finally starts to
God.
shine.
See, a bunch of my teammates have been saying ban Valiant Dynamos. You better not ban Valiant Dynamos.
Why
'cause
would
that,
we need to do that?
that-
Are there
exactly.
any S tier warriors?
Why would we do? A warrior's never LL'd. There's no reason to ban
That's
Valiant
true.
Dynamos.
Yeah.
None at all. So definitely don't do that for the September BNR.
In hard agreement.
Of
Well,
course. Yeah.
I'll be honest with you, Colin. I am exhausted. Do you have any shout-outs, anything you want to get off your chest? Any last thoughts before we wrap it up for the night?
Shout out to just first of all, friends and family. It's really cool just being able to share this.
This is great.
I sent the stream to a friend and they were like, "Is that my culinary teacher, Anthony Zichella?" And I was like, I guess so.
Yes, it is.
And apparently it is. So I don't know. It's cool seeing
Ooh,
everyone.
we watched him misplay bad on stream. That one was brutal.
Oh man, I'll have to see that.
Catch it. You'll see exactly the moment I'm talking about. It's a
Okay.
painful one, and it was a close game. It really came down to
Would have
that
decided
play.
that.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
the worst.
Yep.
Oh man, but yeah. Besides that, I mean, I got to shout out, of course, the AGE team, like helping me practice. Just recently, it was Moises grinding out games, Marcus, and it's been like so many people that because I'll be honest, as much as I do like that I'm, performing well and getting the points. There is that team support. I could not be here without my teammates, and I think that deserves a shout out.
It's so helpful to have that consistent practice against really good players. That's what gives you the edge, especially in really tense moments. And of course, all the reps you've gotten showing up to every
sure.
AGE, and you've gotten very comfortable on camera. I gotta say,
Very
I
comfortable.
didn't see any nerves today.
That definitely helped.
Yeah.
That like today that was one of the things that I was like, okay, just no nerves. I took a walk outside, and
It's an
I don't know.
it's an awesome accomplishment. Really,
it feels great, and it feels great to see that growth. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
And
looking forward to the Players Championship. Number 1 seed means you get to pick first or second for every game
it's
in
gonna be
Swiss.
exciting. Yeah, and no enigmas to shut me down.
True.
But there are Zachary Wallachs. So
That's true too. I bet he
figure that
goes
out.
home seething and brewing.
Oh, of course.
Just to beat you.
Yes. And I'm hoping we can get a Kassai mirror in the Players' Championship.
Oh, you think he's going to switch to Kassai to take you down?
I don't know if he is, but I'm
Oh,
hoping I
boy.
can convince one of the 15 others.
Wow.
So.
Yeah, I wonder who would do it. Yeah, I heard Ryan Brown was maybe thinking of hopping off Oscilio. He might be the one to convince.
Maybe. Yeah, it's a pretty good deck.
All right. Well, thank you so
Love to see
much. Thank you all at home for tuning in and watching it through. And until the next AGE East and or the next Players Championship, y'all have a good night, and we'll see you next time.